Yeah, we outta here, you can feel it right. Light it up till it's feeling bright. On the move like we feel a groove. Out of sight like we dynamite. Busting in like we finna fight. Get the pennant right, I'ma pin it right. Trying to run, I'm the winning type. Heat it up like some minute rice. Bet I beat you to the finish line. Cause we out to get it feeling fine. Keep it up or we'll be creeping up. Running up the mountain, sleeping rough. Jumping over hurdles, beat the rush. Hold it like a girdle, going out the burners. I'ma keep believing till I touch. Get another level on the clutch. I'ma get up in your face, whoa. Steady keeping up the pace, whoa. Get the beat that you can taste, whoa. Squeezing by you like some pace, whoa. Feel your confidence and race, whoa. This is the beginning, ain't no way to spin it. Shuts it down. Are you ready for the show? Now we caught up in the flow. We gon' give a little roll. Ready, set, go. Are you ready for the show? Now we caught up in the flow. We gon' give a little roll. Ready, set, go. 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 Are you ready for the show? Now we caught up in the flow. We gon' give a little roll. Ready, set, go.
An absolutely heroic performance there late in the round.
Yeah, it's a race. Stay in your place, I pick up the pace. You give me some space, we do it so smooth you cannot relate. Cooking it great, we give you a plate. Don't step in the green and get up your weight. Just shut up and wait and give me your date. Tie up your laces, ain't no debate. I challenge your weight. It's about to be a rap. Over in the snap, never coming back. Yeah, I done doubled you in laps, way across the map, trying to fill the gap. Yeah, keep it fire on the track, sticking like a tag, good like a snack. Yeah, I ain't falling for the trap, never for the cap. Ain't no running back. Yeah, I'ma get up in your face. Whoa, steady keeping up the pace. Whoa, get the feet that you can taste. Whoa, squeezing by you like some pace. Whoa, feel your confidence and race. Whoa, this is the beginning, ain't no way to spin it. Headed for the finish.
I'ma get up in the wheel about to win it.
Are you ready for the show? Now we caught up in the flow. We gon' give a little roll. Ready, set, go. Are you ready for the show? Now we caught up in the flow. We gon' give a little roll. Ready, set, go. 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 Are you ready for the show? Now we caught up in the flow. We gon' give a little roll. Ready, set, go.
It's Sunday in the CDL, and we've got 4 big matchups coming your way. The Surge and Rock are both off to a hot start this weekend. They face off first with crucial CDL points up for grabs.
Then, Boston's still searching for the winning combination. They have a chance to play spoiler today against the LA Thieves.
In our monster matchup today, it's a top 4 showdown. The New York Subliners take a shot at the league leaders, Atlanta FaZe.
And we close out your weekend with Optic Texas. The Major III champs put the Vegas Legion in their crosshairs. It all starts right now on the Call of Duty League.
They are gods on the map. They are playing with too much energy. They cannot be stopped. Brett and Shotzi out of control in domination on Real. 20 down. 1v1. And Real. Map point. Crosser with the double. Dials up a triple. It's over.
What the f*** going, kid? I thought you were closer to help you out. I'm sorry.
It's because Joe had to slide in the closet and he got stunned. So he
Nice,
didn't
Joe.
come back
I'm
out.
so turned on now.
That's the biggest round, Joe.
Huge. So you're so good, bro. Good job.
Joe Deceives and crew clutching up against LAG means the LA Thieves finally win the battle for LA. And more importantly, they're right back in the running for a top 6 seed going into champs. Welcome in, everybody. Chris Puckett alongside Alley Cat. We've got Nameless down at the end. And let's start with you, Nameless. What did you see from our teams at a Super Saturday that brought us 4 matchups?
I will say every listening that we had yesterday, passion coming out of all these teams. Like, their backs are against the wall. They got to make it to champs. And today we have some heater matchups.
Allie, is Kremp the most entertaining player on LA Thieves right now?
Ooh, I don't know about that. Maybe. I'd almost say Joe is at moments. Both of them are able to kind of have explosive maps, but what is extremely telling is the fact that these standings are a huge bubble right now. Teams that we didn't expect to win this early during stage 4 are getting some underdog W's.
Yeah, and shout out Doug Labie on Twitter. He's always crunching the numbers. Based on 10,000 simulations, including strength of schedule, Seattle with a win today actually goes to 99% chance to make champs. And when you talk about LA Thieves, who've been falling back and forth on our ladder here with a win 82%. So the stakes are high.
Both teams in a decent position, and as we take a look at the matchups today, we have a big one for Minnesota. After clutching up on Friday in a Game 5, they are back looking for another W against a surprise hero from Friday in Seattle, Surge. Now, Surge took down Toronto, Minnesota's opponent, a little bit easier, but both teams going to a Game 5. How do you see them matching up this time against each other's squad?
Yeah, it was a big win. Unfortunately, it was versus the Boston Breach, which is the last team in the league currently, but you still have to write home about the fact that they were able to win both hard points in that series, and that's where they have been struggling because their teamwork hasn't been on par since making this roster change. And the problem now is they're going up against the Seattle Surge, who is also kind of surging in the same direction. They're starting to win some of these respawns. So easily a matchup that could go the distance today. However, who has the edge? You've got to give it to the Surge.
I don't know, man. I mean, I think it's going to be a lot different of a series. When you talk about this Minnesota Rocker team that we saw throughout the last stage, 2-6 on the new maps combined. They had both them in their series against Boston, 100-point win in each of those hard points. So they've clearly put in a lot of work. Lins look like the Lins of old. I think the stakes are extremely high. Minnesota has been improving, and we could really go the distance in that series.
Let's take a look at how these two teams have matched up earlier this season. Not a ton of games, and you can see it's a 10-19 record for Minnesota, 12 wins for Seattle. So relatively close considering we're now 6 months into this, but the position can definitely change. 5th currently for Seattle. Minnesota could jump up with a win today.
For Minnesota Rocker, you have to win this series. And for the flip side of Seattle Surge, you got to talk about the strength of schedule. We just watched them beat Toronto Ultra, and not only that, it was in a reverse sweep fashion, and it was beating them in some of their best game modes and taking that hard point, and then just another masterclass map 5 search and destroy. So you talk about strength and strength of matchups, you got to lean Seattle Surge.
I got to ask you, Nameless, did Abuza shut down Scrap? Is the chat right?
Listen, Abuza is a beast on the AR, man. He kind of did in that series. Not just Scrap, but Abuza, he was just on the wrong role the entire year, man. They finally figured it out. He seems so comfortable. And it's not just him, though. Brezzy also came into this team on the wrong role. And now you got these guys comfortable, and they're looking good in control. The search and destroy has always been there with these guys. So, I mean, for Seattle Surge, looking clear and cut above the bottom of the pack, it's just about getting these extra wins. And how far can you climb? Can you secure 5th on the standings?
Seattle Surge in action today, but they're not the only ones. We're also going to see the team at the very bottom of the leaderboard competing. And Boston Breach, you only have 5 wins, but I feel like you've been to 12, 15 Game 5s. They just can't seal the deal. This was the same situation on Friday. Despite Beans dropping huge numbers, Boston can't get the dubs. What are you playing for at this point, Nameless?
I mean, you're going for broke, right? They made that roster change to fix the search and destroy. To Chris's point, I have the actual number. They're 1-12 in Game 5.
Yes!
1-12. So it's the respawn was kind of there, right? But what happens is you make this roster change and your respawn in that first series looks way worse. But the Game 2 search and destroy did go their way. So for Boston Breach, this is their champs. When you talk about the simulations and their opportunity to make champs, it's 2% with a win today. So they probably ain't going to be there. So they gotta turn up the stage.
You can see the frustration from their most recent loss. I feel like their last 4 matches have all been Game 5s. And you look at the roster, well, here's all 9 faces who have graced the Breach this season. still looking for success.
Yeah, it's just been a juggle of the Boston Breach roster. I really enjoyed the first iteration of it, and I do like the change in adding in Major Maniac now, but the problem is it might be a little too late. Like Ann said, this is basically your champs heading into Major 4. It would take an absolute miracle for them to make it 2 champs at the end of the year. So for Boston Breach, it's one match at a time.
You get a shot. You get a chance. Just darts.
Is there any way to put Slasher back in a starting lineup just so he can play?
Man, yeah, just knock on the doorstep, handwritten apology.
Yeah, let's talk about Boston later, because right now we got to turn our focus to their opponents, LA Thieves. On the climb, they were in 12th place at the end of Major 1. Now this team is as high as 6 on our leaderboard after taking down LAG. Can they keep it rolling against our lowest seed in the game?
Absolutely. I think LA Thieves, especially because we're online, like that's where 88% of their points have come from, and their search and destroy has been absolutely disgusting as of recent. So for LA Thieves, they're just looking to lock in their spot for champs right now. And what's interesting about this team is I think what's separating them from maybe the top 4, the top 5 is that their SMGs are a little inconsistent. There are times when Joe's having a really good time, and there's times when Krem's having a really good time, but not usually at the same time.
Okay. Yeah, but since they brought Joe back, like, yeah, the search and destroy has gotten even better than it was before. The respawn recently, not good. 6 and 14 in their last 20 respawns across hardpoint and control. Their invasion, obviously not great. They're going to have to put a lot of work into it, but strictly on offense, 0 and 14 in attacking in the last 60 days. Like, these are small things they have to hone in and fix on, play more as a unit.
After watching LA Thieves search and destroy yesterday, I'm going to just say it straight up. Boston, you have to win in 4. You can't go to a game 5. They're going to beat you if you go the distance for the 13th time this season. Let's take a look, though, at your number 1 squad. While Boston is sitting there with, 16 losses on the season, FaZe has only 6. And that is ridiculous. We are in the 4th Major qualifier. They played at 3 different lands. They won 1 of them, and they only have 6 losses coming into today, Allie.
Yeah, Atlanta FaZe, again, still a favorite heading into today, and their strength of schedule is much easier than previous. I mean, we talked about the number 1 seed undefeated heading into Toronto, and they had to play all 3 of the other top 4 teams. So Atlanta FaZe's goal right now is just kind of clean up from what happened in Toronto and clean up some of their search and destroys because they've lost their way a little bit, especially on the attack. So that's going to be their main focus during this split heading into Major number 4.
Yeah, I mean, talk about cleaning up. I mean, they're 3 and 7 in search and destroy the last 10. They were not good, especially against the top teams in that game mode. They're shooting the bodies, maybe getting them a little bit. We saw them getting retaken on a lot, even in the Heretic series out the gates, right? And, we sort of wrote that off to them just running around and gunning. No, that was a continuing trend that we saw, giving up massive clutches. And you can see this is the We Beat FaZe Club, though. It's still shortlist.
You only have 6 losses. Half of those came to Toronto Ultra, 2 of those on LAN. Optic beat them once on LAN, as you all just saw. And, of course, the Subliners and Gorillas got it done online. The question is, will there be a 5th team joining this graphic, Allie? Who else can hang?
I don't know if anybody outside of the 3 that belong on this list and the 1 off in LAG that can beat them at this point in time right now. I don't know if there's anybody outside the top 4.
Seattle's looking good.
Okay.
Maybe.
They're looking good. If they continue in the trend that they're having right now, they could give them a chance.
All right, we'll keep our eyes on those squads. And, of course, you got to turn your eyes to New York Subliners. This is the big Power 4 squad that is without a major championship. And because of that, they're about 120 to 130 points behind Toronto. So, big opportunity for New York to pick up another 10 points, but most importantly, this is the confidence builder. You get the win over Atlanta here, you're thinking this is our qualifier to win.
Yeah, this is the breakthrough match, Chris. I totally agree with you, especially because just like everything going on with this camp, everybody's writing them off, telling them that they're the worst of the big 4. Well, they come in with a struggling hardpoint game, and they dominate when their best player has his best hardpoint performance on the year. And then you combo that into another series against Atlanta FaZe, turn that into a win. Yeah, that would be a breakthrough if you ask me.
My expectations are still a little bit higher for New York Subliners.
Okay.
I think going to a Game 5 versus Carolina Royal Ravens as the only top 4 team to not lift a trophy yet this year and looking to get it at Major 4 is a little bit unacceptable, especially being defending world champions. But like Ann said, the hard point looks disgusting. Just need a lot of work when it comes to search and destroy and expanding that map pool. And I also think them losing that invasion round 5 should not happen with a team of this caliber.
Rio will not be in the mix, though, today for the Subliners. I think that will be their instant ban for search and destroy. You look at all 4 matches, your Monster Energy battle between our Powerhouse 4 Subliners versus FaZe coming up at 6 o'clock. But we start with Seattle Surge and Minnesota Rocker, 2 top 8 squads face off when we return. It's week 1 with CDL Major IV Qualifiers.
One shot.
All right, fans, time is running out to make your picks. Choose your winners now by scanning the QR code you see on the screen. Hurry, it closes at 3:15 Eastern.
The Champs Tracer Pack is available now. The bundle includes the Reaper Operator Skin, Ripper Weapon Blueprint, Death Stare Weapon Blueprint, Cuts Deep Charm, 2 calling cards, 2 emblems, and 2 weapon stickers. Use these items in both Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 and Call of Duty Warzone. Available in store now using Call of Duty points.
Never miss a match of your favorite teams with the Call of Duty League Calendar Sync. Here's the fun part. When you add a calendar, you'll also receive a Squad Up calling card you can use in-game.
So are we. Welcome in, everybody. It is time to take a look at our maps and modes for our battle. We have Surge in the 5th seed taking on Minnesota Rocker, who is looking to lock in their spot in the top 8. We've got 6-star, a hard point to kick things off. And Nameless, you're mentioning it. We saw this battle just a few weeks ago.
Yeah, and it was super close. Only 30 points separated the two. Minnesota seemingly improved since then. Could go the distance.
All right, Alley Cat, you're going to be kicking things off today as you are 1 behind Nameless. I'm going to let you go first.
No way, you're making me go first.
Do you want him to go first?
I need him to go first.
Right, you're going first.
Sure. I'm going to go Seattle Surge. I think they take it again.
Rosalie?
Do I make it this match that I'm going Seattle Surge?
She's going Surge. 113 correct picks. I'm going Seattle Surge as well, and the fans are going Surge. We are all going with the higher seed in this one after watching their games on Friday. Chance, you excited for this?
Very excited for this because I'm surprised it's a sweep across the desk. And the fans, actually. I thought it'd be closer to 50-50. I think it's going to be a battle ton between these two squads. Obviously, they match up on land. Massively goes the way of Seattle, but I think the hard points are going to be a little bit different for Minnesota this time around.
I mean, look, we've seen some good gameplay from both these two teams over the past couple of days, so let's see if they can convert it into a win here once again. Very much needed for both teams, for Seattle just to eventually lock it in. We all know that they're probably going to be there, but they would love to be able to put themselves in an even stronger position. But for Minnesota, it is, well, we're not quite getting into must-win territory yet, but we are not far away. Should be an interesting game, though, kicking things off here on 6-star. I'm still struggling to actually figure out who I think is going to win this one. I think it's going to be a tough game to call, but interested to get into it anyway. We've had some cracking games over the last 2 days. Let's see if we can keep it up here on Sunday.
And obviously the graphic talking about the great fundamentals from the Seattle Surge camp. They are one of the teams that they can get outslayed and still come away with the victory, but they did play against Minnesota on this exact map, and they outslayed. Abuza completely popped off. That's going to be the man you got to be a little bit fearful of. And on the flip side for Minnesota Rocker, you definitely need Lins to not have a slow start, get things going immediately, but it has been a back and forth battle so far on P1 and 0-4. Him and Hook, these guys love to set pace. The dynamic duo in action, but right now everybody just getting peppered up by nades and stuns. This is difficult to stay alive.
That's absolute hell on earth right now. No trophy systems available. Just get yourself in the point and see if you can stay alive. Pick up a couple if you can. But ultimately, it will be Seattle Surge who kind of work out on the better side of things here. P2 looking good for the rotation, but Minnesota Rocket get a decent chunk of time over towards P1. Big gunfights for Abuza. 1-2. Third wasn't there. Good shots coming in though. Good start from Seattle over towards this hill. Need to clear it out. Rocker still pressuring it. Lins is here just with accuracy, trying their best to do something about it. Continuing to survive, but keeping the pressure on. Very fast paced so far.
Yeah, no, it's 0-4 and Hook. I'm telling you, two of the fastest players in the league. The idea that Hook has someone that keeps up with his pace on the squad is insane. And well, Seattle Surge finally setting pace. They get a clean 4-man wipe, but split spawns coming through. So an interesting moment. Honestly, you would expect Minnesota Rocker just to get the break. Rezi do an interesting thing at the break. Of course, though, that does mean Seattle, they are going to be set up on this rotation. But considering how the slang is going, I think Rocker happy to have this lead.
Before putting the pressure on, can he get a hold of this scrap time? Looks like he will. 10 seconds to go. He'll quite happily take that. Nabuza in a really nice position now to set up. Hold the rotation over towards P3, but the pressure coming in pretty much immediately. No trophy system to work with. Gets taken out. Gunless will find 2 on the break to try and find something over towards the right-hand side of the map. Can't quite get themselves inside the point, but now for Seattle. More pressure on Lin standing. Neither one of these teams, when they are getting inside these points, are holding much down. It's been a scrappy game so far. There's going to be a break coming in from Minnesota Rocker. Can they hold this 40?
Yeah, I was going to say, too, it's an interesting decision by Seattle Surge just to hit the old sort of like P2 scrap time. They did get the final maybe 10 seconds, but they were a man down on this rotation, and the guys that were alive on the rotation did okay for Seattle Surge, but you end up losing back spawns, you get bullied through, and now Gunless gets to pop off a bit. It's a 4 spree, 10-5 before he finally falls. Maybe no cruise, but still, this has been a great chunk of time for Rocker, so touch on the fundamentals for Seattle. Maybe a small moment where a little decision ends up costing you, but still 30-point game, not too close. And they're hitting scrap again. I mean, their whole team is over there for the final 10 seconds, which they do get, but now behind on the rotation.
Oh, be very well if they can find a couple of kills off that. Not going to find anything that Lin set up yet. And all of a sudden, the pressure that was coming in from those P2 spawns is no longer there for Seattle Surge. They're spawned out. Now they have to deal with Lin's. 4 spray for him. Need to find a couple here. Not going to be able to find anything. Pressure starting to come through. 0-4 Brezzy working well together. Accuracy can't do much about that. It's a nice break coming in from Surge.
And maybe an awkward moment for Minnesota Rocker as well. You actually had Lin sort of in prime position to just play for kills, worry about the spawners, but he goes out the doors and basically just gets caught immediately. So you lose the pressure. So the back and forth battle continues. Standing now, last man standing around the time. Seems like neither one of these teams is going to have a really great hold for a full 60. Sort of, I don't know, a bastion of defense is going to be the struggle in this game, because even Seattle Surge, again, final 10 seconds of scrap time. They're going to fight for it. They're going to get it.
Usually, like I said, we could like sort of ascertain who we think is playing better in a game of hardpoint. This one is just being blow after blow after blow from both teams. It's nobody seems in control of the game, but it's making for a high-paced affair. 50 seconds to go here over towards P1 as we get over again, but this kill feed is full all of the time. The pace has been set by both these two teams. It is Rocker with the ever so slight lead as we do head into the second rotation, but good hold so far from Seattle, who just thriving in this kind of game. He's going to get taken down from the middle of the map, though, and we can see Rocker trying to get that pressure in, but again, Seattle will just about hold on. 30 seconds to go here. Valuable time.
And this is just brutal too. The number of like nade kills that we've seen on this P1 alone, like we're just desperate to get some trophies out really on both sides of the board. But Accuracy had a trophy, well, no longer has a face. Abuza gonna take that from him as the contest time rolling through. By the way, big gunfight coming in from Linz on the sort of battle for rotation. He's gonna want to stay alive towards the back, and even for the final 10 seconds, this has been tradition. It looks like Surge are gonna get it. So Seattle Surge have been clawing themselves into the game almost on scrap time alone. The initial time over towards P2, though, going to go to Minnesota Rocker. However, they do not have the spawns and they do not have Linz.
I don't even know what to say about that, because then all of a sudden Seattle Surge find a couple of kills. That's a tough one. Linz jumping off the side of the map is not something you really take into consideration, and it's just so easy for Surge from that moment on. Every single kill has went their way. Hook holds it down. 04 is there to help him. Gunless, the only one really anywhere near to do something for Rocker. So Seattle Surge, good opportunity here. 25 seconds remaining. Can they continue to lock this down? Linz, can he make amends? That's got to be the objective now. Is the pressure starting to build here for Rocker, waiting for the potential break to come through. Can't find a kill. Brezzy locks one down. Linz can trade. It's not going to work out. Seattle Surge holding it down. 10 seconds to go. They're going to get the scrap time to be getting the majority of the time as well. Really good job from Surge. First decent lead for them.
And biggest one they've had, but now we go into the most likely money hill of the map over towards the P3. And I was going to say, you see the setup for Minnesota Rocker, but Linz gets shredded again just at the start of the hill. So you're going to be a man down. Linz is going to spawn out, and the pressure going to be coming through the back. So Standy, one gunfight to win, and his teammates on the flank end up delivering. So Linz getting first blooded does not end up mattering. Good hold so far for Rocker.
3 in a row from Standy. Doesn't have the quickest of games. Sitting in 12 and 15 now. We'll get gunned by Hook. Every single time you see a POV on the other side of Hook, he just seems to be winning these gunfights. Pressure going to come in from now Abuza. Now on the jump up as well. Can they manage to find the break? It's going to be all on Hook and Brezzy, who find a way through. P2 spawn still over towards the backside here for Rocker as well, so the pressure just going to continue. Hook hunting them down again. 2 in a row from him. Fantastic work from Seattle Surge, who are farming Minnesota Rocker. They spawn them out, and this is so much better now from Surge. 10 seconds of scrap going their way at rotation as well. First big lead of the game.
Yeah, now you just got to read the spawns, right? Everybody's going to be, well, 2-man hit through mid, 2-man hit from the front. You got number 3 in the minimap, Abuja going for the flank as well. So him and 04 trading out some kills. Well, Hook maybe waiting for number 2 to go by, and he does exactly that. Last guy near their hill. Standy picks up a 2-piece, but Hook is going to be too much for him to deal with. Standy trying to keep the play alive, wait for his teammates to regroup as Hook, well, gets to lie and wait. This is a 4, now make it 5 spree. Looking for the cruise, looking for the time. Seattle Surge started to run away with the game.
Hook in his absolute element in this game. SMG, whatever, doesn't matter. Interactions off the chain once again. Cruise missile available. Seattle Surge starting to stretch away. 04 now going to try and lock this down as we will be heading into a third rotation in 15 seconds time. Minnesota Rocket could do with finding a little bit of a break here. This 15 seconds puts him within, well, not even quite touching distance, but makes it just a little bit more bearable. Who's has done really well. The stay alive doesn't find the second. Good job from Rocket. And as this pace continues back into P1 again, Minnesota Rocket need to try and find some sort of stability here over the next couple of hills. Try and keep it scrappy over towards P1. P2 rotation has to be on their mind.
Well, and you're talking about stability, but Seattle Surge is the team that is sort of like the anti-stable team. They're going to fly you. It is going to be constant, and this might already be too big of a lead for this team to actually let slip. And, I mean, we talked about their fundamentals, but it is also just the pace that these guys are willing to set. And Minnesota Rocker, for the moment, struggling just to match it. You drop the ball for a moment, you lose the lead, and, I mean, any bit of scrap time is just good for Seattle. More time for guys like 04 to come flying in, pick up the 2-piece, and Lin's last man standing. Food for fodder. Surge, they got the spawns, they got the rotation, they got the hill time, and they got a Hook waiting in the wings for more kills just to fall into his lap.
Oh, it's just been the SMG show from Seattle Surge, hasn't it? 04 and Hook popping off consistently. And started to stretch away in that second rotation. Hills one good hold, and they have just ran away with this game. Good setup coming in here from Brezzy. Will he find a second as well? Of course he will. One pressure is going to come through from Linz, though, over on the other side. And I mean, I don't want to put anything on Linz, but things started to fall apart when he fell off the map. And all of a sudden, Seattle Surge find themselves 14 seconds away in a commanding position now.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be game over here on P2. They're reading the spawns as well. Hook wrapping back to watch the spawners. Going to be hanging out on some stairs and, well, just shooting players out of the sky. 2:48 on the clock. Well, make it just a 7. Rocker desperate to stay alive, but again, Seattle Surge. I mean, Booze is picking up 2-piece. They're going to set the pace. They're going to fly at you and overwhelm you on this hill.
One last chance now for Rocket. Gotta hold it down. Gotta do everything right. 04 is just reading them so easily. Everybody else pushing in from the front side. It's only Standy left, and that will be the game. Seattle Surge, one of the good. A fast and furious performance. Hook and 04 taking over the lobby. And not a lot to do. The Minnesota Rocket could do that. Fantastic performance from Seattle. They will take a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, and a happy Hook and a smiling Hook is a dangerous man. I'm telling you, this guy had like a mentality shift some years ago, and he has been playing like a psychopath ever since. A near unstoppable force, and again, the duo he has with 04, these guys are gonna run it down constantly. 30 bomb for the pair of them, and great damage as well to back it up. The assist even across the board. To see 19 coming in from Abuza, I mean, that's what, 42 engagements for him. He's as involved with his teammates while getting a minute and a half in the hill. But honestly, it's a lot of love in the hill the whole way around. Everybody getting more than a minute. Plenty of objective kills as well. Seattle Surge, they picked apart Minnesota Rocker on 6-star when they played on LAN, and they do the exact same thing online.
It's a scary prospect going up against that duo in this map in particular. It was an awkward one because, I mean, you've seen Seattle throughout the first rotation you were picking up on it. They were pushing for that scrap time nearly every single time, which was keeping them in the game. Minnesota Rocket were the ones first there. They seem to be the ones picking up the majority of the time, but every single time Seattle hit scrap, hit scrap, hit scrap. And when they did, they were finding that chip away point. And then all of a sudden, as soon as they get a decent hold, it's like, oh, well, Minnesota feel like they should be more in the game than they are, and you're 30 or 40 behind.
Yeah, and well, there's a good look at Linz just jumping off the map. I don't know if he had a cheeky spot lined up or if he's trying to hit a route to sort of run outside the map. But either way, at the professional level, if you start off a hill like that, you get broken down instantly. Little mistakes can be incredibly costly. And I mean, it wasn't just the moment where he jumped off the map. Linz had a few where he's just starting off a hill, dying instantaneously, and not capitalizing on the advantages they have. And meanwhile, Seattle Surge, we saw the moment just a few clips ago in the highlights. They got like the clean 4-man wipe on P3. Everybody on Minnesota spawn in the back, and they respond, Seattle does, by 4-man wiping them again. Like a dagger in the kill feed, and that was when the score started to run up. I think Seattle Surge, they do a really good job of sort of simplifying the game plan. There's very simple stuff these guys do on the map, but they do it incredibly well, so much so that they're just pre-find where the enemy's going to be coming from. A cakewalk there for Seattle in map number 1.
Good job from the Seattle side. Fist bumps all around. Close game until, well, that was that P2, right? Again, I didn't want to put anything on Linz, but he falls off the map. The break comes through. Good hold coming in from Seattle, and they never let that lead go. Really good job starting to stretch her away, and it's just one of those, they feel as if they were starting to heat up as we head into that second rotation. Never let it go. So there's a game for telling the story of that one. Back and forth to start, but as soon as Seattle put their foot on the pedal, Minnesota could not keep up. Rio, Search and Destroy going to be coming in next. Invasion Control for map number 3, and Rio and 6-star if we need it for maps 4 and 5. Good way to kick off this Sunday, though. It's been a hell of a weekend of matches. We had, what was it, the tied CDL record for amount of game 5s in a row over the course of Friday and Saturday. I'm not sure, based on what we've seen in map number 1, that we might get a game 5 here, but there's still plenty of time to figure out what's going to happen. But Rio, Search and Destroy coming up next. Chance, where are you lying on this one?
Well, the Search and Destroy is where Minnesota actually started to fight back on LAN. Obviously, different maps that are going to be in the mix. I'd say the bigger issue for Minnesota is Standy had to drop 17 kills and like break the record in Search and Destroy to win a round 11. Like, it was quite literally a nail biter. And at the same time, I think Hook as an inverse went like 1 in 10. So you had one of the better players on Seattle completely drop the ball. It still goes to round 11, and Stanley has to literally pop off to keep things close. To me, that is a bad sign for Minnesota Rocker. But again, that was high rise. This is going to be Rio, a radically different look with obviously two teams that have sort of a minimal amount of reps on the map. So a lot of VOD review coming through, and I'd say this is a map where we've seen a few different teams bring a few different styles into the mix as well. So that'll start the Minnesota Rockers. Certainly, they're going to have options as we get into it, but at least for me, Ton, based on the way the hard points was going, Minnesota Rocker, this might already be a must-win.
Attack inside coming in from Seattle to kick things off. Those opening duels, not a surprise to me in terms of where they lie on them. But look at this aggression coming in from Rocket straight over the top, and Hook will say thank you very much. 2 easy kills. Oh, he didn't see the nade go over from the left-hand side. We'll get the call out of those gunless. We'll find one. Hook now working on the ace. Needs to find accuracy for it. The boozer on his way. Hook of Yestagon, yeah, will go for that one, but waits for his teammate. Comes on through. Seattle Surge finding the first round.
And they find it in perfect Hook fashion. He did everything right from start to finish. Stanley might have been able to strike for that first blood, but you get way over aggressive in the round. They line up for Hook. He picks up the 2-piece, and then he just gets to fly. He got intel on player number 4 as he just runs past gunless, but easy trades for the rival 9 player. And then again, Hook doing a perfect job in the final kill just to make sure he can buy time for his teammate to come help him out. So doesn't get any better than that. 3 kills on the round, maybe a 15-second round as well. Seattle Surge continue to set pace.
Slow and steady here from Seattle. Not committing over towards B, so you can imagine they're going to hit the flank. Oh, no, they are not. Back through boxes. Go for the standard setup. Linz is here ready and waiting for them, though, so the information is gained. I would imagine that Minnesota are probably keeping an eye on this flank. They'd probably be a little bit concerned of that, but may well be getting the information now as the players starting to force their way through. Oh, for Abuza finding the gunfights. Linz needs to stay alive. Over towards the bridge, but Seattle just taking their time, expecting the pressure to come in from Rocker, and they get it right. Linz now trying to survive. 25 seconds to go on this bomb. Accuracy makes it a 2v2.
Yeah, Accuracy really keeping his boy alive as well. And Accuracy, well, gonna call the rounds. Shout out to Linz for that one. Man puts in the overtime work, because I think Sandy and Gunless might have been on different pages than him. But the strat there from Rocker, honestly perfect. They make a ton of noise, throw all their attacks and nades over towards the A site, make so much noise that Seattle Surge, they wrap every single player back, completely opens up the B site. Minnesota Rocker do not waste any time to get the bomb down, and Lynn's doing a perfect job of just playing for those players to rotate back into them. Again, maybe a disconnect after they got the first blood. Stanley sort of caught off in La La Land just a little bit, but even still, that's why you get the bomb down. The gunfights have to come to you. And now Minnesota Rocker mixing things up again. Lynn's getting very aggressive over towards bridge, but a 2-2 split on the minimap. Seattle Surge, I don't know if they've read the pressure just yet.
Not a lot of real estate to work with. As you said, do they know that? Oh, Stanley, you would have seen them on the cross there. The gunless finds a boozer, and all of a sudden, change of plans here for Seattle Surge. Bomb going to be going down over towards this B side, you would expect, but they knew the pressure came in from bridge, so they have to check it. But Linz will find one onto 04. They try to put the pressure in. I don't think they'll be expecting pressure to be here as well, so they will back it up. Find a kill, but can't get out. Stanley will find the kill, and all of a sudden, Hook left in a 1 versus 3. An awkward round for Seattle Surge. Well played from Minnesota.
Yeah, nowhere to go. And again, the 2-2 split, sort of tricky to read the pressure as well. Obviously, 04, when the stun's flying across his face, you know the player's going to be on the van, but I think little did Seattle know. A player hopped up on the dumpster as well. Abuza gets the first blood, and now it's a little bit mixy. Do you go for the plant right away, try to hold it in a 3v4? Do you look for some extra kills? Well, they were playing for the kills, and they were not able to get them. I think Accuracy just tucking himself in the deep recesses of the map. Always a difficult man to play around, and Sandy out here making plays as well. So Sandy on a 2, Accuracy on a 2 as well. Nothing crazy just yet as we're gonna have a square up over towards B. Hook running it down, gets first blooded, and no time to commentate it. Already a 2 versus 4, make it Abuza by his lonesome. A bang out towards the middle of the map, and Abuza catching his death, whether it be by nades or by bullets. That is another 15-second round.
My word. It's so awkward when you send everybody over. As soon as you lose that first gunfight, the second's so crucial. You lose that one, the round's pretty much done. Fantastic work from Minnesota Rocker. Trades always looking like they were in their favor from the get-go. Surge seemed to be flapping a little bit here. A couple of very fast rounds, and all of a sudden, you're on the back foot. Can you turn this one around? Rocker 3-1 to the good. Similar story to what was happening at the Major. Don't imagine that Seattle will be wanting to mess around with B too much after what just happened to the previous round. Lynn's getting aggressive over towards Brett again. Plenty of noise being made. Seattle Surge yet to really make their move yet, Chance.
Yeah, Linz is more or less just being a distraction too. He is so loud that he's playing for Standy, who's been very patient, almost hiding in the middle of the map. So Linz wants to be a distraction for the setup, try to bait the players in, and in the middle of the map, that's what happens. They knew where Linz was going to be. They're trying to set up Standy for the trades, but in the smoke, it is just going to be chaos. Standy playing it patient, but it is a 3v4.
I don't know he's there. Oh, he doesn't want to give it away. He goes for the shots, doesn't know the player's behind the bomb. Hook jumps off it, finds the gunny. I don't hate the play from Standy, though, just staying alive in that dangerous position. But you gotta make it count.
And I'm not even too sure. I mean, the smoke came out a second late. I have to imagine that was sort of the general idea of the play, because Linz is stomping around bridge, but the smoke too big of a distraction. You can see Hook in mid bomb plant. The second Standy shoots, Hook instantly pulls the gun out, drops him immediately. I think if Hook sticks on the bomb, he would have been successful for the bomb plant, but it would have cost him his life. Hook heads up, playing for the kills in the moment, and again, Hook permanently locked in. Nice little bounce back round. See, I don't need it.
A well-earned one. A convincing one of that. Trophy system's going to shut that one down, but the bomb is going to go alongside with it. B push now going to have to come through from Seattle Surge. They haven't really sent anybody on any sort of flank. They're quite happy to just hit it from the front, and that's what's going to be the game plan once again. Gunless will be a constant annoyance in a weak one at that. 26 HP, and that might just enable Seattle Surge to push up. We're going to try and find the pick on the outside here, and if they can, they will start to fly towards the mid-map. Need to get rid of Gunless, and it's been ships in the night. He somehow got around with this big gunfight going on. Looks like a booster turned on him. Lynn's now left all on his own, finds another. The round explodes into life, but my word, Seattle Surge just about get it done. Gunless nearly got away with murder there.
Yeah, he tried to break that one down. I mean, that's a round that is just chaos. I think you had Minnesota early on that, like, they sort of got punished or, like, almost dropped the ball getting too aggressive in the post plant. This time, everybody backs up, but Gunless didn't have any help. He's isolated on the bridge, and where he gets to dance in the middle of the map, it is just a killing trade fest. And you can see on the top side of the mid-map, Brezzy just the extra man because Gunless completely overwhelmed. I mean, it was like 3, if not all 4 players on Seattle coming from his side of the map, and I mean, it just develops into another round of TDM. We've had quite a few of these already. It smokes out down B Street. 2 players from Minnesota going to be that direction. Gunless again by himself towards A. He's got 3 players to deal with.
3 Minnesota Rocket Arrows just heading towards A now as soon as they've seen Gunless. Fire shots away. Big gunfights coming on through. Abusa can't find anything at that range against Standy. So Surge gonna have to back up. Have to be very, very fluid when it does come down to Rio Search and destroy. But Linz is already here. Minnesota Rocket have already won the round. Fantastic work. Just so adaptive throughout. You see Gunless sitting behind the van. As soon as he gets those first couple of shots in, Rocket right here in numbers. They find the first kill. Seattle dip out. Rocket already on their way. Fantastic work. They being very solid so far here in the Search and Destroy. Standy having a good game. Minnesota Rocket. Comfortable position right now, but we've seen Seattle find a couple of big rounds. They need a few more here.
And you just got to appreciate the pace that these 2 teams are playing it too. It is just like instant decisions. Gunless is calling out, hey, everybody's on top of me. Standy comes over, gets a kill on the cross, and then they just instantly wrap back and, I mean, more or less just read Seattle like a book, getting the mid-map pressure first. And now we're spreading the map. The bomb's over towards B. Accuracy, maybe trying to make a little bit of noise, but its kills being traded by the B site. And well, here's Accuracy, the island player, catches them on aggression, does get traded out, but now I think for Minnesota, you know, you got a 2v1. Either site you're going to go to, maybe the faster you play it, the better. And they're just running it down mid.
There's no way Abusa reads this. He's going to get shot in the back. Oh, he's going to find one, though, before he does get taken down. Gunless left in a 1 versus 1, taking on Brezzy.
Doesn't have the bomb though if you're gunless. 45 seconds to play with. This is all that Brezzy can do right now. Is he going to get a bit of bad timing on the cross? He might have done. 35 seconds. Gunless playing this one patient. Time for both players to make their moves.
And this is the intensity of the timing as well. Gunless has to collect the bomb. How many corners are you gonna check? And Brezzy just hears them. No dead silence and no covert sneakers. Brezzy, the patience, the angle, the corner. Enough to get the dub.
Don't know if you're a lip reader, but Gunless very surprised to see Brezzy in the corner. I think it's just one of those moments in a 1v1. You got no information. Sometimes sitting tight is the way to go. Seattle Surge finding a round back. It's been so back and forth, this Search and Destroy. It's been a fun game. But as you mentioned, after that map number 1, the way that Surge played it, Minnesota Rocket maybe need this map that little bit more. They need to win more. 4-4 now. 2 rounds to go. Big hit over towards B here once again. Both two teams, it's that first kill is usually so influential. Seattle Surge are going to get it, and they're just going to sit tight. 0-4 with the grenade on the gunless. Lin's behind. The bomb can do very, very well. Finds 2, dips out. Now finds himself. With accuracy. Abuza now in a 1 versus 2. A flurry of gunfights. After Seattle found those first 2 kills, you think the round's solidified, but Lin's evens the odds. And turns them back in Rocket's favor.
Yeah, no, Linz, that's a 3-piece as far as I'm concerned. Forced the team kill. A godlike play in a Seattle Surge that definitely dropped the ball in the moment. Abuza, though, looking to be the bailout. Accuracy and Linz making a tower, looking over the old ace site, but they're going to be roaming together as a duo. As Abuza, well, you're basically just playing circles around the map. No point of contact just yet, but every second that falls off the game clock makes it tougher for Abuza. The gunfight's not even going to be at his face. COD timing at its finest, but he's got the chase.
Oh, he got the timing. He got the timing. He finds accuracy. 21 seconds. The sticker twist over towards B. It's got to be the play. Going to go up against Linz. These two team together in challenges. Are they going to be able to read what each other are doing? Linz reads it perfectly. Abuza gets the bomb down. It's an ace for Linz. Technically, I suppose, with their team kill coming on in. Great job from him. Minnesota Rocket. Map point.
Yeah, and that might be the moment of the game as well. Talk about a moment that Minnesota were desperate for. They were about to get run over in that round. I mean, the nades were perfect. The first blood Seattle able to collect, and then everybody lines up for Linz. If you're teaming with accuracy, you know you live for those moments, but here's the second look, just dragging everybody's attention. Literally wins one gunfight, and, well, everybody else shooting bullets every which way. Nice little battle for Rookie of the Year in the 1v1 as well. Linz coming out on top.
Drags Minnesota Rocket through that round. Those 2 kills came in from Seattle before they were answered back. All pretty much by Linz. It had a relatively slow hard point as well. We commented on that moment where he fell off the map. Could that have been a turning point? But trying to make amends here in the Search and Destroy and doing that and then some. 12 and 6 from him. It's a slow attacking round here from Rocket. He seems to be on the cards, but we know Rio things can change very, very quickly. Seattle Surge are here in numbers. The nades go now may well signal what's going to happen in this round. Don't find anything. Still 4 versus 4.
Yeah, Minnesota were playing for the scam. They made so much noise over towards A. They did it a few rounds ago. Seattle Surge responded by running at them. Well, this time Surge nice and patient, but square up on an A hit. 0-4 in the front line. Abuza in the back trying to hold this down, and 0-4 sees everything.
So much info. He would have called it. Hook's ready and waiting. Got Brezzy in tow as well. Brezzy will find the first one on accuracy, and Hook's just going to wait for the cross. Doesn't hit anything but thin air, but the second time around he will find the fight, and then all of a sudden he's got some backup. Round 11 is absolutely beckoning now. Gunless in the 1v4. He's dead to rights. Here we go. 5-5. Back and forth we went. We one round to decide map number 2.
And I'm telling you, man, these guys are playing at pace. It is easy reads on both sides. 0-4, not only does he get the intel, as soon as those players go double doors, everybody for Seattle starts wrapping back and make sure they can cover the middle of the map. So comms are on point. These guys going back and forth. Any sort of tricks being thrown, getting read like a book. It goes to a round 11 to be the decider. And so far, First Bloods have been a very big difference maker in the game as well. Who can be the first team to strike?
Do we just get a B hit between these two? It would be a poetic way to end it. Linz has already found himself onto the B side. Brezzy He's not ready for this. Trophy system not available. Has to back down. Gets caught. Linz with the first blood, and that could be massive for Minnesota Rocket. Bomb going down. It's going to have to be a 3v4 retake for the first time. We're seeing a decent flank coming through. All four going the long way. Gunless ready and waiting for it. Next kill absolutely has to be Seattle Surges. 04 can find it onto Linz, just trying to survive, but everybody else comes back for him now. A little bit of side control for Hook and Abuza. But they need to chase them down, and they just don't have the time. The gunfight onto Gunless is going to fall the way, though, and Abuza finds one. Catches accuracy lacking, and Standy had to drop 17 against Seattle to find the win in the search and destroy at the Major. Now needs to find the 1 versus 2, can find one. It's eventually going to be going in up against Abuza, just trying to survive with 12 seconds to go. And Abuza gets it done. He gets the defuse. Seattle Surge, it takes them 11, but they get the job done. 2-0. What a round.
In the iceless Minnesota, they continue the rain. Linz gets the first blood. Another bomb plant, and Seattle Surge out here running it down. And I'm telling you, Ton, they just keep it simple. It's basic ideas these guys are running with, and they're executing to perfection. They're not wasting any time. They're on point with their play calls. And right now, leaving Minnesota Rocker just stunned. No execution when they had the advantages, and I know a nail biter of around 11, but frankly, if not for like the massive stack up just for Linz to effectively get a 3-piece, the game ends even sooner. Linz dropped 13, tipped the cap to him, but double digits for Hook and Abuza. What a hell of a clutch towards the end. Abuza getting the revenge for not clutching the 1v2 he had before. Making sure to ice up in that final round. Hell of a game and a hell of a series right now coming out of Seattle Surge.
It's a huge search and destroy for them. Gotta be feeling so confident to get the W now, and vision control is going to be coming up for map number 3, Rio and 6 out if we need it, but with the way that Surge have been playing right now, I'm not 100% sure if we will. Minnesota need to turn this one around. That was a good opportunity for them, though, a chance, and they've let that one slip.
And this is going to be a tough one to swallow as well, because I know Control, Seattle Surge, they have like the worst control record in the game. Historically speaking, it's a free win against these guys, but not as of late. Their control has actually been getting quite a bit better. Incredible on high rise we've seen from these guys, and even on Invasion. Their record isn't great, but lately they've been squaring up against the top teams in the game one by one, and they're even pulling them against wins against teams like Toronto. So right now, Seattle Surge, they are looking incredibly dangerous. Clutching the round 11, hard point. These guys have found their form, and if they start getting wins on Invasion Control, they are officially a terrifying team.
Terrifying prospect for Minnesota Rocker heading into that map 2-0 down. Don't go anywhere. We'll be coming up in Vision Control on the other side of this break. Minnesota need a miracle.
Upgrade your game. Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Scuff Gaming is doing an ultimate giveaway where you and a friend can win a chance to go to COD Champs this year. The giveaway includes 2 VIP tickets, travel expenses, and more. To enter, scan the QR code on the page or go to scuff.co/CDL and enter your email. Terms and conditions apply.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Minnesota Rocket find themselves 2-0 down from the pure pace that is Seattle Surge, who have looked very, very solid. The hard point was fantastic, a close search and destroy, but they find themselves 2 to the good, heading into the control here chance. Minnesota Rocket, we probably wouldn't be fancying their chances from this stage, but stranger things have happened. This is Call of Duty esports after all.
And this would typically be the point in the series where you're most comfortable playing against Seattle. Again, their control has not been great, worse than league, at least on a record basis. However, back on land, they picked them apart on high rise. Seattle Surge straight up bullied Minnesota. It was a hot 3-0. Hook was over there popping off. 0-4, the exact same thing, feasting on Minnesota. Of course, Minnesota's, well, their attacking hasn't been great, but they also have played a ton of invasion. Like, as far as invasion control goes, Minnesota has been solid. So 4th on the attacking rounds overall, solid on defense, nice little record. However, I'm worried the side of Seattle Surge, the record might be bait at this point. 4-10 speaks like they're terrible, but the way they've been playing it lately, these guys have maybe not completely brought it together, but they've been looking a lot stronger. So when you're typically comfortable playing against Seattle Surge on control, I think that might be no more. Got to be very concerned on this map 3 for Minnesota, who get the attacking round first.
Just thinking of some of the performances we've seen from Surge these last 2 maps. Huge issue to deal with. Hook and Booze has been solid as well. But a big push coming in from Minnesota already over towards this B side. Seattle more concerned with dealing with everything that's going on in the middle of the map. They do so. And will now concentrate their efforts over towards this B side, which they're going to have to do pretty quickly though, because Gunless has racked up 2 points here already. We'll find the gunfight. B is gone. Seattle Surge will have to defend A for quite some time.
Yeah, they were happy just to sort of play for the square up. Not worried about the B zone at all, making sure to keep the pressure away. So as far as fundamental goes, it's very stock and standard look coming out of Seattle Surge. And as soon as one player dies over towards the bridge side of the map, 0-4 is there to just refill back in. So Surge mostly in position, except for their spawn. Linz is currently residing there. Him and Gunless together going to be playing for some spawn kills. So much so that, well, the player just spawned up in laundry.
Lid's trying to find position. Just staying alive back here is good enough. It's been in that Seattle Surge. Well, you need to find some kills in the middle of the map, and all of a sudden, things can get a little bit dangerous. It's almost a bit of a pinch in the middle of the map. Linz, can he now kick himself into gear? You push over towards A. If your accuracy, but your teammates have lost the gunfights, you need to make sure you try and stay alive here, especially if your accuracy, you can find one. Can you find the second? Absolutely, you can. Doesn't turn around inside. Pressure starts to come in. 0-4 now trying to put the pressure on himself through the middle of the map. Will fall, but Seattle Surge survivor. Minor scare.
Yeah, Rocker just dropping the ball. I mean, we watched Gunless sort of YY right before he had the gunfight. He loses it inside of laundry. Lanes got into the spawn, did absolutely nothing with it. And somehow accuracy sort of walked in between the team of Seattle Surge and just made it to the zone. But even then, he's by himself. 2-piece does make a bit of a difference as Rocker, I mean, they're getting close to the zone again. They are creeping up right around it. Seattle Surge, very tight setup, a delicate moment.
This tight setup, though, it can be a dangerous thing, especially if accuracy finds 2 over the other side. 0-4 dead to right's already 4 dead. And all of a sudden, Abuza has to do something quite magical. The spawns are going to start coming in, and it's already going to be about Gunless. If we can find anything here, that's just going to entirely shut Seattle Surge down. But progress being made here by Minnesota Rocker. The pressure starting to come in, but 0-4 Abuza combining well. Stanley will keep that pressure on, but that was an opportunity.
It was indeed, and technically 1 tick of progress is going to be a nice thing to have in the back pocket, but Shakespeare wrote about it, to stack or not to stack, always the question. Personally, on Invasion, I'm a fan of stacking. Rocker not quite able to orchestrate the full stacking. I mean, 1 tick is good, but maybe not good enough. 0-4 gunning it down from the back of spawn. Sandy gets the trade, but he's traded out himself. Rocker, again, a few good key attempts, but maybe a minimal amount of success. It is now Seattle. They got the full stranglehold on the map. Brezzy, the cutoff man, has 0-4 down B Street to support, and I mean, they've got the middle of the map and topside completely on lock.
I think Rocker now, damage limitation, don't give any streaks away. We'll have one more swing at it here with 15 seconds to go. Next couple of kills are crucial. Can't let them slip. 0-4, the snapper. 9 and 6 from him in the first round has been an instrumental part. Why Seattle Surge will find themselves 1 to the good now, unless Gunless can, well, kill everybody and get another point in an impossible amount of time. Not going to happen. Seattle Surge will hold the defense. They will lose a tick over towards A, so that's 4 on the board for Rocker. Not too bad of an attack to kick things off.
Yeah, I still feel like, again, a couple key missed opportunities, small moments of mistakes, or maybe just a lapse on the old YY, but Minnesota Rocker ended up getting, you know, the old standard. Nothing too shabby. You can cut your losses, but it's not easy to orchestrate and find those moments of opportunity. Really want to make sure you execute when you get them. And, well, Seattle Surge get the attempted, doing the exact same. This would be the time for Seattle to set themselves apart on this map. If you can find that offensive win, going to go such a long way. But they stick to the fundamentals. They got the game plan. They're sticking to it. Abu's are going to be watching their flanks from the middle of the map. Everybody else playing in and around the B zone. Two-man stack for the moment. As soon as who gets the call, he's going to shoot a couple players in the back.
Big fight's been won. Continue to survive here, Boozer as well, who's now on a 5 spree. Looks now managed to make his move. There should be a dead player on the side. Minnesota Rocket Gunless will fall. To be pretty much gone now at this stage. Second tick coming in very, very quickly. Minnesota Rocket don't want to overstep. Just making sure they can keep themselves alive in this spawn. Don't want to give anything up unnecessarily. One of those things may well be another kill over towards a Boozer. Cruise missile on invasion. Would be a nice thing to have. There it is. Gets a hold of it. 6 in a row. A Boozer now going to be a dangerous weapon for the side of Seattle Surge. More dangerous than usual. And they're starting to move very, very quickly through the middle of the map. These next couple of kills are so important. Linz can find one. Needs to find himself in the corner. Doesn't get there. Boozer finds 2. Keeps this pressure on. Standing in a position to shut this push down. But Seattle Surge making inroad and onto the point.
You got a Minnesota Rocker, by the way. No one really filled in sort of the bottom side of the map. Everybody goes mid off spawn in a sense. And I get 0-4 watching the cross. Great damage being done. And, well, here comes the Cruise. There to take down accuracy. And the solo cap continues. Once they can progress through, but Brezzy, well, maybe too many players in his line of sight. And he does get traded out. But Seattle Surge, pressure still on the map right now.
Luke trying to continue that pressure. Minnesota Rocket have very much got their backs against the wall here. These are the scary moments when you're on the defensive side on invasion. Big gunfight coming. Stanley just about reads it correctly. But the pressure onto the point again. There's the second tick already in. Minnesota Rocket. You've had to slowly find your way out. The snap from 04 can't find the second, but the damage may already be done. 2 ticks in. The lives in favor of Seattle. They've already technically won out of the first 2 rounds. But can they go a step further here as well? 1 tick is all that's needed. Plenty of time and lives to do it.
I was going to say a minute and a half. This is an unreal amount of time just for 1 tick of progress. And Abuza, I mean, he slipped the net. He's behind everybody. If he wants to just walk over, doesn't even have to sprint. He can make it to the A zone. Your teammates pick up 2. Just go to the point. The other 2 players on Minnesota Rocker are out of the picture. Another solo cap is going to be commencing. Abuza, well, versus the world. There's the first kill. The stun, though, maybe just the dagger. Rocker with maybe 2 seconds to spare. Hold on to that A zone, but barely.
Standing in a 5 spree as well. It's been a big reason as to how they somehow are still in this round. Right side of the map seems to be a big favorite, but everybody's just walking through the left-hand side, just walking straight onto the point. Gaps in the defense, but ultimately they're still holding it down. Lives not in their favor though, and these gunfights all that are being traded are not working out for Minnesota Rocket. Oh, I can't quite make it on, but Abuza does. Just gonna go in accuracy, ready and waiting. Good job from him to stop that happening. Seattle Surge have been so close to winning this round a couple of times, but is it going to slip away from them? That's a team kill coming in from Rocker as well. That's not going to help. Pressure coming in. Luke finding the push. He's, of course, going to find that gunfight. Next couple of fights have to be there for Minnesota Rocker. Standy, the last one, alive. He finds the gunfight, which Hook challenges. 7 versus 3, still doable for Rocker.
Hey, there's just so much time. I mean, you can run out and play for the trays. Gunfights are being exchanged, and there's a Booza. 2 lives remaining, 20 seconds. Standy on the point, trying to hold on. Accuracy watching the cross. Seattle, go for the execution. Hit the go button. Get in the mix. Get out there. Accuracy's going to pick up 2. Abuza finally sliding across. Last man standing. You got to get it done, and he can't do it. Seattle Surge burying Minnesota Rocker with one of the ugliest rounds of defense on invasion I have seen all year. Seattle Surge feasting on them as Abuza, the final kill, his 19th in just 2 rounds. This man's having some fun with the MCW. Headshot multiplier back in effect, and his stats right now reflecting it. He has been absurd so far. I mean, granted, it's early in the stage, but Abuza has been a fun player to watch.
I have absolutely no horse in this race, and that was so stressful. I was just, both two teams very much on a knife edge throughout the entire round. Seattle Surge's start, though, that makes the difference. Rocker kept pace from there, but find yourself a few kills behind. Not a lot of time. You give up B very, very early. Things can get ugly very, very quickly. Abuza managing to find his fifth on the defensive side now for Seattle Surge. Start on defense, win your first attack. You put yourself in this position, Rocker. Now need to find an attack. They did manage to find themselves to take on the previous iteration, though. They did have opportunities. Can they make something of it here, though, in round number 3?
Well, right now, 04 is keeping up the pressure. Double flank coming through. Standy able to give you one, but Abuza the nuisance. Well, 04 loses the gunfight as well, so there's a nice little moment for Minnesota Rocker. Maybe stable over towards the B zone. They're going to be able to capture it, but you still got to deal with the enemies in your spawn. Abuza's going to fall, but Brezzy still been lying in wait. You even see number 8 on the minimap turn just to be worried about bridge, and well, that just buys Hoop time to fly in and get the trade. Now accuracy, game of hide and seek against French John Wick. He might just be in the perfect spot.
Executed. There you go. Accuracy, not going to be checking that corner, just slowing it down, though, if you are Seattle Surge. Standy will find the pressure over towards the back. I'm still thinking about the John Wick French line. It's still lingering. Standy over towards his backside. He's going to be the catalyst now for Minnesota Rocker. Has to find something. Just gets eviscerated by a hook. But that has backed Seattle Surge up somewhat. A couple of gunfights need to go the way of Rocker if you want an opportunity here. Not going to happen, but accuracy will continue to stay alive. 2 spree for him. Kicking it in the middle of the map. Gets taken down pretty much immediately, though. Could have taken his time. Wow. I mean, Hook just deleting people. Now on a 5 spree. Everybody from Seattle Surge is having their moment in this game. It's Hook's turn now.
I mean, yeah, you call it accuracy staying alive. I saw 9 HP, and I saw Hook's arrow just darting to go and get that trade. So any player that's weak, Hook doesn't want him to live for very long. He does get traded, so no cruise missile. No form Brezzy able to trade out their teammates and win the extra one. 2 burst out of control, showing off the Renetti, and now you're playing for the cutoff kills. Nice stun, though, from Minnesota. Make sure they at least keep the pressure up. Guys like Gunless over towards blue. Minnesota Rocker have had some success on offense, going around the flank. Well, here's Abuza trying to stop it. Another cruise missile he's able to call in.
Stuck in the middle of the map now. If you're Minnesota Rocker, still not a bad position to be in, but accuracy has to hightail it. 04 ready and waiting. If they can clear out Linz as well, this could be a potential disaster, but Minnesota Rocker, every single time you think they're in a terrible spot, they just chip away with a kill. But that's mid-map control. 15 seconds to go. You've got to move if you're Minnesota Rocker. 15 seconds left potentially in this series. If you don't get moving, Brezzy holding down inside the point. They're turtling up. Seattle Surge see the light at the end of the tunnel. The move has got to be made now. Minnesota Rocker, you've got to find a cross. Standy will fall. Accuracy can't get there. And Seattle Surge wipe Minnesota Rocker. Fantastic performance across all 3 maps. 1 and 3. Sensational. A close search and destroy, but Seattle on top. Once again, Rocker just not quite out the races.
Yeah, no, Minnesota looked miserable. That was not a good map. I mean, the round of defense, listen, if you're solo capping, it takes 15 seconds to get a single segment. Brezzy sat on the point uncontested for maybe 20 before Minnesota Rocker on defense was there to fight him. And maybe it's a weird moment. It happens. Sometimes the map just plays out like that. 30 seconds later, 04 is doing the exact same thing, just solo capturing the A zone, and Minnesota Rocker just so slow to be able to respond at all. That was a terribly played defense and terribly played game. The Seattle Surge able to capitalize. 04 able to pump out 5,200 damage. I don't know when he found the time in a 3-0 like that, but completely on point. And obviously, Abuza, 13 kills in an offensive round. Maybe one of the finest rounds of offense that has been played on this map. Abuza injecting his name into that conversation. And yeah, Abuza more kills in 1 round of offense than Minnesota was able to pull off in 2. It is an absurd stat line and really just the stamp on a very hot 3-0.
Comfortable performance in the end for Seattle Surge. We said that Minnesota Rocker really did need to find that search and destroy. They nearly did, and that would have potentially made this series very different, but when you don't manage to clutch up those moments, I mean, what they were in the advantageous position, didn't get the job done, all of a sudden you're being 3-0 desk. That was a quick one. Seattle Surge looking very, very solid.
Yeah, we are ahead of schedule. Thank you very much, Seattle Surge, and congratulations on 6 straight maps being won. Nameless, I want to start with you because you told me backstage that 04 was going to drop the most kills in Game 1. He also drops 5,200 damage in Game 3, a 3-0 shutout in Control.
Yeah, I mean, if you're watching the Seattle team, you're seeing everybody just play at a high level right now, right? And it's due to them just finding success, right? The confidence is playing out. Before it was just a Booza, now you're getting double 30 bombs out of your SMGs Game 1. Also, just staying poised the whole time. First rotation was basically tied. We get into that second rotation where they have their opportunity. They just strike. Talking about a full hold on that statue hill. They chain it into the last 2 hills to secure it. And then Game 2. The absolute ice we see at the end, Allie.
Yeah, I think for Seattle Surge, this was a very dominant performance. I thought if any of the matches today, except for the Atlanta FaZe New York one, was going to go Game 5, it would be this one. But they put their foot down. They've been working on hardpoint. They win the Vista versus Toronto off of Abuza and Hook. And now they expand their map pool with that 6-star map one versus the Minnesota Rocker. And it's not an easy team to shut down. This is a team full of slayers, but they are lacking in fundamentals. For Minnesota Rocker, they just are not on the same page, and I feel like that's kind of been the story since they've made this roster change.
Currently sitting in 8th place with 130 points. They're ahead of Royal Ravens and Gorillas by 10-20 points ahead of Legion, who'll be playing a little bit later in the week. But we got to take a look at the big picture here for Seattle. What a turnaround from the original roster that we saw. Everyone questioned it when they removed Arcides from the starting lineup. It seems that they have the pieces that they were looking for all season at the perfect time, Allie.
For Seattle Surge, they are easily a dark horse heading into the new major. I don't even know if we call them that anymore. They might be kind of the gatekeepers right before the top 4. They might have taken that LA Thieves spot.
Everybody's been fighting for that spot. Like, who's that 5th team? We haven't seen a team look as strong as Seattle in that spot so far. It could just be them.
It could be because of this man who earns another Scuff play of the game. Abuza from Belgium does dirty things to people.
What's funny is about Abuza is I think he's leading the Rookie of the Year conversation now. I think we all kind of forget that he is a rookie because of the way he's just been so consistent for this team. And Abuza, I mean, since that role change, he has just been such a solid player.
I know it's fresh in everybody's mind, so let's talk about that offensive round that they had here. It's right here. He just makes a stellar play. Like, Hook is on the point, and he overchallenges. So Abuza's like, all right, fine, I'll do it myself. Wins a huge gunfight on the accuracy, and then holds himself. He stutter steps and waits for his teammate to get the double chow to get that final kill. Like, the kid is so confident and calm. I can't believe he ever had a sub in his hand.
10K damage across the 3 games, a 1.6 in Control, a 1.12 overall, and he joins us now live in our Monster Winner Spotlight. Abuza, congrats on back-to-back dubs. You guys are now 2-0 with wins over 2 purple teams in Toronto and Minnesota. What were the games like today? Looks like you guys were all smiles.
I mean, we have some fun. That's the most important things. And we play good, so yeah.
For sure. Abuza, it looks like you guys could win any game mode at any time now during this stage 4. What is your biggest focus as a team heading into major number 4?
I mean, we are working so hard every day, so that's it, like, simple. Like hardpoint, Control, 11 SMD. So yeah.
Abuza, you were lighting it up in challenges last year. You come into the league, and obviously it's a bit humbling, right? Like, you guys have some turmoil, not the success that you were having. For you, it's been a long road back, but you are frying now. What has changed for you aside from the role change?
I mean, my confidence, like, of course, like the beginning of the season was weird for me, but I don't know. I keep going, I keep trying, and I know what I can do. So yeah. Right now I have confidence, so I keep going.
Rookie year. What's the rookie goal right now? You guys are currently in 5th seed. If we ended the qualifiers tomorrow, you would be in champs. And even running the stats, it looks like you guys are almost locked in. So what do you want to accomplish here in your first year?
Honestly, I don't care about the Rookie of the Year. Like, honestly, like, it means nothing for me. Like, I just want to win as a team, and that's it.
All right. Staying locked. Abuza, we're going to let you go celebrate with the squad. I don't know if you saw it earlier, but 04 was behind you with a Rookie of the Year sign. Looks like
my guy. He's insane, bro.
Love it, man.
He's insane. Thank you, guys.
That is Abuza, that is Seattle Surge, and that is the first dub of the day. But we are bringing you 4 here on a Sunday, another Super Sunday. When we come back, Allie, what are we watching?
We got 3 more matches to go right after this. It's going to be
Boston.
LA Thieves taking on the Boston Breeze.
Boston's 6th win is what you're supposed to say. Stay tuned, chat. It's happening.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Champs Tracer Pack is available now. The bundle includes the Reaper Operator skin, Ripper Weapon Blueprint, Death Stare Weapon Blueprint, Cuts Deep Charm, 2 calling cards, 2 emblems, and 2 weapon stickers. Use these items in both Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 and Call of Duty Warzone. Available in store now using Call of Duty points.
One tractor for sure, okay?
Oh, bomb, one shot.
Heard you.
Oh, bomb dead.
Nice, good job.
Oh, bomb dead. Bomb dead.
Bomb. On bomb, one shot. Do one bring it, one bring it, one bring it. Nice.
One square. Draws on bomb. Give me a sec. One shot dead.
Nice.
Last guy's broken.
Branding. I'm gonna hop.
He's still broken, still broken.
Broken weak on you guys.
Nice, good.
Is everyone
Go A.
Yo, next time go A, guys.
Yeah, they're gonna get whopping there.
Yeah, nah, this is insane.
Only you remain. Finish the mission. Enemy.
Oh my gosh, you done.
You gotta watch the bomb, boys. You've gotta watch it.
Yo, you're actually disgusting.
Really right there.
Yeah, got me. Don't even worry about it, guys. These guys on.
So go next.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah,
Did you go next?
Just go next. Just go next.
Yeah, we're good.
Oh, we gotta laugh that one off, boys. Oh,
Yeah, we got that one off.
I'm bad.
We gotta laugh that one off.
Correct. They're gonna sit deep. They're gonna sit deep.
I'm one shot.
I'm
signing cross.
I'm looking gold.
Pinching, Snoopy, got him.
Nice.
Yo, in the bar. Water.
I don't know where he is.
In the water.
Oh, f***ing go, boys.
Go, boys.
Nice. Good DK 16.
I got it, boys.
Holy.
Oh. My God. Oh. 3 bullets. 30 seconds left.
I'm trying to make ends, I don't want to make amends, and I came to the lens.
I mean, seriously.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I'm turning up to the sky. Yeah, I go up till I get right. I ain't feeling trip till I get by. Yeah, I'm going up to the top, Dubai. If you think I'm playing, just know it's on side. What you on? Hit you with the Muay Thai. You don't kick to your dome, bitches on sight. I walk in with the limelight. I come up with the kush right. You know better than a shot right. Man, what is he talking? Yeah, I'm cooking. Yeah, I'm coming in, feeling super saiyan. Oh my God, you think you was it? Use a little. Yeah, I'm coming in. Stop playing. What the you talking about? What you saying?
LA Thieves with a crucial victory earlier this week. Let's take a look at what they're able to accomplish. And today you have to think you are the heavy favorites coming in against Boston Breach tonight.
And this was the insane spree by Joe Deceives, right? He took over in this series in map 1 and map number 5 to secure the W. He goes on a 5 spree over by Street Hill. They were down about 90 points at this time. He goes on a 5 after being double negged the entirety of the start of this map, and then they go on to chain that P1 into P2, and he wins the biggest 1v1 gunfight on the game in gas to secure the final 3 points.
Down 100 points, they come back and steal that game 1, and when we saw that, name, we're like, oh, LAG's in trouble.
Yeah, we did think they were in trouble, but I gotta say, that can't be the case, man. It can't come down to like one huge play. Like this LA Thieves team, they need to be strong at hardpoint. Listen, like this is a team that they were on the cusp of solidifying themselves as that top 5 roster. When they get to land, they have been crumbling. You can't simply rely on that search and destroy. Hardpoint has to be better. And that's what I'm looking for today up against Boston, who's dead last in the rankings.
Let's take a look at our Monster Energy pregame here for LA Thieves. Allie, what do you want to see?
I mean, S&D has been unreal recently. 7-2 in the last 30 days. They are the #1 attack team in the league, as well as #1 in converting their first bloods. And on the flip side, for their defense, they're #3 in retakes. So you might get that bomb down first bloods. But on the flip side, the bad is going to be the control. And they're going up against the Boston Breach that is their only good game mode.
Yeah.
They're 3-8 record, 10th overall in the league, and 0-5 in round 5. Their defense has not been good in this game mode. The Invasion just cannot make it through any of these series.
Yeah, well, they're going to have high rise in this one to be a bit better. But it's not, the bad isn't just control, it's respawn in general. Like, you can look at their stats from the start of stage 3 and like, okay, but if you take the last 30 days or so, like I said, 6 and 14 in respawn, hardpoint needs to be worked on, 10th in points per hold, not going to cut it. You have the players to be good at it, figured out.
You look at on the season, LA Thieves are 13 and 15. On the other side of this fight, you have Boston Breach, who are 5 and 21. What is the difference between these two teams? LA Thieves wins those game 5s. Boston Breach has only won, what, 1, 2?
Yeah, 1 in 12. So you think you give them 50% of those, right? That's like 6, 7 more games. They're in a completely different spot, right? So it's literally just no ice. And I feel like at times we say they have no ice. We need to get into why they have no ice.
It's so bad. Like, it's got to be a mental block at this point. From Monster Energy pregame, like, the good I said is the control. They're 7-2 in that game mode. It's basically a lock in almost all of these series. They are forcing these game 5s, but the bad S&D is just abysmal. 2-14 record, worst in the league. 0-7 in map 5s. They're literally in game 5 hell right now, and they finally won an S&D in their last series, but once again, they push it to a game 5. They managed to lose both hard points and continue to lose this.
What's most frustrating to me is you are 0-7 in game 5s, but you've gone to so many round 11s, so many round 10s. You hung with teams and just folded in the last moment. If we get to an invasion, search, and destroy, does Boston have a chance against one of our strongest S&D teams in Thieves?
No. You said it earlier in the pre-show, and you're right. They need to close this in 4. I think they have a big opportunity on the high-rise control to take that one. The Vista HP, the subs can get going. What will we see, man? I really don't know. It just depends on if the players on Boston woke up today and they're like, hey, man, enough is enough.
I'm going to go ahead and go first here. Boston Breach, you made Beans sad. Beans is going to be glad at the end of this.
Wait, what? You actually think of Boston?
Is getting the dub tonight. Let's go, Rose. What do you got?
I'm going to stick with LA Thieves in this one. Boston Breach,
I'm trying to win.
I'll be honest, I really hope Boston prove me wrong. They have just been so damn hard to watch, man. I'm going to go with LA Thieves in this one. I think they take it in 3-1 fast.
So are the fans. Y'all are lame. Boston's getting it done, aren't they, boys?
Not so sure about that one. I think the thing about this is the search destroy maps don't look good, like you guys already mentioned, but the respawn maps aren't necessarily terrible for them, and it does feel like they have to win this through the 1, 3, and the 4 here, Jay.
Oh, yeah, I think that's the exact case because you're starting off on a Vista who you played with this roster already, and you fell short versus Minnesota. That was the slow starts out of players running a new role, and I'm really focused on Priesta, who right now is sitting at a 0.7 in HP off of that one series. I know for Boston Breach, we've seen a whole bunch of different players across the field, guys coming in, guys going out, but now with Priesta in this new role, you have to pick it up, and you have to pick it up quick because I know you're sitting at 50 points. To make it the champs is going to be a long stretch, but you got to start somewhere.
Yeah, and you have to find your wins when they're, most appropriately, I won't say given to you, but the door's open for it. And we did see that, I think, in their first series of the weekend. This is also a matchup that you look at on your schedule and say, okay, if you're going to make it a champs, you have to win this one, especially now after losing to Minnesota in their most recent. So a lot to ask, to be sure, but you know, talking about hot starts, hey, there is the possibility of taking a look at not just this opening match, but you got to keep in mind that the SMGs for Thieves did not look particularly great in some of the respawns versus the Gorillas this last weekend.
Oh yeah, obviously Joe Deceives, he was sitting at a 0.6 overall in HP, but he was the spark that gave him that life in that map number 1 to lead to that insane comeback on that Karachi. But I'm not really focused on Joe. I'm really focused on Krep, because at the major is where he tended to struggle a whole lot. He was like a 0.5 in the respawn. We heard his controller break. He didn't have a backup. Come on, Rook. We got to always stay prepared with the equipment. But yesterday in that series that he played, he was outstanding. So if you can get both of the SMGs to play at the same exact pace at the same exact time, that's when LAT can start to turn it around in HP.
I like the call. It's an 11 series losing streak right now for Boston.
Damn.
And the fun or not so fun fact, 8 of those losses have happened in map number 5. So you got to avoid it. Got to find a way, you think, to start off strong here. And the numbers, again, aren't necessarily bad for this Boston Breach team when it comes to respawns in particular. But the question marks around Priesta and Major Maniac now forcing the role change to come through will be prevalent as we jump on into P number 1.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Major back in the CDL. This is going to be his second match. We know he's always going to be Mr. Fundamental. So the adjustments are already coming in for Boston Breach as they find all 4 kills in the feed. LAT, they tend to struggle a bit in this HP, and so far they have to find success here if they want to get in.
Good shutdowns, good trades, good time. Everything looking nice here for the Breach to start. LA Thieves looking for some ground to even work with, and a lot of it being shut down before they can even get themselves a setup. Ghosty just kind of playing around with some elevation over the top of the banisters, but Boston have run it really well. So Snoopy off to the races, 5-0 start, looking for kill number 6, and it's an early cruise missile as Boston are off the gates hot.
Oh, this is the perfect start for Boston Breach. You need some life. You get your young gun in there to earn himself a cruise missile on the first HP. Now you just got to make sure you're in a position to win that rotation over towards next, but a couple bodies do fall, so LAT are going to bombard themselves all over towards that P2 side, and Boston Breach might be in an opportunity where, Snoopy, you're in that cruise missile. We might have to call it in here.
Could be an opportunity to get something going here early. Priesta on the hunt, backside of the second hard point. Misses out on the first, but wait, Nasty was so focused on the player over towards Burger that Priesta ends up on 4. Major Maniac cleans up the last player inside the hill, and now it's just down to seeing if they can trade out Joe Deceives. But neutral, not only neutral, Thieves will have a chance to get in and maybe earn a little bit more time here after the hot streak for Boston.
Yeah, they have all the top mid control, so it's very difficult for Boston Breach to break their way out of Cafe side. You got to jump out of a window, work your way, do that dark alley, and then unfortunately no one is able to lead to any kills. So LAT are going to be able to walk away with this final 25, take the lead by a little bit with only 15 seconds left. Boston Breach, they're more focused off their rotation where they are fully set up at next.
Gotta shut this down. Krep, he has had a great start. The player you wanted to watch. 5-5 doesn't seem that great, but he has been influential in making sure this hard point goes to Thieves, and also there's a bit of a test on the rotation to 3. Breach cleaned things up though. Priesta zoning out through the old P1. This has worked out beautifully for Boston, who open up this back hard point with a lot of space between them and the Thieves.
Yeah, you see the Thieves spawns, they're all the way across the map. So you eliminate these couple of players trying to flip these spawns, and that's exactly what Snoopy and Beans were able to take care of. Now all of LA have to approach through that front end, but Krep and Joe Deceive, the SMG duo, are able to find 2. Ghosty with the 3rd, and even with Boston Breach having those back spawns, LA's T pushed right through the front.
That win from Ghosty, massive. Snoopy had to jump on him, literally could not make good on it. So now Ghosty held in the corner. Still finds ways to get wins versus Priesta, but Boston, the proximal spawns, the ability to flood, well coordinated, well timed. They work their way in for a bit of a break. Krep trying to do what he can to finesse the old time, and only gets one of what would have been 3 Boston players needed. 13 seconds to play, and it looks like these are going to commit to pushing through old in this rotation to 4.
Yeah, you want to push through this old hill so you can potentially flip the spawns through the back, but Boston have gotten a read on it to perfection, as now Beans finds himself falling 5 in a row. You can earn that cruise missile, can play a big part, able to find the shots onto Krep to find it. So now 2 cruise missiles in the back pocket for Boston. They have the spawns for next. All of LAT are going to waste a lot of time just trying to flip them. At least Joe Deceives is able to find 1, and now this is an opportunity.
It's one of those slow starts, though, from Joe Deceives. It was 3-10, now to 5-10 on 2 in a row. Nasty also, similar stat lines, having a hard time getting things going here. Snoopy feeling the pressure with the Thieves break and the flip of the spawns. Will call the cruise missile in. It will not hit anybody, but it does push Krep deep in towards Burger. But Boston slow to follow up on this in any regard. And
oh my!
Go the way of the Thieves, a complete waste of the cruise missile.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is a waste, because all 4 players from Boston Beach drop at the same exact time. When Snoopy comes off spawn, he's going to call the
cruise, but no one's in a position to block the spawn. Put them in a position to at least find an exit kill, and that's what makes it very easy for the LAT to still hold on to this P4 HP. So as you said, that cruise missile gets nothing done, and now LAT are potentially going to find one of their own as Joda sees it on 5 in a row.
Just has to keep his life here. Dead Silence gonna get popped. He's got Major Maniac nearby. Slides on in and finds kill number 6 as the Thieves, with their breakthrough 4, now a chance to win a little bit of early time on rotation. See their lead up to 20. The Boston have recovered, find themselves in the hard point for now.
Yeah, they're in the hard point for now, and they have LAT exactly where they want them. But I don't know if they're gonna be able to get a read on these spawns. It doesn't matter though, because they're finding all the kills in the feed. And they have still control of this bridge hill. Spawns for LAT are going to flip a little bit scattered around the middle of the map. It's going to allow them opportunities to push their way up through P1, but it's still not going to lead to the break because Boston's still slaying with the best.
Ghosty just continues to find critical double kills, up to 16 and 8, and he's got nearly a minute and a half in the hard point. He has been doing it all for the Thieves to this point. Joda Seeds trying to find some success through the front, not able to find any value over towards P1, and once again, Boston 3 for 1 in the kill feed, a chance to get some of the scratch time, but most importantly, they will own this rotation back over to the first hill.
Yeah, but this time LAT at least have themselves a cruise missile if it does get a little bit scary around this P1 area. No one trying to attack over through that bridge side. They're all trying to hit that overextension through the middle of the map. So it's going to be an all-out battle. Kremp and Nasty come out on top with 2 of their own. So the hill is going to be white, but LAT had the bodies in the hill. They are in control.
Major Maniac trying to work with Snoopy on this break, but again, key moment here with 40 seconds remaining. Boston setting up for the break as we jump into a breach. Listen in.
Low time, go see. Low time, go see.
It's any time. Yeah, show me.
Low tram, weak. He's on the awning. Awning and top bridge and close up time.
Top bridge, fuck. I'm away for you guys.
Nice, close up time. Nice,
He's up behind the door.
Nice, good shit. There's last row.
One is connector.
Nothing new. TV weak for you. I'm gonna jump.
One cat, 2 doors. TV. That's big time.
One shot. All good. 20 mil. I go on in.
I'll go left. Go left.
I'll go left. Give me the blood. Hey. I'm pushing. I can pinch. Pod one shot. You stop at top.
You might curve in Bergen. Bullshit. We're good. I'm waiting for him.
This guy fell off.
I'm
gonna be behind. That's gonna be behind this guy. Only one time. I can play from a cat. One shot mid. Right.
I'm looking at
Going right.
Okay, I'm getting it.
That's not him. Joe's going right. I'll get to the mid.
He's close up to me. He's on mid, I think.
Yeah, 2 minutes. Last time in. So get Yeah, I'm all pure. So take a minute.
We need help,
They're going through right, guys. They're going through right. Nothing middle damage.
Watch out on you. There's two. One's up blue. One's deep right.
Yeah, all three. One's going out. Mine's fast. Mine's the pots. Find the pots. Yo, going. I spawn out. I'm gonna flank gold. You're gonna roll. They're gonna roll.
To the back. Yeah.
Station on new.
Go see
one shot with you guys. Stage.
Stay quick. Should be fine though.
Front door on you. I'm blocking. I'm low. Yeah, spawning at me.
Yeah.
They're going through the door.
There's one on me.
Burger. One shot, Burger. Burger in the back. Two in the back. 2 pillars.
Close time. Weak as fuck.
Pillars ghosty.
Big time, back time.
Back to now.
I have a helmet. I'm trying to
pull off. He's
He's absolutely sick.
Big dead. One more. Already looking for one.
Nice.
Let's go. Going out.
Yeah. I'm gonna help you all.
Yo, you guys can play spawners too. Nice.
I'm saying push up here.
I'm looking. Can we go through lower now, Preston?
They should be front.
Play set up for the left. They're gonna play through left, okay?
Yeah, left on me. Yeah, he's in 2 couches. Yo, they got
I have low.
And he got stuff.
He's already gone.
Already uses.
Well, Boston hanging in, but it just feels like once things start to go right for the breach, Thieves have an answer. So now you've got a rotation back towards 4. Spawns are out for Boston. You got to call the cruise missile and try to help you out.
Yeah, you have to, but unfortunately, the player who you relied on to simply play his life at the best of the ability, he does fall, but at least does take down 1. Now the route out of Priesthood to try to secure those spawns back for Boston Breach, but he's not finding any success so far because LA, they are playing a really tight setup. They're even getting beat downs. Everything is going correct off the rotation for LA, where they struggled on this map. 11th overall, they are showing improvement so far.
just calm, collected, and so concentrated in terms of what the Thieves setups have been, not just for their holds, but in particular, a lot of these breaks where it looks like Boston are in a good position of control. Over the 200-point mark, go the Thieves. 16 seconds of scrap time, valuable time here for both sides as Boston try to neutralize, but not gonna happen. Thieves will be over the 220 mark.
And now this is where Boston need that P5 to P1 chain to get back into this game. You want to try to flip these spawns on the opposing side, but LAT, more specifically Ghosty, is just a man on a mission. 28 and 18, 2 minutes in the hill. Mr. Do-It-All. But Boston Breach only down by 60 points. Just need themselves a good hold. And that has to start by not allowing Jodeci's to get this cruise missile, because this is going to play a big part. Time to call it in.
From 3 and 10 to 23 and 23 with 2 cruise missiles earned. Once Joe gets a flow for the map, boy, he's dangerous. Unfortunately, he's dangerous to his teammates as well. Kremp will drop to the cruise missile. Ghosty trying to find himself tucked into a corner, but Boston will get their break and a chance to hold this back 30.
And now this is perfect situation right here for Boston. Just got to be able to read the spawns out of LA. Gonna flip it, and I think Boston are gonna be a little bit unaware. Kremp finds a double. Now there's only one player left on the point. It's gonna be Priesta, not able to earn that cruise missile. Well, LAT no longer have an opportunity to win here, but this is not the ideal situation if you are Boston. You have to try to take P1.
And you got to do more than that. You have to get P1 in full and also rotate over without making any mistakes for any of the scrap time. And it's not going well over the top of the new hard point. 181 to 245, and Boston will be wiped off the floor. Ghost 31 and 22 minutes of hill time. It's the equivalent of the Call of Duty hat trick. The guy was everywhere. And another one of those big bounce backs. Again, first set of hills for both Nasty and Joe. Not particularly great, but something just clicks with these guys in those second hills, man.
It just comes down to like those late rotation heroics, because Boston, they were in control of this game from the start. They got a little bit scrappy at P2. You keep the spawns for P3 and P4, so you were giving yourself a little bit of a lead. But then when you get to the second half of the game where Boston looked like they were starting to run away with it, you invest the cruise missile on the side of LA, it gets nothing over there on that P2 side. So Boston have the spawn, they were getting all the kills. It just came down to the final 10 seconds. You allow all of Boston Breach to just put their focus on the back end, and LA, they were still hitting that old time. So when they find all those kills, they get at least one player to spawn out. And at the same time, Priesta killed himself in backside graffiti. I have no idea how that happens, but then that allows now LAT to have the numbers off the rotation. 2 player from Boston Breach spawn all the way out. Those are just situations that you definitely want back if you're Boston, and LAT, they just took full advantage of it.
Unreal stuff, man. It's just the composure from this Thieves team. Never falters. And for Boston, it feels like a major missed opportunity in this map number 1, considering the start in particular. Snoopy, on his first life, gets the cruise missile, and you start to think that the desk is just profits. Talking about the SMGs needed to start off hot. Boy, did they ever. But then all of a sudden, Jodeci's Nasty start to turn up, and how pivotal were a couple of those doubles from Ghosty. So many saved moments, not on rotation, not just on break, but also on holds, where it's just Ghosty in a 1v3, and he takes care of 2. The rest of the Thieves with close spawns get there, reinforce, and reflood. It just felt like that happened in so many critical moments.
And that's what makes him such a great player, because he's always thinking about how the hell am I going to walk away with this W at the end. If I got to do it in the hill, I'm going to do it. If I got to get my kills, I need to do it. But then in those moments where he's in a 1v3, his teammates lose all the gunfights off the rotation. Just him managing to find 2 of those kills gives his team another opportunity and another successful break. And they always were able to bounce back on that second opportunity. So when you have Ghosty playing like that, obviously slow starts from a couple other players, but they eventually start to turn up. That's when the game starts to get a lot easier for this LA squad.
Yeah, it's just they find ways to get points on any given moment in time and any given moment in the map. I mean, even on scrap time, I think that P1 to P2 was an important kind of rotation in towards the second set of hills, 20+ points there. Same thing from 2 to 3, and then when they hold, my goodness, definitely better. Like you mentioned, the stats did not necessarily build towards them being great off rotation, but here when they did have the opportunity, they made great use of it. So a great first map from the side of the LA Thieves, and now we start to look at what comes up next, which is a Rio Search and Destroy. This has been a fantastic map, at least by record, for the Thieves. It's hard to find, you know, positive storylines for Boston and Search and Destroy generally. So again, it feels like one of those maps that after a round 11 loss last you played it, you better have figured something out here to get this map back in your wing because you need it. There's really no way we think that there's going to be a reverse sweep here for Breach.
Yeah, LA, they love themselves some Rio Search and Destroy, but on the opposite side for Boston, we watched that match on Friday versus Minnesota. You go all the way to around 11, you found a majority of first bloods in those final couple of rounds, and then just gave it away. And I think that comes down to, obviously, Boston Breach all season long, their teamwork has been abysmal. When you get down to those numbers advantages, someone always tries to go for an individual play, and that's simply not how you're supposed to play those situations. You have the numbers, play together. That's the biggest thing. Now with the addition of Major Maniac, it has to be more in sync, man, because you did it. You really went to a round 11. You went to a round 11 versus Minnesota Rocker, and you fell short while finding a first blood in that round 10. And then in round 11, you get first blooded, and then you just slowly but surely relying on a bunch of individual plays. And when none of them go your way, that's when Boston Breach tend to struggle. So, Major, you just got to rally the troops. Make sure at least everyone's on the same page.
Yeah, at least you said it when we were kind of listening into the Breach listening during map number 1. The comms for Major Maniac have been great, as if he's been part of this team for a while. So can he kind of quarterback some of these plays coming up, especially when we start to get after or post-plant situations? Because, wow, it just is not good anywhere you look at. I mean, only up from here is a hell of a way to put a storyline on it. But look, the thing about it is this is the season. You don't win this series, your chances at making champs go essentially, I think in a lot of people's minds, to pretty much 0%. Because you would have to what? Win out the rest of your qualifiers,
win the major,
top 3 at the Major 4. Like, this doesn't feel very likely.
But just from the players' perspectives, like, you don't want to be on this kind of roster to end your season because opportunities for next season are going to be very slim. You want to try to end this season out strong, and especially a player like Major Maniac who was put in this situation to try to fix it. So slowly but surely, you get a couple wins underneath your belt, you start to turn it around, it might change your future.
Well, let's take a look here at this Thieves offense. They have been great being able to find opening dual wins here on the attacking half. In Major 3, they were 3rd here, with almost finding half of their offensive wins coming by way of first blood. So the numbers are great, and there are a lot of patience here off the get-go, and they find Snoopy trying to just stretch forward. Same situation. Priest trying to follow up behind it, and the trades do favor Thieves initially, but the bounce back from Boston, good. We go to 2v2.
Yeah, that's good teamwork right there to at least trade efficiently. Now it's a 2v2. And you were slowly but surely covering a lot of ground on the map, but Ghosty, he gets a read on at least one player, makes it a 1v1, and that's where you allow Joe Deceives, who was being that SMG aggressive player up through bridge side, already gets past enemy lines, is able to secure the one-on-one to put LAT on the board first.
Yeah, I mean, first bloods for LA have been incredibly well converted on this map.
Especially on the attacking side.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, that's indeed the case. So now we switch the sides around. And for Boston, here's your positive moment. They have not been particularly great anywhere, but they do get the bomb down quite often. And on this map, they're great at holding it. Now, of course, that didn't hold true when it mattered most versus Minnesota, but hey, you live, you learn, you move on. See if you can find a way to keep that as your success right here.
And the good thing for them is that they love to plant this bomb, especially over towards this B side. If you are LAT, you got to do your homework, knowing that they only plant over towards a 5% of their attacking round. So it has to be a heavy defensive stack over towards this B side. And you can already see Krep taking a lot of ground. He's able to cast the timing for the first blood onto Major.
Now you got a 3v3 over the top of the site. Ghosty able to at least trade out the initial. Snoopy still involved. Ghosty, wow, still goes 1 for 1 initially. Snoopy off the regen will find the kill, but once again, you've got this situation where we get into low number situations and the second engagement continues to turn out in favor of the Thieves.
Boston just keep allowing one player to slip on pie. It was Joe Deceives in the first round, getting behind enemy lines to shoot Major in the back, and then right off the rip, Krep, no hesitation over through that bridge side. He finds that first blood, but then doesn't continue to try to make an individual play. He doesn't push forward. He comes back to assist his teammates over towards bridge to keep the trades in their favor and is in a perfect position to win another 1v1 for LA, now up 2-0.
Yeah. Got to have something here for Boston, flat out. Just have to have something for us to look at and say, okay, we're learning, we're growing, we're taking the lesson learned and immediately turning into something awesome. But so far, first bloods in round conversions have gone all the way of the Thieves. Once again, another passive start here at the break off for LA. Looking for Major Maniac at range. Nasty finds him. A little bit of an aggressive game of tag between the two, but it's Priesta on the other side who tries to get out and will with first blood over towards the A side of the map.
Yeah. Big first blood right there out of Boston. Now into numbers advantage. You don't really have to do anything. Just don't allow that bomb to go down for B, but also don't allow 1v1 gunfights to go across the map. Major Maniac is going to fall to Nasty. Instantly turns it into a 3v3, and you can already see all of LA. They are taking control of that A site.
Yeah, it's not even just the A site here, Jay. They're taking control of the defensive side of the map, and Nasty's gonna get a read on everything. Unfortunately, though, for him, he finds himself in a 1v3. Now it just has to be, can he play his life? If he can find a kill, that'd be a miracle. And he does take down Snoopy. The pistol's out, trying to find the response to Priest, not to happen, but a post-plant comes through, 2v2.
And I'm pretty sure Priest at least gains the info on both of the players on the exit. They already reinforced their way through top mid. Ghosty gonna back down with his life. Just finesse a little bit longer. But Beans finds that kill. 1v2 for Ghosty.
Oh, but Ghosty finds him on the bomb. Now it's just down to, does he get the read onto Priesta? No, he does not. Priesta from the backside of stairs gets the wrap, gets the timing, and gets Boston their first round. I like the initial call from Beans saying, let's not dance around this 2v2 for too long. Let's try to force the issue. And Priesta right there to follow up for his trade works out nicely.
Yeah, Priesta finds that first blood, but it still wasn't an easy round. The fact that Nasty was in a 1v3 scenario, trapped in on the backside of the map, and he's able to walk away with at least one kill. Like, I don't know if Snoopy had no idea that he had that angle to where he decided to lay through lower Eskies, but Boston almost let that one get away from them. But they were able to put one on the board. Now back to the attacking side they go. This almost got scary too, because Priest, he's like, oh, new role. I gotta run an SMG a little bit more aggressive. I'm not ready for that beat down, but he's able to find 3 on a round and secure it.
Great stuff from Priesta. Trophy systems down as Thieves look to take a pretty aggressive stack here over the top of B. Nades are cooked and thrown simultaneously, but no one home. So no hit markers, no damage, no nothing here for the Thieves opening utility. Boston have held off nicely, and now there's a bit of mystery here for the Thieves defense of where exactly have Boston gone.
Yeah, but they have not moved on their setup. They have all their bases covered. You have Ghosty watching over that A site. Kremp in a very crucial position to stop anything aggressive over towards B. But the teamwork still here in this setup for LA. As now the push comes in for Boston to try to take top mid control. Priesta with another first blood. Boston in the numbers advantage.
Nasty hoping, praying he could find some sort of a trade, but not to be. Bean stays alive. Nasty now off the regen. Bomb not being committed for the plant here. And this is a split setup. This is going to be a 3v2 if Thieves decide to try to make a play for the recontest. Initial trades, though, still decent. Boston hold their numbers advantage. Major Maniac collecting the bomb, going for the plant. Nasty can't see him. We'll have a 3v2 post plant.
Yeah, but look at the ground that Ghosty was already able to take. He's working his way behind enemy lines. Already cracks the door and at least able to spot a couple players on the exit. That's going to catch Snoopy off guard. Turns it into a 2v2. He also gets info onto Major.
I mean, Beans needs to go. He needs to come help here. Major Maniac gets isolated. Now it's just down to Beans.
Oh!
I mean, it feels like round 10 from Minnesota all over again. We've got numbers on the post plant. Ghosty reveals himself off the pinch, but Beans just gets frozen like a statue. Major Maniac gets isolated. Jay, it's falling apart again.
It's just like, you have the numbers. Our setup obviously is going to have an opening when someone does fall. But it's just 2 players put all their focus over towards bridge shot, instantly thinking in LA, once that bomb goes down, they're going to be right on us. But Ghosty, with another heads-up play, just hits that long route. It catches Snoopy off guard. At that point, Beans was like, I'm watching the flank, but I don't have all of the flank. And unfortunately, when Ghosty finds that kill, now you force himself to reposition. But he also gains that info onto Major Maniac. So they were able to isolate him. Beans not in the best spot to clutch up in the 2v1. And that was another round where the teamwork just wasn't there for Boston.
Unreal. Oh boy. It's one of those moments you just got to rub your temples and give a deep sigh. Boston looking to get aggressive through mid. They will find a free top mid control, and a little bit of pressure from Beans does have Thieves kind of shaking about what's over here at A, but largely speaking, everything kind of resets, and now it's just kind of the status of, can Thieves find success towards bridge, and can Boston find success top mid?
And it's all going to fall onto what kind of information Ghosty can continuously give to the team, because he's already pushed his way up through A's site. He spots absolutely no one from Boston Breach, so that A bomb is going to go down for free. It's now going to turn into a 4v4 situation.
And Ghosty up top here should be good for one at least. Just comes down to what utility does Boston have trying to slide back across. He does get the first. Angle is decent. Major Maniac trades him out. But the next question for Boston on this retake is, where's everybody else at? And Joe, tucked underneath boxes. Oh, does get topped by Snoopy. Timing not going his way. Boston now off the retake. Priesta immediately hopping on for the defuse. Snoopy trying to push the issue. Kremp has to check for this. Major Maniac is going to hop off, find the kill, and make the defuse that much easier.
Oh, that's good plays right there from Boston to find that timing on the Joe to seize, because Joe is probably sitting there. You guys have my garage. You guys have that overextension. Cool, I'm going to watch boxes. But then that split second when he just turns, gets bad timing onto Snoopy. was the difference in that round, because everybody else from LAT was so far pushed back. They had no angle to watch that bomb. As Boston trade effectively onto Ghosty, you find that kill onto Joe. You take full bomb site control, and then no one else goes for an aggressive chow, able to secure the defense.
Critical round for Boston. Had to have it. Can you string them together, though? Because that also at some point in time has to happen. Talking about their post-plant success, well, needs to start showing up as well. Double hit here for Thieves. Nade denied by Trophy. Beans trying to hold himself close on this cop car. Yeah, and they will get at least the information that there is significant defense here with this Trophy system being placed over the top of A. But Kremp gets into a nice little corner here. Yeah, Ghosty's pushed off, but Kremp with a crossfire for Joe Deceives. They've got a good look over the top of the A site.
Yeah, this is perfect because Beans was only able to get info onto Ghosty. He spotted him on that white van. So the fact that he's able to back up, you're not going to have any info of where Kremp is, but he does put down a couple shots. And at least leads to the nade coming over the top for Joe Deceives for the first blood.
Well, the long wrap from Nasty goes uncovered, but he doesn't see the wrap back. But they do clear out the front side at A. Bomb planted, 3v4. You just have to play this together if you're Boston. And they will. Good team shots for the first. Ghosty responds with a trade. Holds the corner. Now everything starts to fall apart a little bit. Boston splitting the map up just a touch. And Nasty will find the isolate 1v1 versus Beans. Kremp the same thing versus Priesta. They all stack together. They find one, and then there's a trade, and everyone panics. They just have no retreat back.
Yeah, that's just tough, man. Like, you had a team push off the rip. You traded at least effectively, but it's a little bit better on the side of LAT because Ghosty doesn't have to fully commit on that second kill because they still have the numbers advantage and a lot of time to work with to try to stick that defuse. But once it turns into a 2v3, you see Priesta, he was instantly trying to play for that kill on the Ghosty. He could not find it. Forces your teammates to now try to make an individual play in LA. They're able to find those 2 exit kills to secure the round. It's been a story of first bloods, at least for LA side. Is they're up 4-2.
That has been a story of post plants. Diffuses all over the place. Has anyone held the post plant yet? Here we go. Offense for Thieves. Lots of nades thrown over towards A, but the Boston defense not shying away from this. But no trophy means that LA is just going to say, okay, no one's here. We'll just push up. We'll get our free plant. We'll go back to trying to hold this post plant for the second time.
And this time is where they're going to make that adjustments off of the first setup that they had last go around. And Ghosty's not going to put himself in a one-and-done situation. He's able to find one Snoopy there for the trade. Still a lot of time to work here for Boston, but now it's on Joe Deceives' hands.
Yeah, Joe looking to push around the backside, make a little bitty pinch come through. Only gets one. Now the post plant plays against the retake from the front. 2v2 situation. Kremp up top with Nasty. Snoopy with an SMG. Wants to get active, and he may have some timing here. Toe tags. It's like a cartoon shooting the feet, make him dance. Nasty through the smoke. Does he actually commit for this? Oh, Snoopy gets the jump bottom, finds the kill, and Boston stay alive.
Yeah, so no adjustment there from LA. If Ghosty finds that first blood, he's instantly traded. Joe Deceives this time around takes down one, but still better trades on the side of Boston Breach. Once you take that bomb site control, you're able to execute where the hell the setup is on the defensive side. You already spot someone on the Hummer, someone's on the cop car. We can eventually, especially if you have the smoke in your back pocket, force them out of their positionings. And that's exactly what happens as Boston Breach. They are just like, all right, we're going to stack this B side every time. We've been successful on that A side twice now, so there's no way LA are going to go back to that one.
Yep. Retakes have been good for both teams, honestly, from the defensive side. So will that continue to be the case? As now Boston will try to do what they've been relatively unsuccessful in being able to do, which is, again, convert a post plant. 3 plants, no offensive wins at this point. Stuns, nades will land initially. Late trophies will deny the rest of the utility. Thieves not able to push forward with those tags, so they'll reset. And they may just play this double flank through A quickly. That looks to be the case.
Yeah, they're playing that one super fast as well. That bomb is now getting planted for Boston. Snoopy trying to catch the timing on at least the first player.
Unreal.
And he's not able to find that kill. Ghosty again somehow away with a first blood.
And now here's the pinch. It's perfectly timed. Kremp gets 2. Boston completely caught off guard by the timing of that. And it all starts with the fact that Ghosty wins a 1v1 within 5 feet of an SMG wielder and Snoopy. Unreal stuff. And another post plant. Not successful. Just 5-3, and wow, the retake success for both these two teams have been nuts.
And Alan, like, that's gotta be a mishap because Boston, they were working the objective. No one should put themselves in an individual gunfight unless it's guaranteed. Like, Snoopy, all you have to do is watch an angle, make sure our bomb carrier does not die. Once that bomb goes down, 4v4, it's a lot better. But when you're the player initially dropping on their side of the map, now you're forcing the rest of your teammates off the post plant. The guy just finished planting the bomb. The other guys are watching 2 different angles, and the flank is open once again, and LA take full advantage of it.
Perfect caption. Thank you, production. Can't hold this. 7 straight defuses. Opening nade will land on the initial bomb carrier of Joe Deceive. So early numbers here for Boston, and they're looking to take a page out of the Thieves book. Quick flank on the way, but LA have not committed to B yet, and they're still watching for this. Ghosty, if he sniffs this out, they're in a good spot to read it, and Kremp does get some sort of a call out. They find a response. Now we go 3v3.
Yeah, Ghosty sniffed it out to perfection. He gives the comms to his teammates, so at least even up the numbers at a 3v3. Now, this is where if you're Boston Breach, you don't really have to do anything else. Major Maniac has him trapped over towards his left side. He's going to be able to spot the cross through top bridge as well. So for Snoopy and Beans, let's just wait to pounce.
Yeah. Toes will be seen. Slide through also going to be seen. So now the transition should be called out, and Major Maniac does not hesitate at all. Says, you're going to give up this position at bridge. I will gladly take it. Has an initial angle versus Nasty, but it's just a quick shoulder. Snoopy, the one that really needs to be called upon, and him and Beans will combine for 2. Kremp by himself, tries to get himself out of dodge with the smoke, but time is becoming an issue here for this 1v2. And he's already been seen. Has to turn back for it. Decent shots, but just not enough health to get through the gunfight. Boston extend the map another round.
Yeah, good job for Boston. Just hit that break. Like, that was the biggest thing, is that you put yourself in that first blood scenario, you find that first kill with the nade over the top. But then when you aggressively send 3 players through the flank, 1 does get picked off. So it turns into a 3v3, but they were all playing off of the communication coming out at Major Maniac. He spots a couple players cross. He knows that eventually the player has to come in towards either of the sites. And Beans and Snoopy, that dynamic duo, get it done for Boston to stay alive.
Gotta hold the post plant. Just have to have it. I mean, they've planted every single round. Just have not been able to convert any of those rounds to this point. Ghosty, aggressive with 2 other Thieves members over towards the A site. Nasty, whoa, solo mission here. And wow, just barely gets out. But the bomb does get planted, and the defense has to rotate and respond.
And now Kremp with that smoke grenade in hand. So they're a matter of moments before they decide to aggressively push their way through top mid, but they're more focused on trying to back down these players, at least isolate Major Maniac over towards his bridge side. Only 48 HP. No one is watching his back, so first blood, LA.
And you still have question marks here. Beans doesn't know what to look at the moment. Fortunately, Snoopy does catch one off that cross. Priesta, knowing that he may be called upon to check. Ghosty gets one off the flank, trying to push forward. Not again! There's no way! Snuddy! I am gonna have no hair left watching this Boston team play a post plan on Rio. I mean, they give up so much ground, and they leave Major Maniac on an island.
It just doesn't make sense. It literally does not make sense. It's like Boston Breach. All right, we do everything right off the beginning of the round. We put our players in the best ideal scenarios, best positions possible. But every single time they just leave one player isolated by himself. I know Major Maniac. He's always been a guy that's going to communicate all the way to the very end. And he's telling them, there's 3 players on me over at this Breach side. Is someone going to help me? He does his best of his ability to simply play his life, but no one watching his back allows Kremp to sneak up behind him, find that first blood, and then Ghosty decides to push on through to find the second, gives the communication to his teammate, and Nasty ends it out with a double. So many opportunities where Boston should have been able to walk away with this map. How many times did they play the bomb, Alan?
5.
A lot, right? How many times did they find success?
0.
All right, that's the story right there. Boston Breach, we gotta get it together, man.
Wow, dude. Just wow. Well, we gotta start finding some sunshine somewhere, and it may come on high-rise control. Boston have been, really honestly, through Major 3, they've been great at control overall, and across a lot of different maps, high-rise being one of them to be sure. But again, it's just, you know, the hamper here is the simple fact that how do we frame up a Boston Breach reverse sweep when there's still an invasion search waiting for them? You don't feel great about that, Jay.
No, you don't. Invasion Search, at least they did look good in their last series they played, but it is a game 5, and we all know how that goes for Boston, so you have to figure it out when you get there.
Well, we'll see. High-rise control has to be the lifeline to keep Breach involved in this series and maybe involved for any resorting conversations around champs. Does feel a little bit dwindling, but for Thieves, a possibility for a 3-0. We'll come back to the break with high-rise control right after this.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Scuff Gaming is doing an ultimate giveaway where you and a friend can win a chance to go to COD Champs this year. The giveaway includes 2 VIP tickets, travel expenses, and more. To enter, scan the QR code on the page or go to scuff.co/CDL and enter your email. Terms and conditions apply.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Ladies and gentlemen, FaZe Black are your Toronto Open champions. Cammy was spotted initially. Capsule's gonna drop, so Cammy with a huge opportunity to clutch up a 1v2. Make it a 1v1. Has to grab the bomb though, or has to find the kill. Classic, right to the courtyard. Cammy spots him, and Cammy pulls off the 1 versus 2. Classic is doing it all right now. He might actually reach 40 kills in this hard point.
Really come alive. Classic's gonna hit the flank. Classic, the perfect timing. They line up there. 42 and 26
on the flanks, hitting the routes, making the right play at the right time. And we all know it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And well, these boys, they finish strong. Now on Paul X here for a 1v2.
So Paul X clutches it, goes to around 11.
Oh, Paul X! Oh my goodness! What a 1v2 to keep his team alive.
What a Herculean comeback coming through for FaZe Black.
They're not out of it just yet. They have brought this one all the way back, and now the rotation looking solid. FaZe Black in position to stop it here. Asim gets a read at 1. The sunset could be good for another. FaZe Black trying to steal away the hard point, and they might just be good for it. Stun, snakes, everything being thrown in. Dim timing, ducking and sliding, trying to find a way through. But FaZe Black will not let you win the hard point. They come all the way back. This will be the final push. Brack through the middle, able to clean up 1. Needs to put together more as he cuts through mid. Finds Major Maniac. That will be the 2nd kill. Now they're on the point with 2 seconds to spare. They're finding the kills. No respawns. They were tested, but they were never bested. They were pressed, but they were never finessed. Ladies and gentlemen, FaZe Black are your Toronto Open champions.
Welcome back there, friends, family, COD fanatics. We've got ourselves map 3, high-rise control. Boston currently down 0-2, but like we kind of framed up, through stage 3, their control had been pretty darn great. Just came down to the fact they hadn't played a lot of high-rise, but maybe some recency bias does come into favor after their performance here versus Minnesota recently.
Yeah, Beans was going off, man. He's been the shining light for this Boston Breach squad, in control overall throughout the entire season that he's been on the roster. He's 2nd overall with a 1.23 KD right behind Celium. So the guy gets it done, especially when you can put him in a position with that AR to just watch one angle, because he's going to be one of those turret kind of players who just loves those kind of engagements. But then on the opposite side for LA, I know the Death touched on it. They have been struggling in control, but a lot of it has not been on high-rise. It's been all about the invasions, all about the Karachis. High-rise only played a couple times, and they do have a positive record with an undefeated defensive record, and also only allowing 1.5 segments getting away from them on that defensive side. So this is a square up.
Impressive stuff, to be sure. And not just has Beans been great over the season, here is your stage 4 qualifier to this point, which again just includes that one match versus Minnesota. But he did pop off. I mean, he took over flat out, especially when he was on the defensive side and the guy looked untradeable. So that's going to be, I think, an influence here for Boston trying to recover after the only other time that we've really been able to watch them, or at least keep their stats tracked recently that makes sense, is when they played up against LAG. That was way back at the end of April, where they did not have a great defensive side. So some corrections may have given us some hope based on how they played Minnesota, but now it's do or die. Have to have this one to extend the series, and LA will be on offense first, which is a 2-2 split off as normal.
Yeah, LA gonna start off early on the attacking side. Joe DeCease is trying to dominate through bottom pit, but so far he doesn't spot a single player from Boston. Boston are more focused on maintaining that mid-map, also that B Street side, and they're finding a majority of the kills, just not the trade on to Joe. He's able to get on the point, but you gotta get right back off because you're the only one alive now.
Yeah, good finesse though. Joe able to just kind of keep himself over towards the pit, but Beans just doing what he does best. Joe able to find Snoopy and get away. Major Maniac wants to try to find the challenge, but oh my god, finessed completely by Joe DeCease. Ghosty also clears off the Boston defenders by the spawn, and now LA on the B zone early.
Hopefully they got a couple trophies to work with, because you know that update, those trophies only stop 2 things now, so you have to barge your way with those if you want to stay alive in this B point. And unfortunately the trophies are not down. You allow Snoopy to walk in and find a double, and that leads to a clean 4 dead. All of LAT now coming on spawn, applying pressure over towards blue.
But they are getting some success through blue. That's going to be 3 straight. Brista, one of the last ones standing over towards B alley, try to be chased down, but denied as Beans is there to help find the trade. Ghosty right back in the mix though. 4-2 start for him. He has been great in respawns for LA, but time is running out on this round. A couple of good kills here still, but got to find a way to stop the clock, and there will not be easy entry towards B. Major Maniac watching over the top of it. Nasty doing what he can to try to get a second tick.
Yeah, the second segment could be big. You're also able to invest that cruise, that trophy system, so to block a couple things, but now you're allowing your teammates to cut off through the middle of the map. Ghosty right off spawn is able to find a double. Crep finds a third, but Snoopy is able to find a triple of his own, trying to make it 4 in a row to shut down that play, and at least stalls out enough time for Boston with only 5 seconds left to stand strong on the defensive side. Sometimes you just need an individual to do something crazy, and Snoopy got it done.
Absolutely the case. Ghosty trying to hang on to the A zone to delay a little while longer, but not going to happen. Yeah, huge from Snoopy, nearly with the full team wipe. Impressive stuff, and the hero that Boston may not have deserved, but the one they needed for sure right there on the B zone. So good defense, only giving away 2 ticks of progress, kind of reflecting upon the Minnesota game. Same situation, just good overall AR control, allowing the SMGs to pop off.
Now look at the plays out of Snoopy. Walks on the edge, finds the double, and then drops down for the third. He's filling himself after that moment. That's why he goes for the Eagle Chow onto the 4th, but that's already job well done if you are Snoopy and Boston Breach. Securing the first defense, but now you're on the attacking side, going up against the LAT squad, who love themselves some defense on high rise.
Oh, good first blood from Cramp. Looked like Snoopy had the jump on him. Not going to happen, but the push towards and through A is well underway here for Boston. Priesta trying to find his way over towards the windows. Does get red and denied. Pinstripe kill feed, back and forth kills means that the Thieves will hold off this hit towards A for now.
Yeah, they're trying to show a lot of presence over towards the same point. If you are Boston, to force at least LA to be a little bit weaker on their B Street setup. The more lives that you throw on that side, the more time that's going to get away from you. As now, Beans already puts himself over towards that B Street. He does fall, and now everybody from Boston Breach back off the respawn.
Ghosty over the top on the pipe. Snoopy getting his way in towards B, trying to chase down the kill. Denied by Ghosty. It's just when you think you got the jump on him, he turns around and says, not so fast. 3 in a row now for Ghosty off the regen, looking to put a little bit of pressure on the Boston spawns, with the rest of the Thieves kind of holding onto this B alley behind him.
But they're not finding any kills. That's another 4 dead already in the feed. And now Ghosty finds himself on 5 in a row. Not a single segment has been earned as well. So if you are Boston, you have to try to get something done in this 23 seconds that you have left. But LA are not making it easy. Everyone is strapped with that MCW in hand. It recently just got a buff. They're all shooting on all cylinders.
Looking really good for it. No ticks of progress. Nothing to speak of yet for Boston. Joe up top. Only player that may be able to do something here is Snoopy. Does he have any more heroics left in him? Gets over towards the B site, finds one, but not the second, and the round will come to a rather swift end. 19 lives still remain for LA to the 9 of Boston. Just complete domination on their first defense.
Yeah, that's tough right there if you are Boston, because now you know you're down by 2 segments. If we allow LA to get anything more, we're going to guarantee ourselves 2 offenses to try to close out this map to stay alive in this series. But Ghosty now with that cruise missile in his back pocket can make a couple plays happen on his attacking side, because at least for LA, they did have a lot of players just getting those kills at the very end of that round. So trophy systems are going to be in their back pocket off this initial push towards B.
A couple of players for Boston having a good start. Snoopy in particular, of course, but Beans 10-9. Definitely still involved, even though the offensive side was particularly slow. Nades being exchanged both sides. Joe once again down low, and this time he finds Priest up top on the staircase. A chance for Joe to put a little bit of pressure onto the spawn. Kill number 5 comes through. A chance for a cruise missile now as he gets a read over towards Priest. What a stun! Locks him into place, and Boston will come off spawn with a chance to try to get back to B.
At least he allows his team now an opportunity to complete this third segment over towards B. You eliminate Snoopy, who was trying to make a play behind enemy lines. He gets cut down. And now that's already 3 dead in the feed. Priest, the farthest pushed up player for Boston, has to make sure he keeps position known. As that second segment, I don't know if it's going to get complete. No, it does not. So Boston able to reinforce.
Cramp creates a little bit of space, though, outside of the spawn. Snoopy's still getting to work, though. I mean, he is everywhere at the moment. 15 and 12. Major Maniac able to supply a little bit more reinforcement towards the potential spawn trap, but just as Snoopy tries to hop the window, Kremp was there waiting for him. So Thieves quickly push back the attempt, trying to get on for the second tick at B, but still unable to confirm it. Boston trying to hold on strong.
Yeah, still holding on. But Joe finding that double now gives an opportunity for LA to complete that second segment over towards B. And Priesta, you can't go in there and try to be Superman by your lonely. So you have to try to at least play a couple exit kills, because that B point is going to get away from you. But no, someone goes for a challenge. Snoopy's able to somehow, some way find a double. Boston work their way back on in.
Snoopy continues to be the hero. Second tick, only what gets locked. The third completely depleted. 20 seconds on the clock. Major Maniac up top at helicopter only finds one. Thieves looking to kind of stretch over towards, well, not A, actually. They're going to go underground over through blue to B. They've got a chance to stack this with 3 members on. Is there a trophy system down? Not initially, but it does get placed in the nick of time. Extra 60 not confirmed yet, though. Major Maniac with the pistol in, but Nasty gets on the zone to give LA an extra 60 just before the clock expires.
And now they're up by 5 segments. So if you are Boston Breach, we need a couple cruiser missiles to go forward into the rest of this map, because it's not going to be easy. So at least make up in those ticks. But a couple kills going in favor of LA. They already have a lot of map control over towards blue side, and now it's Ghosty's opportunity to hit a route. He just does not have covert sneakers on, so does Major get the sound cue?
Hard to say for now. Major Maniac gets completely surprised, but the rest of Boston find the kills on the Thieves hit over towards this front push at A. Ghosty holding on towards the backside shack. Snoopy tagged, but not fully dealt with. Nasty out of spawn. Able to take down Snoopy, so the isolation is good. Kremp follows up. Trophy system now down. 7 plays 6. Numbers for Thieves. And there is no one for Boston anywhere near this zone. First hit going to be locked. Kremp inside the spawn. Nearly collapse up a 2-piece. Not fully able to do it, though. But the time looking good. The lives looking better. Now you've got the cruise missile being called in. Second tick still being worked on. Should be locked behind this cruise missile. Major Maniac trying to hit her up through the underground. Second tick, though, gets qualified in. 5v2 situation. Nasty for the double. And it's just down to Beans. He's able to find the first and a third. Could he possibly hang? 1v2. Joe Deceives on the other side. He's on the zone. Beans has to contest. Beans trying to find a way to double up, but not able to succeed, and Thieves will get the offense.
That's good plays right there from LA. Great heads-up play call right there. Also from Ghosty to invest that cruise missile. He already had players on the point. You know, all of Boston Breach are coming off the respawn. So we invest the cruise missile on the attacking side, because if you walk away with an attack on high rise, it's basically GG. LAT doing exactly what they need to do, slaying when they need to fight out of their spawn, finding a couple kills, just giving themselves a lot of opportunities to always work that objective. If you're Boston, you got to play a little bit safe. I know we had a moment in that round right there where Snoopy, we were just watching him go from B Street, underground, left side. We got to hold the position.
Unreal stuff. I mean, to think that defensive round nearly came through at the last second, but Nasty able to slip into the site on B before Major Maniac could find the kill. How much of a difference maker that made. And now it just kind of feels like the life has left the lungs of Boston. They need to find a way to get things done over towards B, and Priest may have opened the door for him on the zone early.
Working on that first segment. No cruise missiles to work with in the back pocket of the LAT, so you don't have to worry about that now if you are Boston. Just got to worry about the nades coming over the top. And also the gunny on the side of LA, because they are firing right now as they find all 4 kills in the feed. Boston breach again in the spawn.
Cramp trying to get a read on where this Boston hit's going to come from out of spawn. They knew they were being trapped, but Cramp doesn't predict it correctly, so Snoopy finds the initial kill. Joe trying to hold up close and personal, but it's all Boston in the kill feed. Nasty, the only one to find elimination. That's over towards the A site. Wraps around the backside at Blue and finds himself now on 2 in a row. But Boston over towards B, trying to get some work done on the ticks of progress. Is not able to stay alive, nor do they get that first tick.
And now that 40 seconds is still going to continuously count on down. All of Boston trying to fight out of their spawn. All of LA holding down their irons, knowing that they have them all trapped. As Crep is all over the kill feed. Ghosty's all over the kill feed. Everyone from LAT sitting at positive. But now with only 24 seconds left, Sloopy trying to make another individual play. He's only able to take down 1, but that leads to 3 there for Boston. Still an opportunity here.
Cramp watching over this Blue rotation in towards A. The teammates for Thieves defense right there to pick up on the information he's able to supply. Last chance here for Boston. Has to be over towards the B zone. Nasty over the top. Help from Kremp good on 5. And now it's just the last 8 seconds. Last opportunity. And Boston are coming out of spawn extremely staggered. Here's the push through. Major Maniac taken off. And at 3.3, Kremp says, why not just drop the cruise missile in just to kind of have a victory lap over top of what will be a 3-0 for the LA Thieves. Oh, man. I mean, looking good for sure in another online qualifying stage at this point.
You're feeling fantastic if you are LA. You walk away with a clean 3-0. I know the series that you played yesterday, you almost allowed that reverse read to be complete, but the S&D is just way too strong. And then for Boston Breach, again, I feel like these are just like the photos and the player cam that we see every single time. It's just nothing but heartbreak. You talk about the Surge and Destroy where you gave yourself a lot of opportunities to at least tie the series up. You fall short there. 5 bomb plants, no successful attacking ground wins. And you get to the control, and you usually find a lot of success in control. You just weren't ready for what LAT were going to throw at you. They were just waiting for someone to play them on high rise, other than Invasion, other than Karachi, to show who they truly are in this game mode. And when they come out and play like that, especially the way that they came out swinging in that opening respawn, like, this is definitely a top team, and it's going to be hard to take down.
And Jay, just kind of pointing it, I know the kill deaths in that last scoreboard weren't necessarily accurate, but the amount of non-traded kills, all of them well into the double digits for the Thieves, plus the assist numbers nearly in double digits as well across the board, just goes to show the teamwork is really coming to life here for LA. So a 3-0. 251-81, 6-4. Definitely felt like there were moments in both of those maps for Boston, but here in the high-rise control, Thieves looked pretty indomitable. And for Boston, unfortunately, the news we have to kind of start writing now is that your hopes at champs have pretty much gone out the window.
Oh, yeah, they already know that. They already know. Like, we're not getting no wins online. We're not finding no success on land. We're most likely not going to make it a champ, so let's try to work on ourselves to try to make an opportunity for next season, because right now it's just not clicking for Boston.
The better news, though, for the Thieves, they start off 2-0 in this Major IV Qualifiers, off to another red-hot start online as we head things back to the desk for the breakdown.
Got to keep in mind every map matters as well when it comes down to the tiebreakers, and a 3-0 is going to be a very happy score for the Thieves fans. Let's start, though, with this series and what happened with Boston, because I felt like there were star moments from Beans. He almost had that 1v5 there in control. Snoopy had some decent plays, but you also saw a bunch of blunders, Nameless. Where are they falling short? What are their consistent issues as a squad?
Yeah, I mean, where do I begin, Chris? Like I feel like this team has so much potential. I mean, you even talk about the hard point, like so many hills that they got broken on. I mean, thinking about the end on bridge when the streak comes in from Joe Deceives, kills one of the teammates, and then you get a 4 down. What happens? Thieves are able to come in with another break right after that. Like, they just lose composure. They don't have the right communication at the end of these games. And then even in the search and destroy alley, you were going nuts because they have these favorable positions and then they just throw it away where they overchow to give it up.
It's just the fundamentals, like the fundies aren't there at all, not only in hardpoints, but in search and destroy as well for them. There are so many times where they had the bomb down for a reverse situation. We were just chowing things we didn't need to chow. Snoopy chowing Eskies is a good example. Leaving Major Maniac on his own on the bridge side. Like, it felt like they didn't ever have a grasp of where LA Thieves are. Now, to their defense, LA Thieves is the number 3 retake team in the league, so that is to be expected. But like, it's just a choke. It's choke after choke after choke for Boston Breach.
On the other side, as we focus on the positives, you are now 2-0 LA Thieves to start another major qualifier. And today, Ghosty delivers your Scuff play of the game. Let's take a look at what the young Dan was doing here, Nameless. What'd you see from the freaking?
Yeah, you know, I'm assuming it's going to be the performance on the map one hard point. Yeah, I mean, the guy was lighting it up. At one point, I was like, how many 2-pieces is he going to get throughout this one? In the right position at the right times every single time. And the biggest play of the game was, you know, Joe Deceives was staying alive in back music, just playing his life, and he waits long enough for Ghosty to get there. Ghosty gets there. What does he do? Delivers, finds a 2-piece to get the break. Exactly what they needed. And then you talk about the search and destroy. Snoopy gets into like a favorable position. It is an overtime on the side of Snoopy, but guess what? He has a sub and Ghosty has an MCW in his hand. You still have to win the gunfight, and Ghosty has the talent to do that, to put the icing on these rounds. The kid is an absolute stud.
3 positive games in a row, and he now joins us live in a Monster Winner Spotlight. Dan Ghosty, how does it feel out there in Los Angeles?
Feels good. We finally got a 3-0. It seems that we can only get wins via map 5s, but definitely feels good to get a final nice 3-0.
And on that topic, can you talk to me about what's happening here in our first week? We have 5 3-0s. Sorry, we have 5 game 5s, now 4 3-0s. Why no game 4s?
I don't know. Honestly, I was actually wondering the same thing, because the first day it was all a bunch of map 5s, and then the second day it was literally the opposite, and we were making that same joke. I have no idea. Just how COD is sometimes, you know?
All right, let's talk about the matchup today against Boston. Were you guys ever truly tested in this series?
I think we were a little bit in the searches. I think we threw away a couple rounds that we definitely should have won in our post plants. And that high rise, it got a little dicey on the last offense that we won, but we ended up icing it out. But other than that, no, not really. I felt like we were in control of that series the whole time.
Not much to pick your brain about in a series like this. Very strong respawns across the board, expanding your map pool, search and destroy, as you already just touched on. A couple of things to look at. So instead, I'm going to ask you, we had a recent update. MCW and Rival 9 received some changes. How do LA Thieves feel about the new meta?
I am happy that the 4-bullet is back. I do wish it required a little bit more headshots, but it is nice to have the 4-bullet back. I'm definitely cheesing.
Dan, I want to ask you, you know, across the last 2 qualifiers, you guys are 9-5. You've been lighting it up online. And, you know, when you go to LAN, you guys have had some close games, talking like the game 5 against FaZe, then you talk about the round 11 loss to Miami. But what is happening in that transition from online to LAN? Why aren't you finding that same success?
I feel like whenever it comes to LAN in general, for most teams and players, that the small mistakes tend to happen a little bit more. And for a team like us, that we have been trying so hard to iron out those small mistakes, it kind of puts us in a position that we're not really used to on LAN. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they're hard on their sleeve, like they're really down on themselves. How are you guys working through that? Because you got to stay mentally tough when there's only 1 major left until champs.
100%. And I mean, I definitely am a person that ended up doing that as well. I wear my heart on my sleeve, quote unquote. And I've just been trying to be better, just because your body language demonstrates how you are mentally prepared for the game, if that makes sense. You know, if your body language is down, you look a little bit sad, you're probably going to go into that next map not making the best plays, not as confident as you would be otherwise.
Less emo music, JCap. You heard it from Ghosty. Keep the tunes to rap. All right, Ghosty, last question for you. Who do you want to play here going into the final quarter of Call of Duty this season?
I am excited for the FaZe match. I think we always somehow play FaZe real close, and I'm real excited to play them. Love playing my boys over there.
Fans in the chat are as well. Looking forward to seeing you versus Draza, buddy.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate y'all.
That's Dan Ghosty. That's LA Thieves. And that is our 4th 3-0 of the week. And when we come back, will we see the 6th game 5? It's FaZe versus New York.
It's got the best chance.
Monster Energy matchup coming up here on the CDL.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator, weapon blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
El otro, cerca del... El otro tiene que estar por el under, creo.
Going alley, going alley.
No en el Eli, Go, eso es, joder. Bueno, Javi, coño. Madre mía.
Nice try, man.
Oh. I calmed it, dude. I said, like, wait for that.
I know what you meant. I know what you...
That's the problem. You gave them all the time in the world, and now Ultra have set themselves up perfectly for the barbershop hardpoint. The apartments, the alleyways, all the nooks and crannies are now full of Canadians.
And you have a BZ at 9 and 22, and this is only a 20-point game. You're looking at big plays in the final moments, but Envoy takes down 2.
Envoy the front line.
Let's see how you do under pressure. Yeah, ain't no errors, baby. It's a new era. I wake up early, feeling rich like I'm Kesha. I get to the paper, boy. Extra, extra. Work with me, you know that I got it. Come with me, let's take a trip to the islands. We up on the jet, we'll do more than just fly on it. Stand on that hill, you gon' die on it. Boom, boom. Back with a vengeance, I show you the ropes. Peace in my town, I can show you the coast. Up in the shots if they wanted to smoke. If you know, then you know. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever.
The plan worked in Atlanta as they were able to take a major so far, and they basically only lost 6 matches this entire season. This is the all-star roster they were wanting to put together, but they're taking on the world champions today. New York Subliners, Atlanta FaZe, 2 of our powerhouse 4 teams going at it today, Allie.
The problem, though, is of those 6 losses, a lot of them were handed to them at LAN to stop them from going back-to-back in Toronto. And now, finally, we're able to talk about Atlanta FaZe and a couple glaring issues. Mainly, search and destroy at the major was completely different from what we saw during the qualifier, and mainly so, they lost both versus Optic Texas to then get knocked out and not go to that grand final. So for Atlanta FaZe, it's going to be their main focus during this split is to get back in their S&D dominance.
Yeah, not only did they lose both to Optic Texas, they lost both to the Toronto Ultra as well. Yep. So they definitely need to work on it there. And it's primarily their defense. 9th in the league when it comes to defense. They're not retaking nearly even close to what they were in the first 2 stages, sitting at 8th there. And they're aware of it, and they know they need to work on it in order to get back to championship form. The good about in our Monster Energy pregame for them is the control. 10-1. They've been unbelievable there, and they've loved it up against New York, especially with the maps that we have. Karachi control, a definite edge up against the New York.
22-1 on defense. Ridiculous stats there. The bad S&D. You guys touched on it, but this is going to be a juggernaut matchup. So I want to throw away the historic Major 3 stats and just focus on this head-to-head going on. Atlanta FaZe has a 3-1 record over New York so far this season. Why have they had the edge over superstars that won the World Championship last year?
Yeah, well, one, roster composition is just better. I think the New York Subliners got a lot worse bringing in a guy like Sib to this year. Okay. Chemistry-wise and Respawn. Hydra has been shut down for the most part in hardpoint in this matchup, sitting at a .82, so he needs to get going. What we saw in their series yesterday was he is going. He's here. I mean, the guy had damn near a 2.0 when it comes to the HPs, right? So they're relying a lot on him, and I think the major difference that we saw in their HP was They've always been great at rotating. It's about holding. They got that first wipe, and then they were calm and let Hydra go out and start to chain kills together. That's how you have to play this game, and relying on our superstars. We need to see it today.
And to play devil's advocate, it was against the Carolina Royal Ravens, whose hardpoint has been okay, sort of middle of the pack in the league. But for New York Subliners, you take anything you can get at this point. Again, the only top 4 team that has not held a trophy yet this season, and has won technically 2 more shots at it as we head into Major number 4. For New York Subliners, it's cleaning up the hardpoint. They won both in their series yesterday, and cleaning up the search and destroy. They lose that map to Rio. I doubt we're going to see it anytime soon. And for the Monster Energy pregame, you keep going in control. The attack has been good, and that is really helpful considering that Invasion has been leading a little bit more on the attack side of things as of recent.
Yeah, you know, talking about numbers and stuff, like there's some things like compared to the top 4 teams that just simply aren't as good. And, you know, you talk about their maps that they haven't worked as hard on expanding their map pool. But we have to remember we're talking about a top 4 team that has been there on Sunday at every single event, that has looked incredible at times, and just took the champions to a game 5 where they could have won. So there are moments and glimpses of the greatness that we had from last year. They just have to put it together on a consistent basis. And like I said, building off of that last win versus Carolina, Hydra, if he can continue that, this could be that breakthrough series that they need.
All right, as we take a look at our maps and modes, I want to talk about series MVP candidates. Who is going to be the most valuable player on FaZe in this match?
I'm going to go with Draza. I mean, you talk about the Source to 4 series they played. He's been unreal. A 1.4 in hardpoint against New York on the season.
Ali, on the other side, if New York wants to bounce back and take their second win against Atlanta FaZe this season, how do they do it?
You got to call out Sib once again on this roster. I know they touched on the fact that Hydra has a 0.8 in this matchup, but Hydra is also the most consistent player on this team. And looking at this map lineup, like there's opportunity because Atlanta is like obviously testing maps still. They put Invasion map 2 once again. And these are the 2 players that we just called out. Draza rocking, what did you say, Ant? A 1.4?
A 1.4 in hardpoint. By the way, he's averaging almost 5,000 damage. This is almost unheard of in a series matchup. It's just downright ridiculous.
So that's what I want to see from Sib today. I don't need the kills in that column, but I need to see at least 4,500 damage in the hard points, or at least keep up with Draza and Celium in this series. It's not an easy task, but if he can do it, that is going to be the best opportunity for New York to steal an upset. Let's get into our Scuff Pick'ems. Nameless, you continue to lead by 1, and Ali wants me to keep making you go first.
I'm going to go with Atlanta FaZe in this one. I do think we get a banger here. It's not going to be that 3-0 that we saw at the Major, but I got Atlanta ultimately in the end.
Ali?
Honestly, this really could go either way. I don't know if I try to play catch up with you here.
Why
not? Screw it. I'll go New York Subliners.
Just going Subliners. I would like to catch up on Ali. I'm going to go with Celium and Draza. And the fans are siding with me. They're the #1 team for a reason, but the Subliners have already beaten them once. Let's find out if they can do it again. Ton Chance on the mic. Take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. This should be an absolute banger either way. I mean, look, questions have been asked of where New York really are. We know they're top 4. Can they bridge that gap, though? That is the question that has to be answered here. It's going to be a tough one chance for them, though. Going up against FaZe, it notoriously hasn't been that great. Only 1 win against them all year long.
Hey, that's the benchmark, though. FaZe has been the benchmark for like the CDL era of if you want to win a tournament, you have to be able to beat them. Toronto was able to do that in Major 1. Optic was obviously able to do that most recently. And if you can't beat them, well, Atlanta FaZe are going to win. So if New York Subliners, and I definitely like the way Nameless phrased it, they need that breakthrough series. You need to be able to prove it quite literally against this squad. They had success against them very early on in the year. Since then, they've been getting picked apart. It's 6-1 in map count the past 2 times they've played in Atlanta FaZe. I mean, they're torching them, shooting their bodies while they're dominating with the feed as well. So you got your work cut out for them. We'll see if New York have leveled up their game.
Now, the little nasty streak that FaZe have just seems to be dealing issues for New York Subliners on all occasions. We head in towards this step. A couple of decent kills off the rip for Subliners and some time on board of it as well. FaZe trying to find a breakthrough on the railing side, but it's going to be interesting to see how it does go down. We were talking about it just before we jumped in, though. I mean, Draza against Subliners. My goodness.
No, numbers are absurd across all game modes. Draza is like an incredibly high pressure AR, so he's been feasting. However, Hydra occasionally just ascends to God form. You see, he went on a nice little multi-kill tear there, 4-0 star form, and obviously dominating the feed. Helps you get a little bit of P1 time, but obviously nothing too crazy for the moment. But as far as containing Draza goes, so far so good. That rotation, though, with Atlanta FaZe singing sweet, they're going to be able to get that early time.
Good time to get a few kills on the board. Heading on over towards P2. New York not in too bad of a position. You see a little jostle going on the top left of the map there as well in terms of that rotation for P3, which will be incoming in 49 seconds. Right now, New York subliners are soaking up those seconds. Have a good position in here over towards P2. He's trying to find a breakthrough. BZ will be the tip of the spear, as he so often is. Going to be a big hit from one direction. The ARs are up here, though, for subliners. Can they hold it down? Absolutely they can. Maybe a bit of a one-dimensional push from FaZe. Does not work out.
No, not at all. I mean, Sun going to get traded as well. So this was a hill that Atlanta FaZe rotated to first. Did not win any of the entry gunfights. And I appreciate the Bulldog showing up in the feed as well. Nice little 3 spear for him. He has been alive this entire P2 and just found the route to get behind enemy lines. He's thinking about flipping those spawns. And you see he's already able to do it. There you go. Boom. Sky spawns up right next to him. So New York subliners staying way ahead of this game. And I know early runs for these guys on Vista. They've done it time and time again. Well, here's another example. Already built themselves a sizable lead. However, they do lose the back spawns. Atlanta FaZe have to chip away at it. But it's like Hydra and Sib still in position to attempt to be a nuisance.
It's managed to just about break in. Eventually getting themselves up and running in this game. That's 4 dead, and that's going to be some good time for FaZe. 20 seconds remaining here over towards P3. It was a long, arduous fight towards the back side, as we will be heading over towards P3 in a second. The control came in eventually. Just bullied their way through, as they so often do. So now set up. The pressure starting to come in here from subliners. Starting to pick them apart from the outside. A couple of kills fall in their way. The route from Kismet is just going to break them wide open as well. You would like to think Hydra finds another lovely break from subliners.
And they didn't need it to. Again, they got the sort of early hold, early rotation, did a lot of the small things right. And as he pointed out, Atlanta FaZe just bullied them. And, well, breaking one hill is a good thing, but looks like New York subliners might have to break 2. Simp roaming on the pinch just to find some extra kills. Does get traded out, but Atlanta FaZe nice and secure as the new hill pops. They're going to be down by about 65 seconds, but with the setup they have for the moment, might be able to run the score up. A Hydra, beautiful entry, follows it up with 2. The reads are on point. Hail Hydra indeed. 13 and 6 start. The man is running a rampage. Even goes to get the kill in the back. Hydra, quite literally, Mr. Do-It-All.
Those takeover games we talk about so often. It's looking like one early dose here from Hydra. 13 and 6. He's the one that finds the break. Subliners not quite running away with this one by any stretch of the imagination, but starting to sit very, very comfortably. Don't quite have FaZe's number on a couple of different occasions, but these rotations have been so solid for them, and this time around they've held it strongly. Draws a hole on his own, trying to get something going. Not going to happen. And look at this rotation again. Big fight going to go on over towards the back bridge side. We can see Sib and Kismet already here from the subliners. Going up against the Simp and Celium. Celium's the first one to drop. They know exactly where Simp is. Wonderful rotation again from subliners.
Yeah, both players winning at once, and Sib, nice snap as well. Give him the extra freebie. If he doesn't win the first one, Atlanta FaZe get the break. Instead, Sib does enough to make an impact just to keep things mixy. And Kismet, well, not going for the contest just yet. Wants to get the guy off at time. Well, here's the contest rolling through, and you see his teammates picking up the kills on feed. Hydra for 2. Kismet is just the distraction in this moment as all of Atlanta FaZe players' bodies drop around them. Skies and Hydra going on a simultaneous tear to get the break. Right now, New York subliners playing this map incredibly well.
26 interactions already from Hydra. Getting things rolling. 6 spree now for Skies. The cruise missile will be locked in, and a solid lead. Whatever happens with the final 15 seconds over towards the bridge hold point, it has been a substantial opening segment coming in from New York subliners. 120 and rising. FaZe yet to really get anything going yet. It's been, I want to say, like, just a bit sloppy on occasion. Seen some of those breaks coming through, just have not been solid chance.
No, not at all. And again, with a 70-point lead, New York subliners, this is the opportunity just to run it up. So we're going to jump in for a listening and see if they can keep this vibe flowing.
I needed one. One shot. Yo, pitching. Yo, no break. One more. Ticket. I killed ticket. Look at time.
One shot on Tom Cruise. There's one cat side top.
I have a streak, guys.
One's Vines and one's cat side top.
Alright, we're good. I have a streak too, so take time on this.
Go ahead, trick this.
Alright, I'm shaking this. Stay live.
I saw him Vines.
Yo, pinch. B-tree, one shot. 2P1, one grill, one left. Great, B-tree, one shot. B-tree, got time. Got Sip.
Snacks.
Got Sip the time. P1. B-tree, one was B-tree.
Tyler Snacks.
Heard you. Got all time. He's got to be cat. I'm playing you guys. I'm waiting. You guys is Vine. Laying down MC. Laying down Vine. Vine. One shot. I'm waiting burger, bro. I'm waiting burger. Vine. Play together. I'm waiting burger. I'm playing towards new. What could be little burger playing for me? Yeah, I heard.
On time. Draws really weak. Time draws on Vines. One's Vines.
It's close. Done. We'll go along. One shot on me. Pink steps.
I'm dead.
Heal the BZ. Heal the BZ on our steps.
Hit me first one time.
Yo, Crimp, yeah, pick up
time here. Pick up
P1 on spawn. He went inside burger.
Pick up P1 on spawn.
Pick. They're gonna be mid.
Last guy.
Help me. He's on the grill. Looking burger only. I'm naded. You stay alive. I got mid, boys. I got needed. We need to get mid. Heard you. I'm gonna go through left.
Vine's dead. I'm on.
Yeah,
We triple mid. Come on.
I'll take the water step.
Laying down middle. I can't see it. Laying down close to middle.
Close grill. Dead.
Nice. Last guy on time. The other guys on spawn.
Time on me. Far me, drop. Time on me. Time needed. Cut off left. Yeah, I got new cut off. I got low left. Look at P1 right now. Bottom right. Nothing. Bottom right. Playing you to get go back. It was a BZ. I knew. It was on me. I got killed. Simp slow art. And a BZ missing a BZ. He might do the gate hop. Heard you. It was Simp. It looked like he was going towards it. Pillars. He took off back. He died. Yeah, go. I'm going back steps. I'm one more.
New York Sublime still have the lead when Atlanta Phase very much closing the gap. It is never, ever safe. It's never done. Let's go for a listening with Atlanta Phase.
I'm with you. I'm sliding. He's on the stairs. I'm stuck right now. I don't see anything. I have a choke on his arm. I'll see it back hard. I'm waiting for you guys. You guys make a play back hard. He's lying down. I think he's right side. Nice. I think he's one shot.
Listen, D-back.
I'm in P1.
Yeah.
Listen, these archers. I hear. Do you want? He's trying me lower. Yep. Help me left, Zach. Heard. Come left.
Take your time.
He's top burger. Nice. Hydra was out somewhere too. Step back. He's PM. Tired this one. That's one Yeah, one shot. I'm top of the I spun out 15 minutes, I think. Spawning in the back.
Back kids.
P1.
Let's go deep secret.
P1. You guys. P1. 10. I spawned out.
Yeah, leave back here.
One shot. Back to mid.
This guy's terrible.
He's gonna be missile. Missed up. Open on me, then.
Yeah, good job.
I'm needing tower steps.
I'm needing time. What do you guys think?
I'm going right. I'll see him on the tree. I think he's close right then.
I think he's close right. Right there. One hill.
Sit down. Stay down. I have your cross. Don't die. On the tree. And I'll stay dead. One minus one weird. One minus one weird. But we're close, kids. I'm trying to play new. I'm missing Caesar. He's a new.
Okay, one shot.
I have new cut now.
That's good.
Come get my P1 if you
That's
can.
I'm getting P1.
I don't see anything new. They're all doing nothing, guys. I have time to stop. I don't see anything. Nothing in routes. Missing a
We pointed out that Draza usually has a ridiculous series up against New York Subliners. He took a couple extra bullets from Kismet. 15 and 25. Phase starting to flounder once again. Subliners have extended that lead. Got a little bit slim chance, but it's back in working order right now.
Hey, game's not over though. Still a Vista, still a long way to go. Decent bit of Call of Duty to be played, but New York Subliners get another wipe. Another double kill in the feed for Sib as well. On the bridge hill, the man has been popping off, and he just gets to hold an iron. One of the best shots in the league. If he gets to post up uncontested, man's gonna fry you. Takes a stun to finally take him down, but now the Bulldog rearing up, ready to bark once again. The stuns, though, tax coordinated for Atlanta FaZe, trying to claw their way back in this game.
Couple of big gunfights, though. We talked about Draza there, just not having the best of games. It seems as if he just gunned Hydra in the middle of the map. Gets a little bit of control inside the bar. They've got this scrap time. And as we mentioned, you can never, ever count these guys out. FaZe maybe starting to heat up at the right time, but BZ finds one. Draza's there. Kismet for the two, though. The trades, which way they're going to fall. It's still with Kismet for all four in the end. Starts barking at the right time. 27 and 20 now from the Subliners lead player in this game. Hydra locked inside of him as well. 230 and rising now for Subliners. FaZe, you got to find a way through.
No, Kismet's gonna call him, man. He get the trophy out too easy. Setup on P1. Play for the spawners. Collect the time and let your teammates do their jobs. But, well, Draws and Sim pick up a couple kills in the feed. So Atlanta FaZe, well, they're still alive, but they have such a long way to go. Even on the rotation. Right now, New York Subliners, the feed's getting picked apart. You got an option. Rotate, hit old scrap time. Subliners can do whatever they want.
The options are there. The timing's not for Skies. This rotation is going to pop in 15 seconds. Subliners can very much still win it over towards P1. They go for another little stab at it. They're not going to get there. But look at the bodies that are heading over towards P2 now. Atlanta FaZe have broken 200 points. They'll be much closer than they were beforehand. But they need to win these next couple of gunfights. A big one here for Hydra to try and survive. Just bullets being flown into him for a couple of different windows. But now the push needs to start to come through. 4 seconds for Subliners. Simple find one. He jumps inside the point. He's dead to rights. And Subliners, map number 1 goes their way. A fantastic start just led on. Fantastic performance. FaZe nearly came back into it, but not quite good enough. A slow start, they get punished.
No, absolutely. And an electrifying pop-off as well. You can see how much that means to the Subliners. One of the interesting things about this matchup, they played each other 4 times on the year. Atlanta FaZe have won every single map won until now. Subliners taking care of business, and I gotta say, Hydra backing him down as well. He has a little square up with Celium top burger. Celium has him stunned, is tagging him up through the wall, and literally runs away from him. Seemingly, Atlanta FaZe want nothing to do with Hydra, who had 49 engagements on the map, 5,700 damage as well. Hydra doing Hydra things. Kismet right there with him with the hill time. And I know the desk was talking about the damage. Drazi's had crazy output. He gives you 5K, but Sib dominant on the map 1. 6K damage made up for what Puckett expected, and then some.
Some of the shots from Sib lining it up with the ACR. We kind of lost it during the listening to one of the gunfights as well. The round P1 then. So multiplier is a real thing, but that's a huge win for Subliners. Everybody kind of had their moments. Skies went on a 6 spree at one stage. Sib obviously found that damage. Kismet found a 4 kill feed all on his own. Everybody from the Subliners pitching into that win. But do you think the damage was maybe done on this first rotation? What, you were heading into the second one with a 70 or 80 point deficit if you're FaZe? It's a long way to come back from.
Well, honestly, one of the bigger moments, I don't know if we're going to catch it in the highlights, but there was a P3, I believe it was, where Simp just tries to take this sort of off-the-map like route to go for the pinch, gets it wrong. Either the timing was off or missed a mantle. Actually, there's the look at it. He's going to die in this moment. Legs not long enough, and you start a hill off like that in a 3 versus 4 against a team like New York Subliners. You're not going to be able to get it done, so you make a mistake like that. And that was a moment where the game would have been close to being tied up. Instead, it's right back to about that 60-point margin where, again, New York Subliners, when the game is coming to them, things are looking very easy for them. Kismet popping off as well. And I know the Bulldog, we've been waiting for a bit of a bite. I know he's been barking for a bit, but right there took off a chunk of Atlanta FaZe in the map 1.
Fantastic performance out of New York in the series. Is very much on the cards now. Hasn't necessarily been the best viewing for them when it has come down to every single fight against FaZe, but they got the lead and never let it go. Fantastic performance as close as it got. Well, at least at the end of a hill, it was only 30 points or so. Really good job coming in from the side of New York Subliners. Never relented in that pressure. Hydra was fantastic in that game, just everywhere where he needed to be. Everybody chipping in though, and they find a map 1 win up against Atlanta FaZe. Invasion Search and Destroy going to be coming up next, and Karachi Control, map number 3, will stay there for 4 and head over towards 6-star Search and Destroy for map number 5 if we get it. We've had 3 of those all night long. I somewhat doubt that this would stay that same way. Chance FaZe 100% still in this game.
Oh, without question. I was going to say if there was going to be a 3-0, the expectation would be Atlanta FaZe would be the only one of these 2 teams to pull it off. But map 1, New York Subliners on their map pick, on the Vista, absolutely setting tone. But S&D is going to be a very big question as well. Atlanta FaZe 4-2 against the Subliners on the year in this game mode, so they had the edge, but obviously Subliners capable of the fight. And I think Kismet might be the player to pay most attention to for the side of the New York Subliners. Online, his Search and Destroy has been tippy-top, one of the best in the game. He hasn't quite been able to bring that together on land just yet, but hey, you only play COD on the day. It is the online format, and he needs to be at his very best. Obviously very comparable between these 2 teams, but obviously the 4-loss streak that Atlanta FaZe is on, keep in mind, that is only against the best S&D teams in the world. That is just on a Sunday. They were not able to perform. Typically, always going to be a strong team, but an opportunity for the guys on New York Subliners to strike it. Really just keep the pressure on. Hydra, fantastic as well. You watch Kismet if you want the X Factor. If you want to watch potentially God, you watch Hydra.
The French phenom himself. so good over his still fledgling career in the CDL. He's still getting himself up and running, but he has been that guy for Subliners the last two, well, since he's been on the roster, right? Crazy player and world champion at his young age as well. Subliners need him to perform here though. As we head over towards Invasion Search and Destroy, will be a B hit from Atlanta FaZe, as is customary. Usually, Hydra is so aggressive around the outside of the map. Round number 1, Celium gets dealt with, and there's advantage Subliners already.
Yep, Hydra and Skies working together. Skies was the escort, and well, you just send in the Phenom to get the kill. Nice tags is away there from Skies. I mean, this is already New York Subliners just gonna call the round. Simp and Draza, I mean, elite caliber players, but you see the way the Subliners are playing it. Shoulders being thrown, no overchows, everybody watching the cross, and right now there are no routes for Atlanta FaZe to escape.
Yeah, all the best FaZe. Very tough situation to be in here. Find one pick, maybe you can rotate something, but just look at that. I mean, they've just let, it's just wide open for Draza to find one. He will, of course, get traded. Maybe a slip in communication there from Subliners. I don't think it'll matter a great deal unless Simp can do Simp things. He gets caught on his way around out of dark, and all of a sudden, the round does go to Subliners. Opening kill from Hydra, they'll set themselves up very well. As soon as he gets that, the flank is inevitable. It doesn't come through, but it gives FaZe something to think of.
Absolutely. I was going to say, like, long term, you got to be constantly worried about that sort of like level of aggression. And I think Celium going to be experiencing a little bit of discomfort on their offensive rounds now, but I don't think you're ever expecting to take a gunfight. I mean, what, in the first 10 seconds of the round, virtually in your own spawn? So yeah, Hydra happy to run it down. I know for Hydra and S&D specifically, he had a similar story in like MW2 where at the start of the year, a little bit slow in Search and Destroy, always solid, but never fantastic. But by the end of the year, again, he just ascended. So Hydra definitely looking to hit that form as Subliners. Maybe looking to get the first blood. Atlanta FaZe triple stacked over towards A, and Sky's not right for all three. He's going to fall. Man advantage Atlanta.
A lot of nades headed over towards the B street as well. I'm not 100% sure if it was from Draza with the way that it came in, but that's where New York Subliners got back down. And did Kismet just get a bit of timing? Either way, FaZe will be keeping an eye on the push coming through from Hotel. They have backed up just a little bit. Do they know that this presence from Subliners is here?
Sun's forced in one direction. Sib is making contact, and the play is going to be over towards B. Abizi watching the cross, has eyes on Juan. Draza plays on him, can't get the kill. Kismet with the rival 9 there to drop him. Got ourselves a 3v3.
Simp trying to stay alive. Oh, could he go one better? Not quite. Simp. We'll find him. That bomb will now go down. No utility here for the side of Atlanta FaZe to try and break this one open, but they do have the numbers. Kismet is going to be on his own momentarily down the B street. You can see the flanks now being watched by Hydra. Watch him from the spawn side. Sees nothing. Right now, Hydra's getting no information. Neither is Kismet. There's the info, though. Sees them pushing through dark, and now Hydra can send himself back over. Kismet in aggressive position. Hydra's going to put himself to try and watch the cross. Kismet needs to find at least one. Can't find anything. Hydra now going to try and watch him on the way over, but Rival 9 be damned at this range. These ARs just going to be too accurate. Atlanta FaZe, brilliant retake. They find the round.
Yeah, huge win by Celium there on Kismet as well. He is basically positioning play for a freebie. If anyone tries to flank him, Hydra through the crack in the door would have been able to watch his back. But as soon as Celium wins that first gunfight, able just to call round, and maybe even more importantly, because New York Subliners were making plays. Kismet able to catch Draza off guard a little bit too quick to hit over towards square, but Atlanta FaZe making sure that they're able to hunt down Sib as well. But great gunfights, and hey, a little bit of response. Love being exchanged on both sides. Heartfelt players today, you know? Everybody loves Sunday. Celium, a man of God.
Subliners now on the defensive side. Can FaZe do much with this attack this time? Last time was a little bit tough. They got picked off, and are they going to be able to figure anything else out over towards this B side? It's a slightly different setup from Subliners. The 2-2 split. Not so much aggression coming out from Hydra after the last time. Lightning sometimes does strike twice when we're talking about that guy, but he'll maybe save it for a later round. Stagnant at the moment, but Subliners set up well.
You can just see on the minimap, Simp number 3, he's playing over towards Showers. Like, Hydra has now conditioned them to be very cautious about the aggression on the flank. So you don't have to flank anymore. You force Atlanta FaZe to respond, and they're going to be a man down on this approach to B. And Kismet has the intel, but the drop might be on him. One shot over by Pillars, can't get the kill. Draws it too quick with it. Able to cover his teammate. Oh, wait, just kidding. Game glitched out. We do got a 3v3.
Sim on the way. There you go. And he was waiting all that time for the flank to come in. When he's the one flanking, Hydra spins round. We'll be able to find it, but it would have to be a 1 versus 3. Expects presence close, but that bomb's going to go down, and this now becomes very, very difficult. Does have himself a Semtex, but whether or not that's going to be able to help him out too much. Shots into Selima. Good. The nade will not land. Trophy systems there. Has to find a ridiculous gunfight for this round to fall his way. Not going to happen. Atlanta FaZe working well over towards this B side. Getting the job done.
Yeah, that's the old diabolical setup as well. One player on square, one player on the bulldozer. You just play off the contact and make sure you get the timing for the trades. And that's got to have like a 90% win rate when you get the man advantage in those types of situations. But we talked about the conditioning, worried about the flank. Sim's tucking himself over towards Showers, but Simp obviously, you know, one of the best, if not the best player in the game. You give him a little bit of time to think, and he gets the timing perfect on the pinch. So big plays being exchanged, and now BZ leading the charge, hunting for his first blood.
Information was obviously gained. Oh, Hydra's killed his own teammate. He's killing everybody by the looks of things. Kismet falls, and all of a sudden the round explodes. Celium now put it up by the grenade. Oh, he probably would have found the kill on the skies. The pressure will be coming in, but not quite. Over towards B. They go with the bomb. Well, nothing to do with this gunfight. New York Subliners playing the safe route on this one. Bomb will be down. Celium in a 1v3.
Yeah, and again, we talk about the diabolical setup. I mean, they're not even going for the Subliners just yet. They're playing to watch all the crosses to get the intel, but selling him on a 3 spree. I don't know if you want to play for the kills or play for what, but he's going to get absolutely nothing. Easy reads and great positioning by Sky, so no 3 spree continuation. No thought of a cruise missile there from Celium, and you see how seriously New York Subliners are taking this. Just an absurd angle. Sky's cutting off literally the entire map for his teammates. Doesn't get any better than that, and doesn't get any more fun. Talk about an opening break right there from New York Subliners. Instantaneous wrap out, by the way. All this pressure over towards the A site. They had contact on Celium down by Bridge or A Street. Got out of dodge instantly over towards B. A lot of respect being shown.
And those opening kills also came through from FaZe. Check in the middle of the map, 4 of them over towards A, if anything. Subliners nearly cleanly wiped them. Look at this aggression coming through, though, from Subliners. Well pushed up towards B. FaZe are ready and waiting, but not with a lot of real estate to play with.
You see the idea from Kismet. He's waiting for the jump. If it be easy or Draza wants to jump over, it will be met with death. Just waiting to see if they make that decision, but Abizi dropping down low, not going to be the case. So Kismet still in a good spot. Him and Hydra working together. Hydra able to get the first blood, does get traded. Kismet sent in for the trade. His position still unknown, goes for the strike, can't get it, has to back down.
Smoke inadvertently hurts his teammate from Hydra. Celium on his way over now. The rest of the team alive and kicking for FaZe, but they can transfer whichever way they want here. Skies will have eyes on, so they know exactly where FaZe are. They've seen at least 2 of them there. Look at the pressure coming in here from Sib up B Street is 2. Well positioned by the Subliners now. FaZe running out of time, but they have a B Street completely open because it's being given up now. You need to get going. You don't have the time. Kismet will find Draza. They've had a lot of success over towards this site, but they need to get this bomb down. It's going to be wow. If Sim's dead, shots coming in from Skies. That will be the round, my word. Subliners, great job.
Yeah, Skies is on point with that one. I mean, X-ray vision, some of the best wall bangs in the game, this time just through the actual bomb site. But yeah, no, laser beams, he is shooting at his very best. And I was a little bit nervous. I mean, he called it correct. Sib sort of gives up the B Street pressure, but he's just there to play with his teammates. And by the time Atlanta FaZe can even think about the rotation, Skies and New York Subliners completely on top of it. I mean, we're talking about these mid-round decisions that like almost have to be instinctual at this point, at this level. Subliners so far taking it to him. Nice 3-2 lead. Definitely want to make sure you pick up the bomb at some point, but they might just be running it down again.
Worked out last time. You go for it again. Not able to catch anybody off guard inside of hotel, but you have control of it. Standard practice coming out from the Subliners, though. No problem for FaZe. They're back on. No need to get aggressive. You lost out last time. Why give them the opportunity? Wow, this is fast. They managed to move onto the side. The smoke will go down now from Hydra, who will just start to move, and he gets picked apart from Dark. Bomb not there to get planted either. Subliners now on their way over towards TBD. Sim surviving with 2 HP. Gets out as well, but for how long? Pressure coming in from the middle of the map, but BZ finds one. And just dipping and diving where they need to. It's now 4v2 for FaZe.
This is just so mixy. Still though, 4 versus 2, and Sim's on the pinch, so New York Subliner is gonna end up in the blender, or Kismet's gonna gun you. The MCW to the rival 9, and now a 1v2 potential. Eyes on the cross, plays for the kill. Guns draws to the bed. Top 5 play. We're on our way. Kismet can't get it done. So close, and yet so far. Kismet, a wizard, pulling off some magic, and the Red Netty just stuffs him in the end. And a hell of a call there by Celium with a little bit of extra love, but just saucy coming out of Kismet.
Oh my word. That would have been one of the all-time aces. Incredible from Kiz to put that opportunity up in front of him. Celium shuts it down. God damn it, Cel. That would have been firmly at the top 5 plays.
Hey, don't take the Lord's name in vain when you're talking about self. Man reads the Bible.
Kismet now inside of Hotel, sitting in 8 and 3. Someone did go on to lose that round, but FaZe had to clutch up. Celium with some clean shots, had to go for the... Well, did he have to go for the child? Who knows? But irrelevant of that. Into the next round. Hydra holding an acute angle. Kismet is there as well. Nades out, will force him away. He's working on something over towards A here, Chance.
Well, I'll think about Hydra. Look at the lineup. Door opens. Gotta get the time. Gotta get these trades. Hydra's gonna be a guarantee. Feel like for at least one, but through the smoke, can't get it done. But Kismet, the Overseer, at least gets the nade trade. And now, interesting timing. Glasses maybe need to be adjusted. 3v2 for Atlanta FaZe.
Celium not expecting 2 down the B street. They didn't get the bomb down in that period either. Did he see Draza? Yes, he did. Sib gets the hell out of dodge, but Abizi finds Skies. They had an idea of where Sib was. They're watching down Dark. Are they keeping an eye on the flank? Yes, they are. They're on a swivel. You can already see Draza ready and waiting, but he isn't able to hit the shots. You got to get out of there. If you are Abizi, or do you just go for the child? They're going for the child. Draza's going to put the pressure on. Abizi's going to be here right the way. Great job from Atlanta FaZe. Time not on their side, so they get aggressive. They play for the kill. They get the round.
Yeah, and these rounds, by the way, lightning fast. Like, at least as far as the opening salvo goes, once the action kicks off, non-stop till the bitter end. And again, instincts right now for these two teams are what's kicking in. Draza, maybe the biggest grinder we have in the league, especially so for S&D. Instincts on point. Sib, he makes the right play call, goes for the active play, goes on the chase, looking for the trades, but Draza reads it the entire way and wonderfully played in the 2v1. So a 3-2 lead for New York Subliners, how the tables turn. Good trigger discipline. Abizi got eyes on 3.
Info's there. What can Sim do with it? Should be able to find one. God! Spins, my God! Draza can find one, but Kismet is there to pick up the pieces. It's a 3v2 now in favor of Subliners. Is that going to change? Not quite. Abizi trying his best to do something. The shots in the skies are absurd. This is the highest level of Call of Duty we've seen this weekend so far. Incredible from both these two teams. Bomb is down though. Sublime is now in a 3v2 situation. You don't usually lose these, but you can see FaZe. BZ and Celium hunting for Skies. They know he's here, but every single second that dwindles just helps out the Subliners, and that'll help out just a little bit more. Celium's there to find one. He will have to back on down. It's a 1v2.
Yeah, and there's just nothing you can do. 20 seconds left on the clock. You're just going to slide into death. Someone on Subliner is going to get this kill, and both are there for it. Sky's out here making plays as well. Abiz is going to hunt him down, but with him and Celium on the chase, not only does he buy you like an extra 15 seconds in this round so his teammates can be nice and comfortable, he also just guns Abiz as well. So Gun's a little bit cold there in that round. Hydra starting off with just a little bit of sauce, and here's the look from his POV. Drops down to 122 HP, and it takes him and Draza to take him down. That is wickedness in the first blood.
Been a couple of absurd gunfights that have been won from players on both teams, to be fair, but Subliner seem to be on the right end of them at the moment. Pressure in on the defensive side from Subliners, but look at Atlanta FaZe now. You got aggressive. Hydra is here to answer the call, but Does he have much information? FaZe have backed out. Could be potential ships in the night crossing over towards B. Keep an eye on that in the minimap, but still a lot of pressure being put down. Hydra is able to get that one cleaned up via Skies. And all of a sudden, it's 4v3 for Subliners.
Yeah, Sky's able to do that, by the way, from like the back bridge. So that is absurd stuff. Kismet, by the way, having a masterclass performance gives you another double kill. That'll be 13 kills so far for Kismet. And again, called him out in SMD. This guy has been a monster, at least in the online stages, and he has provided so far on Invasion. Another double kill, great first bloods coming through, and New York Subliners back on the attack. They had an interesting idea a few rounds ago of like a BZ playing in the courtyard, sort of hugging the wall. They were trying to smoke off the dark cross and see if you can go out for the pinch. Hydra was looking for it. They didn't have success the first go around, but I think that might be sort of a tailor-made strat, maybe worth attempting again.
Kismet having a peek inside of hotel. Subliners in the ascendancy now. A BZ tagged up. We'll get the hell out of dodge. Stun maybe not the best, but the KD's looking nice. 13 and 4 from Kismet. With a hell of a game. Just have to clear this out though. You see BZ. You gotta make sure you dot your I's and cross your T's. Then boy could be anywhere.
Yeah, and you had Subliners, by the way, off the rip, like double stacking over toward Showers as well. So they're playing with interesting ideas, but a full map spread for Atlanta. No one has crossed the 50-yard line, and Kismet put the bomb down. He's ready to make a move.
Jazza will find Sib over towards the B side, but that will not give FaZe any information as to exactly where Subliners are. Smoke out onto the site. You go. Hydra in the smoke, not going to be able to find it. Round 11 beckons. Kismet and Ellie pulled off an ace beforehand. This will be mightily impressive if we can do this one as well.
He's just thinking about the cruise here. On a 4 spree, a cruise missile for the round 11 could go a long way. Atlanta FaZe, by the looks of it, don't even want to attempt to hunt him down. They know they got the bomb down. Don't feed any extra kills to the Bulldog.
Awkward position for Kismet. And FaZe remain patient. This round will be over. Round 11 we go. It's been a hell of a search and destroy. So back and forth, these first bloods have mattered, but big moments from both these two teams ultimately end us up at this round number 11. It's been a great search and destroy this one. It's been a good series so far, and we may well have a lot more to go, but if Subliners can find this round, a 2-0 lead against Atlanta FaZe, that will be something.
And I wasn't able to keep track of the math in my head, but whoever has more kills is going to get the defense for the round 11. And it's going to be New York Subliners that are going to get it. So shout out to Kismet just for having an absurd KD to buy the defense for the round 11.
Over towards B he goes. Information gained from Draza. It's going out, so that's wastage from New York Subliners. All to the advantage of FaZe so far.
And Skies and Sim might have a square up down A Street as well. Yep, it's going to be it. This is from the round before. Skies 2 active, Simp ready for the kill. There's your first blood.
Patience of a saint from Simp. Maybe a wrap back around, but Subliners are starting to squeeze maybe a little bit further up the B Street now. Kismet looking to try and find something. 2 kills away from that cruise missile. Bear that in mind if he's able to open his account in round number 11. Gunfight's going to come through, not quite. Back down, still playing nervous here, Atlanta FaZe. For all that they had the first blood, they don't really have a read on where everybody is right now.
Yeah, Hydra got to DVD. Celium didn't actually spot him, so a couple players able to sneak through. Kismet doesn't win the gunfight, but the man that got to DVD able to give you at least one. 22 seconds on the clock. Now you got Sib making plays, trying to keep him off bomb, but Wilcel goes hunting Sib. Last man standing. Can't get it done. Atlanta FaZe clutching up in the round 11. Off the back of a cheeky little strat. Simp, too patient for Skies, getting it done.
An error of inevitability when that first blood came through. Atlanta FaZe break that 4-loss spree in the search and destroy to tie this series up. Been a banger so far. What a search and destroy that was. The highest of levels from both two teams. But ultimately, Atlanta FaZe will be the ones who come out on top. 13 and 5 from Kismet. Doesn't find you the win. Tough scenes for Subliners, but they very much put up a fight and did have that advantage going into it, but that is being eviscerated and into a control we go. All tied up here, Chance.
Yeah, and keep in mind, I mean, honestly, Cell might have only had 7 kills, but quite literally just the one trade he had against Kismet to stop one of the best plays of the year that Kismet was in the middle of making. I mean, that would have been the type of round that not only would have called game, but frankly might have called series with a pop-off moment like that. But Atlanta FaZe holds strong, still confidence as well. Cell still shooting bodies as well in that moment. So icing up in the round 11, better play call as well in the offensive round. But as you pointed out, very high level Call of Duty being played right now. It has been, at least for me, a very needed palate cleanser.
The less said, the better. It has been a treat so far, and we have potentially 3 more maps to go. At least 2, though, on the other side of this break. Control's going to be coming up shortly. One apiece between these 2 teams. Who's going to take the advantage after the next one?
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Scuff Gaming is doing an ultimate giveaway where you and a friend can win a chance to go to COD Champs this year. The giveaway includes 2 VIP tickets, travel expenses, and more. To enter, scan the QR code on the page or go to scuff.co/CDL and enter your email. Terms and conditions apply.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
They are gods on the map. They cannot be stopped. Hydra still working though. There's a streak earned as well, up to 6 straight. That was remarkable there, and Hydra's still going.
He's doing whatever he wants.
9 straight for him, 18 and 14. One of the true superstars in our league is we're up to double digits. The man is a threat.
He's got 14. It's the cruise hits to New York dominates Invasion.
Trying to make this play. He can only take down 1, but now his friends are going to be a little bit late to the party because Atlanta FaZe have rallied the troops in towards B1. They only need about 5 seconds to close out this game. The spawns from Ultra all the way across the map. Got to find a way to touch. Nades are littering the front door. There's 248. It does get contested, but Traza with the double. Oh! Against Soul 4! To get him out for now and battle back through on the point. You're still alive in this if you're Optic Tactics and you survive long enough. I don't know if you can, because inside dials up a triple and it's over. To get to one position, so has to take the fight. Comes soaring on through. He got it. He goes to planet. He gets it through. Are you kidding me? And he gets away. 35 seconds. He spots him. Back down. He pops. Dashing. My God. Unbelievable. These guys have elevated. They are gods on the map. They are playing with too much energy. They cannot be stopped. Brett and Shotzi out of control. What a Sunday it was. A wave of elation across the Matamei Athletic Center. It was a tough nut to crack. Your champions, Optic Texas.
highest level of CDL ongoing right now and the highest level of production in the goddamn game. Love to see it from the guys behind the scenes getting everything done in Colombia. What am I missing, Chance?
I don't even know how to explain it. The different people were moving in different sections, and the guy in the bottom right completely stun locked for a solid 10 seconds. I thought my camera froze. I got a little bit paranoid, and then he moved again. I was like, oh my God. So yeah, no, I got in that moment. But it happens. Just like Skies got in the round 11, where he walked up right in front of Sim's line of sight and just died immediately.
Yeah, it's tough. It's always very tough when that happens. Control stats though, coming in from FaZe. I mean, all those numbers on the right-hand side of your screen. You don't need to be a Call of Duty whiz to work this out. A lot of firsts. That helps.
Yeah, and like for different categories as well, it's the objective playing, it is the slang, it is just being on point. So yeah, FaZe have set themselves apart. Of course, this is across every single map, but even on Karachi, these guys have been fantastic. Third in attacking rounds, second on defensive rounds, and they've been so good, never even seen a round 5. What's that on Karachi for Atlanta FaZe? Who knows? But I will say, I know we're sort of been expecting subliners. If they can kick it up and make it competitive, that's what we're looking for. And so far, they've delivered. Been a great series of Call of Duty. Control will be an ultimate test maker, and Draza, hell of a first blood to get on Kismet. Nice way to start the Karachi Control.
Hasn't necessarily had the series that we maybe advertised Draza, but let's see if we can get things up and running here. 2 Spree to already start off the Control. A little bit of pressure coming in from subliners. Kills did come through from FaZe though to slow this down and kill it dead in the water. Cellium. Shots into Hydra. FaZe come out with this one swinging.
This is their defense masterclass potentially on display. They haven't gotten like the true spawn trap just yet, but New York subliners don't really have too much room to breathe. And you see that stun doesn't connect on a BZ, so he gets the free kill on Hydra. And well, now you might just be in the blender. Welcome to the backside of your spawn in Atlanta FaZe. When they're on point, they're at their very best. And no one is winning gunfights. 26-19 in the kills column. Subliners desperate just to sniff the A zone.
Incredible from FaZe so far. Cellium has been chilling the entire round, sitting at 3-0. Draza's lined up 2 of them here. Seb might be the next on the chopping block. Not quite going to happen. Abizi will be there to find the kill onto Kismet, though. One last opportunity for subliners to make something of this round, but Abizi is lurking. Hydra, though, very well aware of what's going on here. Next couple of kills, a massive Sib is there for the trade, and is something going to actually happen here for subliners? The defensive hold has been fantastic from Draza. Can't find the final one. Some A-ticks coming through from subliners. Some pressure finally easing.
And this is a big moment too, because yeah, there's gonna be pressure at B. You got Sib potentially thinking about a cruise missile, so Atlanta FaZe need to kill him if they want to stop the A zone, but B is gonna be the bigger problem. Sib dies in the feed, so no cruise missile. And maybe only a solo capture here for the moment, but subliners collecting so many of the kills. The Bulldog has them lined up, can't keep doing the extra. But Skies right now, if Hydra just wants to slide over to the objective, the capture will go a little bit faster.
Still outside the point. Pressure starting to come in now here for FaZe. Can they manage to find a way through? Yes, they can. Skies is there, but the trades work out in the favor. And got him. Spins and finds Simp. B locked down. A working on the progress as well. Atlanta FaZe miles away. This was looking a dominant round. It's spun on its head.
And now they gotta like what, make a mad dash over towards the A zone. Skies should get overwhelmed in this moment. But now you're just trying to drag the attention. So Skies in that moment is able to call out 3 different players of Atlanta. And now New York subliners, I mean, they got every single corner of the map under control. Players top 3rd. Sib head on a swivel, can't win the gunfight, and maybe not able to set up for his teammates either. Kismet gets a kill, but does get caught. New York, well, the sides are correct. No flanks coming through. Spawn trap indeed, and a 9 versus 4.
Well, they puffed and they puffed, but they haven't quite found a way through. They did get a hold on over towards B, and it's been a relatively successful attacking round, but one more tick. It's getting quite difficult when you've got no lives to work with. Mind you, if you just gun everybody, that might help. BZ is there to find one on the Hydra, though. All of a sudden, only 3 lives remaining for Subline. That's not going to happen. Take quite a stack over towards A. Scary round for FaZe after what was a sensational start. Couldn't quite get the job done.
No, and well, it really just because of the opening break, they were able to buy themselves that much wiggle room. If you give subliners maybe an extra 4 or 5 lives in that moment, frankly, they might be able to get it done, but a little too much pressure because they were just getting buried by the early onslaught. But either way, still nice plays to sort of bail yourselves out, even to capture a B. I know Hydra was sort of staying away from the objective for a very long time, but he was very much playing for the kills, and for good reason. He got all of them in that moment. So a lethal threat on the map, and a cheeky B hit straight off the rip. And look at the defense. Only one player is going to be sibbed to potentially watch this cross. Atlanta FaZe might just be able to roll you over.
They walk through a very open door. Easy on the 3 spree. He's not going to find any more over here. Simp is doing it all on his own over towards A, though, just locking it down. Everybody having to invest here from Subliners to get a hold of A, whilst everybody from FaZe, from Simp, just walked on through towards Dyna. Shots coming in from Celium to just try and lock this down. That's a big kill from Hydra, though, to potentially find a way through. Kismet from the back alley. Draza there for the hip fire. Continuous pressure coming in here from FaZe. 2 ticks, not quite locked in. Hydra there to try and spoil the party. Not going to happen. Big fight here from Draza, though. 4 spree for him. 13 and 7. Starting to step it up. Can he step it up at the right time here against Skies, who's just delaying as long as possible and finds the gunfight? The clear over towards B, but a much more stressful start to the defense of Subliners.
Yeah, good night. That was just an absurd sequence there from Draza. Also for Selly, did not want to play the objective. Was playing for the kills and originally wasn't able to get any. If you triple stack it, honestly, you might be able to get that zone, but always delicate decisions being made around the stacks while the flank rolling through for Kismet. Abizi trying to push out and get the extra errant kills, but Draza, the low man on point, just overwhelmed by the grenades. And again, Kismet, sort of the thorn in Atlanta FaZe's side, have slowed them down enough that Abizi knows he's got to prowl and get some entry kills for his team just to get him out to A.
Here's the key to unlock this defense. Subliners have managed to set up now. Ticket A, ticket B, the FaZe now. They start to work on this attack. Abizi hunting, prowling around. Hydra will find one at the Simp, though, so we'll give him some information. Information gained on your left hand, on your right. Can you find the one with Kismet? Yes, you can. Can't find the second. Well done from Subliners. Remain patient. Has now found a way through very much on his own, though. Can he defend all by himself? Oh, he might have just got the timing on the Hydra. The shots are there as well. He surely will not find the third. Can't quite get it. Kismet will clean up. It has opened the door for FaZe over towards A.
Yeah, Jaws is making some monster plays right now. Once again, just dragging so much attention his direction. Insane sequences he has been dealing with, and the pressure that he bought might be enough for you to capture the A zone. You see New York Subliners a little too distant. They're going to chalk it up and play for the kills, but Jaws has got the flank under lock and key. So heads up gameplay from Atlanta FaZe through and through. 1:15 to work with. Get those extra 2 ticks by B.
Oh,
good night.
Goodness me. 3 in the blink of an eye. It's 1 round of bullets that just wipes out 3 of FaZe. Ridiculous from Hydra, and that might just call the round. Forces them back, and now FaZe have got to fight through the fire.
You simply just never know when he's going to do something like that. It is any given moment. Hydra might be able to pop off, and he's continued that into a 4 spree. Atlanta FaZe are in just like the dagger spawn trap, and right now Hydra, this is when he can be at his very best to play for the Cruise. He's just looking for the extra 2 kills.
Pressure coming in from FaZe now. Over towards the B side. They'll do well to win it from here, but they will start to get across. 29 seconds to go. Slow them down. Is Hydra going to get caught here? One player in the middle of the map still working on that cruise missile. It will never stop him playing the same way. Pressure coming in. Simp wins the gunfight, and that just might open up things here over towards the B side. Have to be careful, but Kismet comes in, sweeps on up, and Sib snaps as well. Some of the gunfights from these guys, honestly, inhumane at times. Ridiculous.
Now for 5 lives left, it is a last-ditch effort. I don't think Atlanta FaZe is going to be able to make any bit of magic happen. Draza and Abizi, though, kills on the cross hit. Draza somehow gives you 2. 5 seconds to get to the zone to stop the clock, and Hydra towards the back. Well, 65 HP, and Atlanta FaZe hunts you down. You blink, you miss it, and the round might just be over.
It is over. It's done. I don't think Subliners can get there in time. Oh, my goodness me. After everything you do right, if you're Subliners, you let it crumble at the final second.
Hey, you just don't have to take the gunfights, but I don't know how, like, Draza getting 1 already, like, hey, great job, congratulations. However he got this second kill just opened things up completely. I mean, New York Subliners, they throw like 1 stun, maybe 2 shoulders, just an extra player stay alive. There was only 5 seconds left on the clock, but these are unpredictable teams able to snap in that moment. Atlanta FaZe, their chemistry, absolutely bananas.
Draws up very much warming into the series now. 21 and 13 for Spree of his own. Had a couple of players threaten that cruise missile, haven't quite been able to secure it. There's a 5th. 6 would definitely help out in a different situation, but at this moment in time, FaZe have got the right numbers at the top of the screen. 2-0 up. After a round of attack and defense coming through on the control. They held this so well over towards A to kick things off, and this should be another kill here for Draza, either up top or down low. Definitely playing for it. Sib waiting on him and maybe played it a little bit too patiently. Some good progress here from subliners over towards A.
Yeah, and they got progress over towards B potentially as well. Hydra's sort of waiting in the wings, maybe to go for a pinch or maybe to go for some progress, but it has been a solo cap over by the A zone, and they're not going to be able to secure it. Now Hydra's starting to strike over towards B, and it gives you a double kill as well. Absurd shots with the rival 9. He's trying to open up the door. New York subliners, pressure on. They are flying towards this B zone.
Sib's just found 2 as well with the help of Hydra towards the backside. 3 dead, 4 dead. That's B gone. It's got to be gone. There's no way that FaZe can get there, and look how close it is on the A side of things. Sib gonna just try and farm off the respawn if he possibly can. B progresses in, B is gone. A little bit of life here for subliners.
Yeah, and Hydra is that lifeline as well. I mean, he picked up a double kill. Laser beam synth with rival 9 towards the end as well. So clean shots in big plays, and now New York subliners keeping the pressure up. Sib near the A zone. Draza is able to collect it. Draza hasn't gotten traded just yet, and Draza gives you 2. Does enough to get the tags into Kismet falls as well. Draza's been doing such a good job at just giving you a little bit extra. But 1 minute and 40 now. This is the difference maker. The exact same situation subliners were in round 1, but so much extra time, so many extra lives.
A difficult proposition for FaZe. Now, they do have that cushion of 2 rounds, but this one is very much looking like a New York subliners one, although maybe you're welcome to the blender if you're subliners at this stage, because FaZe have found 4 down. Precarious position now. You have to try and get out your spawn. Skies is just going to break that dog kiss. It doesn't get across. A BZ, if you've got the MCW, that's a tall order for subliners. But they do get out. Not necessarily in the best of positions anymore, and that life deficit that FaZe had found themselves in is only 1 now.
And they're chopping everybody down along the way. You got 1 player again, Hydra behind enemy lines, looking to strike. And Draza, 2 good players going at it. Trades rolling through as well. Hydra and Sib are going to be up over towards red. 9v8 in the kills column, and Hydra continuing to turn Atlanta FaZe's heads.
Busy trying to go towards the spawns. He's trying to slow them down. Doesn't see anybody in the end. Draza did shut Hydra down. It's an 8v8. 35 seconds to go. For all that time, all those lives that subliners had, they have found absolutely nothing with it. This has been an absolute tear from the side of Atlanta FaZe, finding 3 and 4 down whenever they fancy it. Hydra finds 1 though. Can he be the one to break it open? You would expect it is going to be him, if anyone. Simple to Sib. 6v6. This is so hard for them.
This is unreal. I mean, players just hanging out in the middle of the map. Jaws and Abizi standing on top of each other. It's a mixy moment, and Abizi getting overwhelmed. Hydra made his way to the zone, and no one's going to be here for Atlanta FaZe. Stack the point and force the round number 4 and flood them into death. New York subliners get it done. The extra 18 lives they had there in that moment made such a massive difference. It took 3 clean attempts before they could orchestrate it, but done. They got it done.
And deservedly so, the push over towards B. They opened them wide open. Really, really good job from subliners. Get the push over towards B, and as mentioned, ultimately do deserve the round to extend this one. With FaZe 3-0 was looking more and more likely as the rounds went on. Some life in subliners, yeah, but now they will have to hold. Can they manage to do it? Last time around, FaZe just seems so fluid. It was 1 big push that came in towards the end. Can they manage to find something again? Pull it out of the fire. Skies trying to lock things down. Good shot, Celium. Just a little bit better. Push over towards it, coming in here from FaZe, making progress at it.
Yeah, only 1 trophy nearby, so maybe the nades can be on point for the subliners out of spawn. But the problem is, you got to get past Celium to get out of your spawn. Roaming this upper area, he has been a complete nuisance. And once again, if you're just looking at the minimap, I mean, Hydra is sort of waiting for any action to happen over towards red, but this is going to be a pretty clean A-zone capture as they're still just trying to get rid of Celium.
He is that linchpin in that position, though. It's just so difficult. Coming out of your spawn. I mean, Draza as well when he's hitting shots like that, sitting at 31 and 20. And there you go. Celium will just do this all day long. Eventually, they do get rid of him, but they lose a couple of bodies for it. Now the push is starting to come through here from Draza. The shots on the Sib are clean. A little bit of help from his teammates, but Hydra from behind is going to slow this one down. And the car, worst timing possible for Draza. Good night. Ban on as well. Oh, Subliners. He's spraying to life when needed.
I just built different, man. He is absolutely built different. Sky's there to get the trades as well. Scattered mini-map for the moment. Atlanta FaZe. Maybe guys like Draza are going to worry about the flank, but Hydra there to pick it up, or maybe he's going to find the route. Hydra ends up extending. He's by Coop. The zone is on the opposite side of the map, and granted, New York Subliners have an absolute spawn trap right now, but Draza forced to make the play, trying to buy his team the pressure, because right now, Sky's keeping him at bay.
Sib could do with winning this gunfight. Fantastic comes through, is going to win it. Yep. Reads it really well, but that has allowed FaZe out. People had to spin around. They had to lose a little bit of a reinforcement in that spawn trap that was ongoing. Kismet, oh, he's done so well. Stone out, dips away. Now he's found himself behind two of them. Oh my god, the plays from Kismet. They line up as well, but the movement fluid. And that might just shut down this push from FaZe. The shots from Kismet here. Both two teams going toe-to-toe, but right now the Bulldogs winning.
Yeah, routes on point in this moment. New York Subliners trying to fight, but still, they had the advantage in their previous defensive round, and it collapsed with 5 seconds left on the game clock. So make no mistake, Atlanta FaZe, plenty of time to strike. Kismet gives you one extra, but Atlanta FaZe hunt him down, so no cruise missile. Now trying to regroup and wait for their teammates to come off spawn. Atlanta FaZe has been getting the deep spawn this entire time. It is a hike and a half to get across this map.
Hydra's found two more in the middle of the map. Rival 9 in hand has just been consistent. Sib with another. That might just signify it. And we are definitely heading over towards round number 5, but as you just mentioned, it took till the final few seconds for FaZe to win it. Subliners starting to tell. Next couple of gunfights are going to be important. Sib's going to find his own teammate, but another two. Draza's the only one who can answer back. One player over towards the backside. Simp has slipped the net, though. Needs to get inside the point and do something for his team. Skies has got his eyes forward, but doesn't expect the pressure to start to come through. Just spins, puts shots down. Simp needs some help. The pressure is there. He's inside the point. Doesn't matter. Subliners clean up this time. Force on round number 5.
And this is a rare sight to behold, too, because I've seen Atlanta FaZe players get world starred on more than one occasion. Kismet putting players on skates. Hydra has 180'd multiple people on the side of Atlanta. And from down 2-0 to force the round 5. This is the first round 5 Atlanta FaZe have seen on this map all year. And into control, this would be the reverse sweep fashion, but Kismet certainly has taken his turn, having the hot hand. Nice little spree to bump up the kill feed for a moment. He was talking about getting that bulldog mentality back. It took him an entire day, a 24-hour span. Here he is.
Everybody having their moments on both sides. Has ultimately led us here to that round number 5. Will be an attacking round for FaZe.
Oh my God, yeah, okay.
Yeah, of course. Simba Draza working on something over towards A, though. They will find a couple of kills, get a little bit of presence, and into the point. There you go.
And by the way, Draza might just break the kill record. Just to throw that out there in case we forgot about him in the background making plays the entire time. So 36 kills he started this round with, 37 already, and nice shots from Hydra. MCW, Rival 9 doesn't make a single bit of difference. 2 players from Atlanta FaZe working out of their spawn, and Draza, once again, the guy trying to open the map for his team. Kill number 38 behind enemy lines.
In a good position. You always want somebody up top here. It doesn't see him on his right-hand side, though. Couple kills now going to fall on through for the side of Subliner. Simp spins at the right time. Draza gets shut down. Snap from Simp is going to keep that pressure on, though, and the pressure over towards B is unrelenting as well. Look at this pressure now coming in from Simp from behind them. BZ now just trying to set it up. The shots are good as well. Simp now going to try and find a route from behind. Can't quite, but it does open the door over towards it.
Yeah, Simp gets caught as well, so the Terror is not able to do too much over towards this B zone. Not getting decapped because New York Subliners trying to apply the pressure and get back in the mix. Keep in mind, I missed when it happened, but Hydra, well, he's got a cruise missile. Sim's going to call his in and get an extra kill. Now you're on a defense and you got the extra cruise. If I'm Hydra, if they're all towards A, honestly, he can call it in whenever he wants.
Stayed alive around Coop the entire game. It's his first death of the round, I want to say as well. Look at the high top shots coming in as well from Kismet. Can't quite find the second. Draws up for 2, and that will open things up. Sky's now on the flank. Is he going to be able to shut this down? Big kills coming in, but it is secured. Time on the board now for FaZe, but the live's not looking hot.
And I think if I'm Hydra, I mean, minute 30, maybe you don't want to call in the cruise missile just yet because you got the spawn trap going, but he does have it in the back pocket, and it could be devastating depending on the timing. But you've cleared out Junkyard, Atlanta FaZe, all 4 players flooding towards this B zone, and maybe some New York Subliners players could be out of position, except for it's Hydra killing you with their cruise. 2 players baited out towards the B zone, but they can't capture this just yet. By the way, 44 kills for Draza.
Incredible start line, and he's got time to find more, make it number 45. He's going to have to continue to pop off, though, because the side of FaZe do not have the lives right now, 13-6. But they do have time. Subliner is set up so well. This final push, it may well be it now. New record broken. The old one was on Sib on the other side of things, but that squad seemed to be doing the right side of things at the moment. Draza will fall. He will be find himself back into this one. Selly and Mapizi combining. It took to the very end for them to find a way through in the previous attacking round. Is it going to happen this time as well? 3 lives.
And this is it. Draza. Final square up, back of the map. All 4 Subliners players here lined up. Sky's there to drop you. A BZ next player in line slides out. Can't get it done. Simp last man standing. Sib says, congrats on your kill record. Hold that L. Round 5, Subliners get it done.
What a game. Subliners hold on from 2-0 down. They clutch up time and time again. Find themselves back in the lead on this series. What a game this has been so far. We go to a map number 4 with Subliners in the lead. First time that Atlanta FaZe see around number 5 and Cratchy control, they'll lose it.
And I feel like so far we're just having our question answered. We've known who the top 4 teams are this entire year. There have been no secrets. We have just been waiting for the Subliners to level up their game, and they are playing wickedly good Call of Duty at the moment. I mean, shout out to Draza. 47 is insanity. Breaks the kill record and then some. 33 non-traded, 8,300 damage, 28 kills on offense. Draza quite literally Mr. Do It All, but Subliners as a team just gave you extra. Kismet 40 bomb, Hydra and Sib not too far behind. And so much credit to Hydra. It's not just these like pop-off 3-piece plays. How many times was he the guy like on offense over towards the B zone, opening the map for his team? Hydra high IQ and high slaying, and of course Kismet again stepping up his game as well. And I know the desk was talking about it quite a bit. Draza, the damage output, the kills front against New York Subliners has been absurd. Sib has to at least be able to contend, and Sib has been playing incredible Call of Duty as well. New York Subliners operating like machines.
That's an incredible stat line to drop 8k plus damage to lose the game. I mean, you know, we talk about it so often that it isn't always about the kills, but he did so much for the squad. They weren't able to get it over the line. Subliners clutching up when needed, sending themselves back into the lead. FaZe have never found themselves in a positive situation in this series so far. Map number 4 incoming now. As you mentioned, and as the desk alluded to, is the time for Subliners to show exactly where they're at. Well, if the first 3 maps are anything to go by here, Chance, they are very much in the conversation for a major title.
No, without question, and especially for like the best player in the game conversation that is always going to be active. I know Simp was getting a lot of that praise throughout the stage 3, but right now in this series, I mean, Hydra's taking him to task, getting outplayed by the New York Subliners. Simp gonna need to kick things up on Karachi. Certainly a map that Atlanta FaZe are going to be happy to see for Hardpoint. It has been their playground. They feast on this map as well, but the way this series is played out, I'm not confident in really either team. I'm expecting just another absolute banger, 250 to 240 kind of aspect with it. We'll just continue to see how hot the guns are going to be, because again, right now, players are shooting out of control.
Oh, absurdly straight at the moment from both these 2 teams. And yeah, I think if I'm confident over anything, I'm the same as you, that this should be an absolute cracker when we get into it. If we're going off the last 3 maps have been incredible from between both these 2 teams, at least the best game of COD that I've watched in quite some time. This has been a sensational series, but who's going to come out on top? We've still got 2 more maps to go through, and as you mentioned, FaZe will be feeling confident heading on to Karachi Hardpoint, but I think there'll definitely be some disappointment. I mean, you can see on the FaZe cams, not exactly impressed with the loss there. They were 2-0 up in that control.
Yeah, confident on the map specifically, but not looking too confident in the series. I mean, I don't even know what the looks on the Atlanta FaZe players like really say. They genuinely look depressed, not too much fire necessarily going into the game 4. I know the biggest criticism of the Atlanta FaZe squad has maybe been just ice against the top teams, but specifically on Sundays. Well, today is Sunday, and these guys are gonna need the rebound. But just a difficult spot, and really just uncharacteristic. Not used to seeing this from the Atlanta FaZe boys at all.
Be an air of disappointment, especially from the side of Draza. You know, you put up the kill record full stop. Going to lose the map is never ideal. But last time around that these two teams did face off, that Sublime has won. This is how it happened, 25th of February. A long time ago. A long time ago. Of course, we don't have Skibber involved anymore whatsoever. Staying on Karachi. But they did get the job done. They only need 1 more map, 2-1 up. Can they do it here in map number 4, or do we see a map number 5? It deserves a map number 5 chance, this one.
Absolutely deserves it, but I don't know if subliners are necessarily interested in it. Their respawn has been on point. These guys sort of found that flow state, and Kismet, the guy that has truly leveled up his game specifically in the respawns. Kismet also dropping bombs in search. Got to be on the lookout for New York subliners to continue just to set this pace. Opening break commences. Atlanta FaZe, they'll get that time first, but the kills gonna start to flow.
They've been flowing like water. It's been insane to watch. Draza and Celium opening things up. Draza, I mean, he'll just feel like he's loaded straight back in. No problem. Let's kick off where we left it. 2 to find pretty much initially, but this rotation over towards B2. Of course, FaZe spawning on the better side. The Blinders could do with a little bit of time.
This guy's, yeah, the roamer of top 3. I mean, he just had, what, maybe 15 minutes of experience on the control, getting to play this position, and he's going to master it as well for the hard point. Certainly better opening break in terms of time, but now look at the pressure being turned. You're going to be able to get the scrap time and opportunity to make some plays. Hydra, though, gets caught. Extra bodies there for Atlanta, but now you got a Beezy. Going to have to fight off the pressure. New York subliners have cornered them in the back of this map and kill them. They flip the map. They get some scrap time, and Draza might give you 2, but it's not enough to get the time. New York subliners on P2 going to be able to take the lead.
Now, we've seen the story before. Is Kismet snapping now as well? Draza lining up the kills, but FaZe not quite able to solidify anything over towards P2. I think that all kind of resulted from Hydra when he found his push run from behind. The route was there. Couldn't quite finish his dinner on that occasion, but Sib will find the kill. Will continue to lock down some decent times. FaZe now will find a route over. New York subliners, can you manage to find the kills on the outside? Not looking like it's going to happen. The shots from Sky's just so crisp once again. FaZe inside the point, though, getting some good time.
And you'll take that as well. The way this hill started, the fact that Atlanta FaZe have been able to get anything, going to be able to cut your losses. And on the rotation, interesting spawns rolling through. I mean, Celium just spawns up over towards New and expected, but maybe not for Kismet. He was playing for a couple rotators, but ended up just spawning behind. So a mixy moment and an important rotation. Atlanta FaZe have the edge, but it's going to be a couple subliners players that got to keep it bay.
Beasley had the information there, pushes all the way through Coop, and all of a sudden Kismet is there just to pick up the pieces. He's just been lingering around this side.
Easy. Wow.
It's far too easy, if anything. New York subliners just run through FaZe. Communication maybe not quite there. As mentioned, Beasley just walked past one of the players who'd just been stunned previously, and then Kismet just then walks into the point and finds it. Not plays you expect from FaZe.
Yeah, Kismet hiding and jump the entire time. I just think they were not expecting the pressure to be that quick. They were thinking it was going to be coming from the Coop side of things, but not just that. Hydra was able to give you 2, so Atlanta FaZe forced in a breaking position once again. Simp makes it to the back, and Simp gun Skies and Kismet. Simp gave you some extra tags, but you couldn't win the gunfight. And Atlanta FaZe just playing a very difficult game of Call of Duty, but they're making it hard on themselves, still coming out on top.
Rotation over towards New and coming in just a second. Don't think I'll matter too much in terms of what points are going to go down, but FaZe on going to be there second. Pressure coming in over towards the old hill, not going to matter for much. Hydra now trying to find some more kills, as he so often does. Had a hell of a start at 12 and 5. And yet still, FaZe find themselves in the lead as we head over towards P4.
And you, dude, look at the route, by the way, Simp just took. He like off spawned at P2, ran through junk, potentially just to flip these spawns, and he's gonna get them. So this is typically a hill that you're gonna see a lot of white time. Simp wants to take the extra investment, maybe give away some of it just to get the spawns, but on a hill that can often be uncontested, Kismet right now, the collection, man, and Atlanta FaZe players starting to spawn out. So you take a route like that, and subliners might be able to just punish you.
Hydra over towards New. It's going to be huge. 15 seconds were up on offer there for the side of New York Subline as they will not get the ticket. Scrap time kill comes on through for FaZe, and the big kills coming on over towards New here as well. Good job on FaZe. Find themselves only 10 points behind us. So considering how this one's been going, and considering the fact that Hydra is having another big game, can they continue to soak up some time? Really good positioning here. New York Subliners have got a lot of people to pick their way through.
Yeah, this has been a map that's unpredictable as well. Neither team can hold. Spawns getting flipped all over these plays. These guys continuously just battling. Draza doing a nice job on one end to sort of lock down the flank, but his teammates cannot handle the pressure through the front. New York Subliners getting it done. They just walk straight through red as they're going to take the lead. Another lead exchange in this game. Draza on a 5, desperate for kill number 6, and not going to get it. Simp there to get him one shot, or maybe he can. Absurdity. Draza provides again, the bailout player for Atlanta.
Haymaker after haymaker between these two squads. Subliners finding themselves well in the lead momentarily, but now it's FaZe soaking up that time. 10 seconds or so is going to be theirs from the scrap at the end of a crazy rotation of hills here on Karachi. Both these two teams just so evenly matched, but it will be FaZe with the lead heading into the second rotation, and Draza here with a cruise missile just wants to get it in. Let's continue this on. Get rid of Kiz, and another, the buff cruise missile working out wonderfully, and all of a sudden a third on the board as well. Draza, hey, might break his kill record 2 maps in a row.
No, there's no chance, right? Certainly not, but 16 kills is continuing to feast, and in the meantime, Salium 3 and 11. No production coming out of him, but you still got a little bit of lead. If his gun starts to get hot, Atlanta FaZe might be in a sweet position, but for the moment, even off the cruise missile, New York Subliners able to just battle back in and try to get to that time, but you're gonna have to fight tooth and nail for it. This is a wonderful 20 seconds to get. That's not scrap time, that's good time. Subliners might be able to take the lead on this rotation, but Atlanta FaZe staying active, keeping the pressure on the map. They don't want to give away the scrap for free.
Oh, they have done. 6 seconds, gonna go over towards FaZe and the spawns alongside of it. Been there for quite some time. PC ready win. Advanced position. Kismet comes in. Every time we're in the POV of Kismet, the guy's just snapping. Hydra finds one in mid-map as well. Simp is going to be ready and waiting for this. FaZe will slow down Subliners. 50 seconds to play for here at P2. The first big opportunity for FaZe to establish a good lead.
They've been running like crazy as well, but now just 2 players sort of staving off the pressure, but all those nades landing at Sib's feet. Gonna slow you down, but Skies gets an entry, and now it's just overwhelming. There's the break you needed on P2. Simp maybe trying to give you a little bit extra, but he gets traded out as well, and now you got Atlanta FaZe spawning on the deep left side of the map, and I mean, they're gonna have to take routes. They're gonna have to chalk up all this time, potentially, and try to win the rotation. Or maybe, again, you're going to have to fight for scrap. Yeah, Atlanta FaZe going to do everything at once. And just like the movie, they're trying to win some awards, get the extra bit of scrap time. Atlanta FaZe, they do everything on this map.
This guy's towards the back. It could be the tip of the spear for New York Subliners to try and find a break. Being patient, taking his time. Spawn half for Subliners was a cruel one. Some huge kills coming in for the side of Atlanta FaZe. The break now starting to fall into position. They didn't expect him back here, but you gotta hit the shots. Everybody else does, though, from Subliners. The break comes in, but Simp and Co. very close. Hydra finds 2. The break comes in for Subliners.
And now this could be Hydra's time to shine. Has 20 kills, by the way, leading the lobby as is predicted. And again, just the peppering, man. The stuns and nades out of control, always coordinated and no room to breathe. But Sky's able to pick up 2 on the cross. Civ gets the next one, and final man in line is Celium. Food for fodder for Civ. 4-man push stuffed, and again, a battle for scrap time. Maybe the teammate is not going to help things out, but Subliners, another lead exchange. The game flow for this one is going to be out of control.
10 seconds to go. The scrap time is going to be fought over. You mentioned before we jumped into it, Chance, you said a 250 to 240 feels just right. And the map number 5 could be beckoning as well if FaZe can still continue to get things going. Find themselves in the slenderest of leads, but guys, everybody's stepping up when needed. Salim's really the only one who hasn't been flying, but we know there's more than enough time for that to change. The young kid himself, that's some good shots coming through on the Sib. The pressure's starting to come in here from FaZe. Can they manage to find the break over towards P4? Some time on off air if they can do.
And this is back to the sort of white time special. We talked about the route, that Sim took early on. Well, Sib's going to be doing exactly that. So they don't want to play for the spawns, but Abeezy's there to pick it up. Atlanta FaZe is going to be potentially getting this time as well. It trades around the zone. Abeezy wins a massive gunfight on the rotation, and now Sim's winning the big gunfights in the hill. Remember when I said Hydra leading the lobby at 20 kills? Where there it's Sim's time to shine, already at 26, and I think he might have just gotten the cruise missile as well.
I think he might have heard Jay said he needed to step up. He absolutely has done. Abeezy now starting to tear 2. Rotation is here for the side of Atlanta FaZe. The scrap time is not there for subliners, but we have a tie game. Heading over now towards P5. Draza trying to lock this one down. Everybody else keeping an eye on the flanks. That's inevitably coming through, but it's going to have to be the front door for the New York subliners. They get cut down before they even get there. I see that. Hydra will find one. Sim will not be good for anything, but he will try to just distract, but he cannot. Pressure from FaZe unrelenting once again, but it's a 7-point game. 35 seconds to go here over on this hill.
And the question is, how much time can you actually get? Draza and Selim not hopping on it just yet. Selim slides on over to begin the collection in a 4-man stack just through the front. Abeezy falling from the skies. Him and Draza able to give you 2. Final 2 players right now for New York, and they're not going to be able to get much done. Wow. Domination on the Junkyard Hill and a 5 spree for Abeezy. Too easy for him as you got a 30-point lead. Maybe the biggest Atlanta FaZe have had the entire map of Karachi.
Oh, that is maybe what will win them the game. That was such a wonderful hold. Subliners through caution to the wind with a big hit that just came through the front door, and they will find 3 kills on the rip. The problem is there is cruise missiles to work with. That may well be a 4 down, and it may well be good news for subliners. And it may well just be the fact that investment has to come from the side of FaZe. Here it comes from Sim. Cruise missile in that will force them off. What can they do with it? Sim will find one on the Selim in the meantime. You will minimum get 1 here if you're Simp. It's still a decent amount of map control, but it's allowed Draza to find the flank.
And that's an important one as well. Draza gets the kill, does get traded, but you're just looking to keep things active over towards P1. Sid from up the top, well, gets traded, but gets a player out of time, and it is just a slugfest still around this zone. You had Atlanta FaZe on the P1. They fought for 20 seconds to scrap and forced the spawns towards the back, and New York subliners thinking about squaring up and doing it once again, but they traded away a decent bit of the time, but they do get the kills. Atlanta FaZe is going to be spawning so far away.
Sims put himself in a position. They are hunting him down. 2-3-4 for Atlanta FaZe as we head over towards new P2 now locked in for subliners. They can win it here. So can FaZe, of course. Kills starting to flow on through. Maybe a little bit 1 by 1 from FaZe. They can take their time here, but not too much of it. Spawn at the back. Spawn at the back. It was Draza over towards the backside. He finds Sib. All of a sudden, subliners have a few more problems to deal with, but deal with them they have. 220 and rising. They're 25 seconds away here, Chance.
And I don't know if they're going to read the spawns, but it's going to be everybody in the back. Hydra, gun up, ready for it, over the dumpster. Kismet killed. And they're taking routes. It's not all the dumpster. They're trying to go through the mid-cut as well. Atlanta FaZe, this is your last shot.
You gotta go. Subliners about to break 240. The gunfight, but you just don't see him win often. Draza finds on the Hydra, and here comes the pressure now coming in from FaZe. Absolute phenomenal plays from Skies to slow this down, and FaZe now cannot win it yet. It's all about the rotation coming in. Subliners are still going to be behind. Atlanta FaZe will be a 2-4-5. Sim eviscerates Hydra. Everybody from FaZe has got to go now.
And now, well, Sid, the cutoff man. Simp leading the team. Draza flooding on in. First kill gonna fall. Next man in line, Kismet, only gives you 1. Cell shows up in the feed as well. And Atlanta FaZe might do enough to get it done.
5 seconds away. You gotta go now. Just subliners. You're jumping on for top. It's not gonna happen. And game 5 was inevitable as FaZe are. We head there shortly, but subliners in prime position get broken down. The rotation is there, and they get cut through like a knife through butter. Atlanta FaZe find a way to send us to that map number 5. What a series this has been.
Competitive Call of Duty fans, today we eat a game 5 between 2 teams playing at their very best. The Call of Duty is bonkers. These guys are playing out of control and everybody getting involved. Simp more or less got slammed into control. Not quite double negative, but he was very much on the back foot. How does he respond? 33 and 20, starts to pop off 5,700 damage and the most time on his team. Mr. Do-It-All there on Karachi, but efficient work through and through. Draza also consistently making the heads up, high IQ plays, timing out the flanks, getting his team the spawns, maybe with a little bit of luck on his side, but taking full advantage of it along the way. And I mean, New York Subliners, it is mixy moments towards the end, but here's a look at the game flow. Good luck trying to count the number of lead exchanges, at least 4 or 5 in the mix, but literally never more than a 30-point gap between these two teams until the bitter end. Atlanta FaZe cranking up the heat literally at the end of the second set of rotations. One good full 60 was enough to separate them. That Junkyard Hill quite literally ends up winning them the game.
What a series this has been. Going toe to toe with the best teams in the game. New York Subliners have very much put themselves in that conversation. Whatever happens on 6-star, but a win, that would be something if they can manage to find out what a game this has been. I think everybody needs a minute before we head into what will be a 6-star Search and Destroy to close out this series. We're going to go for a quick break on the other side. Let's catch map number 5.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Champs Tracer Pack is available now. The bundle includes the Reaper Operator skin, Ripper Weapon Blueprint, Death Stare Weapon Blueprint, Cuts Deep Charm, 2 calling cards, 2 emblems, and 2 weapon stickers. Use these items in both Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 and Call of Duty Warzone. Available in store now using Call of Duty points.
all roads have led to a map number 5 between Subliners and FaZe. It has been an incredible series. I hope you at home have enjoyed it. We have an absolute blast. The players probably a little bit more stressed than we are, but what a game this has been. Map number 5, we got it.
And look, the only thing we were truly looking for in this series is for New York to be competitive against the top 4 squad. They've answered that. These two teams have been playing wickedly good Call of Duty. Simpin Map 5s has been on point throughout this year with 1.3 KD. But as far as I'm concerned, Subliners, they've answered the question. So who cares about hot takes? Who cares about anything? This is the appetizer for the main course of the final 2 tournaments. Put your feet up, get a drink, and just enjoy this map 5. These two teams have been putting on a show.
I wish I could put my feet up and just watch it, but man, what a game it's been. It's been an absolute pleasure to cast. Let's see how it's going to go down anyway. Over towards A by the looks of things for the side of Subliners. They're busy on the cross. These were the neutral setup on this side of the map, vibing away to the music, but nothing happening over towards B side. They know that. They will back on up. Subliners still plotting their move.
And BZ does find the timing to get an aggressive position just in time to explode. Perfectly coordinated nades, first blood, and is going to be the bomb down as well. 4v3 advantage, and Subliners not even go for the bomb plant. They're playing for the kills first. They do not want to make any mistakes.
Bomb planter going into action is going to make it a 3v3 momentarily. The nades will warn him off and give FaZe time to set themselves up here. Still may well be at a disadvantage in numbers, but you know for a fact, you offer them an opening, they will find it. There you go. Kismet will get taken down. 2 players on the flank. Simpin Draza will dip out, reassess. 3 versus 3. Subliners will find their way out, though. FaZe still plotting.
They might just go right into pre-aim. Hydra reaction time on point. Gun Simpin. 1 flanker down. You do get traded, but now for Atlanta FaZe, running out of time. Another trade rolling through. 1v1. Celium versus Skies. And Cell's got to defuse the bomb. Surely this doesn't work.
You never know. I always love the early defuse, and Celium went for it. 1v1 against Skies. They were always a little bit difficult from the position he was in. Sees the top of his head. Shots to the bomb.
I tell you, by the way, I have not trusted Celium in the clutch this year. He's had some like weird moments, even on 6-star specifically. Don't get me wrong, man's a menace, one of the best S&D players in the world, but a lot of times the rounds sort of end with a moment like that where Skies is worried about a chow, a little bit of trouble, and just goes, oh, I'll just kill you for free. So Cell not able to clutch that 1v2, and a nice round for Subliners executing after the first blood.
A lot of presence over towards A. Kismet on course to break the record if he can have a hell of a game here in map number 5. 1 round has started off pretty well for Subliners. The BZ Draza getting aggressive, but this is Mixie. Everybody's in around the point. Which way are these Conquer Bites going to go? Draza, Celium combining well. Hydra was there and good for 1, but Celium finds another. Skies now in a 1 versus 3.
Wow. Can't get it done. Simp, roaming Slayer there to set up for the kill, and Sal might criticize him for some moments in the clutch, but again, S&D monster. Him and Draza on point and good recognition. Sid was working that sort of like underground route for the flank, but Sal had that completely under lock and key. No funny business there, and another well-executed offensive round.
That was a typical Max Holloway style point of the floor and swing between both these two teams. Hellish gunfights all over the site over towards it. Mixy as you like, but works out in FaZe's favor this time. Tied up, rounds back and forth. Nervy game so far. Again, a lot of pressure coming in over towards it, but Kismet, that's the reason that he could potentially be breaking the kill record for his series. Firing like that, can't quite find the shots on the Celium, and all of a sudden Skies is left on his own again. 3 and 1. Do well to improve that to 6 to find the round here. He falls. Atlanta FaZe 2 very quick back-to-back rounds.
Yeah, and instant fist bumps and locked back in. Talking about the next round as well. Great communication, by the way. Kismet got the sort of like first kill. He was left 1 shot. Abizi slides in for the trade. There's actually a different Subliners player that basically ate the bullets for him. Someone on FaZe recognized it. Nope, that was not the guy we were looking for. And Draza or Celium, whichever one it was, came swinging in for the extra kill. So Heads up gameplay, and again, lightning fast round. Atlanta FaZe taking them to task, and Cell 5-1 to start this game.
I wonder if we see any change up from subliners to just headbutting over towards it, because it hasn't worked out so far. Attack or defense. I mean, again, it's going to be Mixie in the middle of the map. A BZ grenade out. That may well start to coordinate and push over towards A. They find a free route through. Sib over towards the backside. Nade incoming. Pressure not quite exerted. May as well back up. Subliners want nothing to do with this mixy little site. At this moment in time, they're going to go for the retake. It's 4 versus 4.
That's a deep plant spot as well. Abizi, eyes on 3. Everyone coming through the smoke. It is a flood. Everybody out.
Draza, what can he do through the smoke? Absolutely nothing. Subliners find 3. And Celium on a 4 spree. Going to make it a 5. Now will surely just play for his life here. That bomb is going to get defused. They are just going to hold tight. You don't want to give Cell the 6th. And Subliners, a ridiculous retake.
Able to get it done. And I mean, that is the sort of, I mean, that's like the Challenger special when the map first came out. Throw the smoke and get out in the mix. Terrifying moments, but you saw how quick all 3 players from New York that were getting out and about were, and the 4th follow-up was there as well. Just storming through. And that is very much, we have a game plan for any given situation. We're going to execute it to a T. Basically playing TDM right now on this map of S&D is Celium. Looking for the cruise missile, has a battle potentially against Hydra for it, but primary action towards the middle of the map. Draza and Abizi maybe waiting to see if they can catch a New York Subliners player slipping through, or maybe you just get gone, Sib, for the first blood.
Deletes Draza. Gives New York Subliners an advantage that I don't think they've had for a while to kick things off when a round does start. Abizi evens the odds, though. What's this play now from Subliners? They may well overextend all the way through the spawn. Did they read it? Yes, they did. Abizi was there, but doesn't get cleaned up. Skies, they know exactly where he is, but Sib will find his 2nd kill of the round. Skies has got 0 help, and they hunt him down. 1v2 for Sib.
And ideally, I don't know if they're going to recognize... No, they know they have bomb down. You want to give Celium this kill if possible for Atlanta FaZe. Sib, delicate moment here in this 1v2.
I was wondering for a second whether or not he would even try for it, but he is going to go for it. Here we go around the corner. We'll find Simp. We'll dip out. Celium chasing him down. There's number 6. Atlanta FaZe another round, which is the important thing. But a silver lining on top of that is that Celium now has the cruise missile.
Oh, that is absolutely beautiful. And you see Sib ready for the trade, just guesses the wrong direction. And an interesting moment. You want to go for the 1v2. Sib, fantastic S&D player as well, but maybe that moment bit off more than he could chew. How well can Atlanta FaZe capitalize off the back of a cruise missile? I don't know if they're going to go for it right away or keep it in the back pocket for a different side of the board, but utility can go a long way.
What's the plan now for Subliners? When does he call it in? Where can we dip to? We have to play a position where we have to be ready for it. So I'd rather keep a hold of it, I would imagine, for a little bit longer, but we'll figure out what's going to happen. Atlanta FaZe 3-2 to the gut.
They're just waiting on any flanks, see if there's any noise on the map, but no tacks being thrown, no nades being thrown, no flanks coming through for Simp to catch. So the action over towards A, and this is bomb down low, Abizi getting aggressive.
Find the pick. Shots coming in. Is Abizi going to think about it? The nade through the left-hand side, not going to connect. The trophy system doing its job. Is there a moment potentially to bring this cruise missile in? Maybe not now. Hydra will find the gunfight on Draza. A little bit more real estate, and Hydra's just going to do it all on his own. Finds Abizi as well. Celium caught in a bad place, but Sim, this will not be red. Oh, was he going to get bad timing? Not quite. We'll find Skies. Doable now, but Sib finds Celium. Simp gets taken down. Subliners a big bounce back round.
Shutting him down as well. Dominating down that A lane. Sib shot on point. Hydra thriving as well in the moment. An important round to get. Still, you have not expended that cruise missile, so New York Subliners got to keep that in the back of their mind, but it's a situation. They just do not want to give away these bomb plants for free, because if Celium's alive with the bomb down, that'd be incredibly difficult to clutch the round. Every single first blood, by the way, is the most important thing to notice on that graphic. Subliners have been on point. 6 for 6 is bonkers.
The fact that it's 3-3 is a testament to how well FaZe are playing too. Giving things away and then still winning the round. Big pressure coming in from the pool side. There is another first blood for Kismet. And for the side of Subliners. Advantageous position. Now they will dip out, get the hell out of there. And look at the pressure coming back in here from FaZe, getting a lot of mid-map presence. Are they going to be reading this though? This guy's now starting to put pressure and he's got the rest of the team here with him. But the double flank from Draza and Cell. BZ just staying alive. No, they're working on something, but they're seeing nothing. That's the problem. Absolutely no information for the players on FaZe who hit that long flank. Find themselves now searching around, floundering around, and this bomb's going down.
And there's a cutoff kill. Yep, Sib lying in wait. The island player for the team. Eventually, one would fall into his lap in a 4v2. Subliners, this is their flow state.
Salim really hasn't had an opportunity to use this cruise missile. I'll find another kill on the Hydra. Next kill's massive. Sib will find it. Draws are now left into 1 versus 3. Not going to happen. Sib with a minimum of 3 in that round. Fantastic work from the Subliners. Find themselves in the lead now. Cruise missile still available for Celium. Bear that in mind. But Sib sitting at 9 and 4, having a hell of a map number 5.
Yeah, and also every single first blood for New York Subliners on this map. That is 7 for 7. That is unacceptable for Atlanta FaZe. Got to get back on the board. And for New York Subliners, they're going to be back on the defensive end. It is more or less operation. Don't give up the bomb plant for free. Apply the pressure both sites. Both are wide out in the open. And if you get a bomb down in a 4v4 situation, it can be devastating. And they've read the pressure right. A little bit of stack towards the middle of the map and 2 players out towards the pool side. No first blood just yet, but New York Subliners know where the pressure is.
Sib on the force spray. And here comes the cruise missile. And it's going to force them away. What's he going to be able to find with it? Not a great deal by the looks of things. Oh, he will find Hydra on the way in. Well played. Hydra gets taken down. That bomb will be going down to B. FaZe looking to tie things up. Abizi staying alive. Power position. Do they check over the top though? As Draws are here for backup. Kismet will find one though on the flank. And could things start to work out? Absolutely not, because Simp has closed the net and Kismet is left all alone.
Nothing. Simp there to catch him and 2 roaming players. I was going to say Simp in effect lets Kismet through the middle of the map, but the same could be said from the other side. Kismet lets Simp through and shoots 2 players in the back and decides the round. Atlanta FaZe very much playing a style where they're just letting Simp think. Give him room to breathe. Let him operate in whatever space he deems fit. And right now, just the Terminator as well. It took a cruise missile, though, for Atlanta FaZe to get the first blood. And Selim had to read the juke. I think Hydra trying to play with the idea of what side of the wall he's going to be on, but that's what it takes to get a first blood and a round win. Tied up 4-4. And a 4-man stack towards the middle of the map. This time it's Kismet playing ISO.
Oh, and he's just going to get a call pretty much immediately. Sim's already firing by the time he jumps around the corner, but he would have got information there, I believe. How many did he see? But they've already wrapped back around, and that's the bomb with Hydra. Not in the position he wants to be. Grenade now going in, maybe wait for the push to come in. Did it tag him up? Maybe just a little bit. Yeah. 66 HP. We'll have to back on down. FaZe are posturing though. They're going to start pushing on through in just a second, you would think, but Subliners are the one that have to do something. But into the smoke they go. Hydra isn't going to catch anybody off guard. The fights around the smoke are just so difficult to find, and FaZe now in a position. This guy's in the 1 versus 4. You managed to slip by in the smoke, but it's just such a chaotic moment when the smoke goes down. It's going to be FaZe match point.
Smokes at Call of Duty are absolute hell. You go to war when you stand inside of it and you are praying for the gunfights to go your way. But there's the retake, and with the man advantage off of another first blood, it's been a rare sight for Atlanta to get them, but when they do, they execute. Simp flying now and able to fry Sib. A little bit of help with the comms from Celium in that moment, but completely on point. Simp, that's the 5 spree, by the way, that he was going on. This man just cranked up his gameplay the past 2 maps.
If he can find the cruise missile, we may as well be writing the obituary. The New York Subliners. The Tiny Terrors playing together. They know if they get this cruise missile, the game should be theirs. Subliners dare not move.
Just playing for a mistake. You got Atlanta FaZe on one shoe, Andy on another. But no one moving. So much map control over towards B as well. So New York Subliners, they can stay stagnant in the setup. They have good positions.
They've seen them though. Kismet around the corner. He gets caught. Cruise missile available. And now Simp is just not going to stop. He runs forward. And Hydra left in a 1 versus 3. Can he stop the bomb going down though? Simp on his left. Everybody else around him doesn't find anything. It's more kills for Simp and more wins for FaZe. They were tested all the way. With a 6-4 victory in a 5-map series that will go down as one of the best in quite some time. Subliners close, but no cigar.
The appetizer before the main course, Ton. Fantastic day of Call of Duty for these two teams, playing wickedly good. New York Subliners clearly ready for the day, but Atlanta FaZe still a titan in Call of Duty. So difficult to take down. Masterclass on the final 2 hills of the Karachi hardpoint. Atlanta FaZe got back-to-back breaks that were nail biters, and Simp the Man leading the charge in the final 2 maps as well. Double digits there in the S&D. Didn't care about the cruise missile. He knows that he was the streak, but the fact that they only got 2 first bloods, one of them was a cruise missile by Salium, and they still win the game. Atlanta FaZe, they truly are built different.
You could point towards some deficiencies in terms of not finding them, but for Subliners, that's going to sting as well. Plenty of them went their way. 8 out of the rounds that they did play a 6-4 victory for FaZe in the end, and that series really does tell the tale of what was a wonderful one at that as well. FaZe, though, inevitably come out on top. Subliners very much hung in that one. A really, really good series from them. Very much yet to play it within the top 4, and I'm sure the desk will enjoy breaking this one down. What an absolute banger that was in the Search and Destroy to close things out. Guys, what a series.
He's here.
He's there. He's every freaking where. Chris Lair. Chris Lair. It's unbelievable.
Sorry, Alley Cat. The FaZe team, they won as predicted, but the Subliners look so good in this matchup. Let's break it down because we were watching Game 5. Subliners strike first in the Search and Destroy, but you said just watch. FaZe is going to evolve their game over time.
Yeah, they did, man. Absolutely beautiful. The minute things that they're doing on the map is just insane. Round 1, you saw New York. They strike first. They go over towards Statue, and it's a slow developing round. FaZe end up getting to a 1v1 that they ultimately lose. But what they decided was, okay, we noticed Kismet's the guy on an island playing in their spawn. So fast forward all the way to round 9, and they decipher, okay, it's the same Statue push. What are we going to do? We're going to send it down mid, and we're going to identify Kismet first for that first blood. And there are a couple instances throughout this map that they took information earlier and applied it later on, and what makes them so great. This Atlanta FaZe team is unbelievable, and it was Simp at the spearhead.
Allie, can we talk about this guy? 12 kills. He shows up when Selling has an off series, and he carries his team to that Game 5 victory.
I mean, he's called God by his teammates for a reason, right? This is a Simp we expect to see, if not the best player in the game. But I do want to play devil's advocate here for just a moment on the side of New York Subliners. This was one of their best matches we have watched in the past couple of weeks because they have been kind of on the outside, the back end of the top 4, sitting with Toronto Ultra. And for me, like, you're looking back at the series and you're feeling pain in 2 situations. Losing that round 11 in Invade, Search, and Destroy because Atlanta FaZe is 0-3 on that map in mode respectfully. And then you move forward to that hard point, that final hill.
Can we just pause on that? Because it's our Scuff playing the game. Let's show it. It's the end of map number 4 where FaZe breaks the heart of the Subliners. Allie, walk us through it.
It's literally exactly what I was talking about. It's the very final moment that Atlanta FaZe is able to get the most impossible break over on the bar hill. And who more than to be off the back of that, of it being Draza with the cruise and Simp with the final 2. This was a back and forth game the entirety of the way. Unfortunately, New York got a little too over aggressive and gas. They have the early rotation. One gets picked, and Atlanta FaZe get the perfect break.
Yeah, I mean, I thought New York were in a great spot to close this game out. They needed, 53 seconds. They had control of P2, and they had a perfect setup. They killed everybody on FaZe. They forced FaZe to spawn back alley, and then Hydra just over challenges back alley, dies. But guess what happens? FaZe can't win on that hill. They have to rotate. So New York over-challenge once again on rotation and give up that next hill. They are going to be regretting that map for some time.
All right, so New York does not get the W. It's Atlanta who comes out of this one unscathed, but it was a very tight matchup. To talk us through it, we've got Draza in the Monster Winner Spotlight. Draza way closer than a lot of fans expected in the chat. They were freaking out in that game 4. Were you ever panicked throughout that series?
No, I think our SDs really showed out today, and I think that's something we've been working on. Obviously, last major, I think we went 0-4 that Sunday in S&D, so I'm happy about that. The respawns, I don't care as much about. I think our S&D situationals were perfect in the map 2 and 5, so I think that's a huge upgrade, and I'm never scared with this team. I think we can come back from any point in the game.
Love that.
Of course, and being arguably the best team in the game right now, it's up to maybe a little bit up for debate. But for Atlanta FaZe, like, what is your main focus? Is it expanding the map pool? Is there a specific game mode this split they're trying to focus on as we move towards Major 4, the last one of the season?
Yeah, I would just have to say it's S&D, which if S&D is us as a team, our worst game mode, I think that's very scary for teams, because I don't think any of us have had, we're all S&D players, and I think if S&D is the worst, then, we're looking really good. So we just got to work on that, and we did that this series, and it's good to see.
Seems like you guys are really focused on search and destroy, so I'm going to stay on topic here. I'm going to ask about it. You guys had some great adjustments, especially in that game 5, like learning from what they were doing earlier in the game. Who's the guy noticing that and making those calls later on?
I think it's kind of all of us. I think Chris was calling a lot of plays that map, but I think it's just like something we've been working on, because we're all S&D kids. We know it's just playing more reactive. Getting the information off the break and then being reactive, making people have to think of where we can be, is how you win S&D, and that's what we were doing today, and I feel like we've all been trying to work on it the best we can.
Draza, I don't know if you know this, but you set 2 records during this series. What are you more proud of, dropping 47 kills in a single map to set the league record, or the 8,300 damage you dropped?
Honestly, we lost the map, so I don't think it counts, but, that's just me. So, I mean, it's whatever.
I love that. The man sets a record, and he's not happy with the result. They don't get the dub, but they do in Game 5. Draza, you are still the #1 team when it comes to the stats. You didn't raise the trophy at the end of Major 3. Any words for your opposition going into Major 4?
Don't let us start cooking on S&D. Don't let it happen.
Just don't let it happen. Love that. Great advice from Draza, and a big win over the Subliners tonight. Congratulations on winning our Monster Energy matchup.
Thank you.
That's Draza. That's Atlanta FaZe, and that is Nameless pulling away by 2 in our predictions. When we come back, though, Allie's going with Vegas Legion. They're going to pull off the upset over Optic. Don't go anywhere. It's the final battle, week 1 of the CDL qualifiers.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Champs Tracer Pack is available now. The bundle includes the Reaper Operator skin, Ripper Weapon Blueprint, Death Stare Weapon Blueprint, Cuts Deep Charm, 2 calling cards, 2 emblems, and 2 weapon stickers. Use these items in both Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 and Call of Duty Warzone. Available in store now using Call of Duty points.
Absolutely loving the Rio addition to the asset. And you get into the Karachi SD just so
secure the target area.
Kobe. Oh my god.
Well, the Kobe worked. If that doesn't go on the CDL TV for best fails of the week, I don't know what to believe.
Long, nice. I'm holding back. I'm pushing out. I have the door push. Wait. Stay left. Long. I have the door. Use your 2 front door. Look at one. Let's get front there. Let's get front there. Watch your front. Nice one. Let's get late. Long. Stay left. Stay down. Oh my god. Let's go. Baby. We're sweeping them. I promise you.
God. Oh my god. Holy fuck.
I got a last one on me. I saw him. Oh! Hey, how many did I get?
Oh my lord.
Was that an ace?
In the corner.
Nice. Bro, I would have killed him. I just had ammo.
This is ugly, bro. What are they doing on the map?
You gotta show your face again. City, you hear signs when we sleep. Heaven sent, hands down, vibes so unique.
If you tuned in to watch the best teams in Call of Duty, you came to the right place. You just saw FaZe, our #1 team, compete. Now you're about to see #2 on our season power rankings. Optic Texas takes on Las Vegas Legion, and this is going to be, well, should be a one-sided affair if you've been watching recent matches. Optic went 4-0 in Toronto to raise that title. Then they 3-0'd Miami just yesterday. This is a hot streak for the squad that is trying to challenge everyone and say that they are the #1 team in the game.
Yeah, they're trying to, get some separation there at the top. And, they see 2 of their primary competition go all the way to a game 5, and they're like, listen, we're just trying to 3-0 everybody. And, they have an opportunity here against Las Vegas to do so once again, where they're going to be throwing in some maps that they need a little bit of work on. And in this series specifically, 2-0 for Optic has been easy every time. They've only lost 1 map in each series. But when you talk about it specifically player-wise, Kenny has dominated the Vegas Legion. A 1.16. He's been lighting up in the damage category, and he's at the top of his game currently.
And for Optic Texas, it's just a reel of how good they are. When it comes to Monster Energy pregame, if that ever comes up, I can't imagine there's really anything on the bad side. They're unreal at hardpoint, 16-3, and they've gotten better at search and destroy, 9-4 in the last 14. They do need to work on control, but even there, it's 4-6. It's average. It's Optic Texas. These players are good at respawn, and they're gonna be able to steal some every once in a while to win these series. And so maybe the bad, if you go into the nitty gritty, their opening goals need some work. They're 10th overall in the league, but again, it's not really hindering them in their win percentage because they're 9-4.
Nameless, what I found craziest there was they're 13-1 in game 1s. They start every series with a lead.
Yeah, they have the deepest hardpoint map pool in the game. They have maps that are just ace in the hole that you can't even play against them. And when you talk about clutches as well, Dashy has just been crazy. 15 clutches on the leaderboard. We saw a heavy amount of those at that last major. The guy he's got ice in his veins.
He's got 10 1v2s, 5 1v1 clutches, 15 overall. The next highest is Vehicle at 11, and you see the rest of the crew still trailing Big Bruce. But will he need to be clutch today? Or is this Optics match to lose?
He will not need to be clutch today, because when you talk about Vegas and where they've struggled, really it's been the search and destroy. 2-10 in the last 60 days. They don't do anything particularly well in the game mode. It definitely needs some work. So Optics should have this one pretty clean.
Vegas Legion took a hit when they made a roster change. They've been looking for success, and maybe they'll find it here in the Major IV Qualifiers. It didn't happen in their first matchup against Toronto. That was an 0-3 performance. So today we need to see some life. Nero has had monster takeover games. We've seen Gio have phenomenal stats. But as a whole, this unit has been struggling.
I completely agree with you. And, you know, to play maybe the other side of that coin, like it was a close map #1 versus Toronto Ultra. And that was on a Karachi hardpoint. It wasn't even one of their best maps. So Monster Energy pregame, they're good. They are good at sub-base. The problem is Optic Texas is better. And they're also good at Rio. They're 3-0 combined on these 2 maps. Outside of it, 2-7. You know, and it's frustrating because Las Vegas was a top 4 hardpoint team before the change. And now they are one of the worst. Flip side of that coin, the bad is kind of everything, but specifically search and destroy. 1-6 in that game mode. Worst in attack, worst in opening duel, worst in post plant. They have just not been able to work these attacks in search and destroy.
Nameless, if we throw away all the stats, we just rely on our 4-shot MCWs today for Las Vegas Legion. Where can I steal some maps?
Not map 1. But yeah, I mean, you know, looking at it, like for them, obviously they are going to have to get it done in control. We've seen them have some wild high-rise controls before. We've seen Nero go on plenty of streaks there, so that'll be the respawn that they have to take, and then obviously through search and destroy. But you still just have no faith in them because Optic have looked so clean lately.
It's time for our Scuff Pick'ems. Allie, you do the honors after nearly picking the subliners correctly. It's your turn.
I was going to pick Vegas Legion. You're insane. I'm going with Optic Texas.
Optic Texas, as expected.
Listen, Gio's going to have a masterclass, but Optic Texas is going to win.
Dang it. Funny.
I think Pred challenges his performance from yesterday and leads the lobby in game #1 once again, and it's going to be another 3-0. Optic Texas is just too strong on a heater after raising the trophy in Toronto. To raise the mics right now, though, we got Shift and Study to close out week 1. Take it away, fellas.
I'm raising the mic. Is this what you wanted? No, you're absolutely right. This is definitely a matchup just on paper that doesn't look all that great. But, hey, at least with the new roster, Vegas have played and looked pretty decent on the first 3 maps that we have in this map series set. Maybe there's a chance for them to steal a map if they play at their best.
Yeah, but sub-base, like, why are you playing that against Optic? I know that had to happen because Optic Texas right now, they're just auto-innoing Karachi. You don't want to play them on 6-star, so you are forced to play them on a map like Subbase, where obviously Optic Texas are #1 overall in every category. They're the best, sitting at 11-0, #1 in rotations, #1 in points per 60, 3rd overall on the season in hold, and also 6th in break percentage as well. This has been their bread and butter. But on the opposite side for Vegas Legion, at least with this new squad, they're sitting at 2-0 on this map, so they found something on Subbase. Hopefully they can show it here.
Yeah, I think maybe that one thing is simply to put that Johnny's in the mix. And he has played pretty well, considering that, you know, it's been a very recent stint. He had the 1 game of the qualifier, 1 game of the major, but hey, you know, he has looked pretty good overall. It just comes down to making it all work fully. Johnny for First Blood, talk about him and he shall appear, but Optic very slow on their opening approach. They'd love to just figure out the high ground situation and then find ways to catapult themselves on towards the hill.
Yeah, they just don't spawn on the preferred side going into this initial P1 hill. So you have to find a couple exit kills on the way on out. But all of Las Vegas, they have been able to execute that hold to perfection. Holding down top comms, having no one push out towards warehouse side is also a big play. But you best believe with Nero in that position, he's the guy that's watching that cut.
Yeah, and that may be one of the biggest influence players that we need to see really step up here for Vegas. He has been great in his history at times, being the X factor for previous teams. And how about here? Shuts down the rotation towards the P2 side. A couple of kills for Optic over the old hard point, though, kind of neutralized that. And even though it's a 39-1 start, Vegas find themselves at the wrong time, spawning on the wrong part of the map, and Attach just has to sit here and play his life.
Yeah, that's the worst case scenario to drop in the final 5 seconds of that old hill, because now all of Vegas Legion are forced to break in towards P2 now. But Optic Texas, even with them having a couple players on that side of the map, they have still yet to work that objective because they know they do not have the spawns all in their favor. The whole kill feed is going to be white. Gio having such a great start to this game already at 5-1. He finds 3 to potentially secure the spawns, but Optic Texas, they spawn right in the back there to reinforce.
Yeah, huge kill from Kenny. Keeps his hard point largely. The game clock has won it. Not a lot of time for either one of these two teams, but Vegas from the front will get the reinforcements up. Now it's just fighting back against this oncoming hit from Texas, but honestly, it's taken some time. It looks like they're trying to figure out where is Nero gone to, and while they're structuring the hit, the kills are looking good. Gio over the top of the forklift can't find the final, but hey, thing about it is Attach is right there to pick up, and this has been a fantastic start for Vegas.
Yeah, this is perfect. It doesn't get any better than this. Obviously, if you don't die in the first 5 seconds at that P1, you're gonna got a little bit more time there at that P2 HP, but now Optic Texas spawning all the way across the map. No cruise misses to work with. Shotzi doesn't even have a kill. What the hell is going on?
Don't know. I really don't. Wish I could tell you, but flat out, this is just Vegas putting on a masterclass. Good patience, good concentration, and just good composure all the way through. It's definitely shades of what we saw the potential for Vegas early on into the season. Last player left alive is Dashy. Geo's there for the trade, and with the spawns, Vegas can just casually walk their way back into the hard point.
Yeah, so this final 30 is going to be theirs. If you are out to Texas, you have to find something to stop the bleeding. It might be Shotzi getting his first kill of the map. Tech can try to chain something together, but Vegas Legion coming out swinging so far. First 3 hills have been all theirs. Johnny starting to roar a little bit. He finds that 3rd kill with only 4 HP left. And now if you are Optic Texas, you're already allowing a couple players from Vegas Legion out, which you don't want to happen.
Yeah, Geo out 4 in a row. Trying to line up the shots at range against Pred. Difficult to be sure. Can't quite find the connection. But that told. Lots of focus towards attach on ult. There's Geo popping out for number 5. Cannot stay alive to try to earn himself a cruise missile. But again, these little 1v1s as the hard point opens up keeps Optic from finding time. So even though Vegas are losing rotation, they're still neutralizing the time. This has been all in all pretty darn good for Vegas through P2 and now here on P4.
And now if you are out in Texas, you hit the back spawns and you now have all the control of the map and exactly where Vegas Legion are going to attack from. You need this 35 seconds to make up some much needed time. Shotzi, 1 in 13. He was our MVP of Major 3, able to get his 2nd kill on the board. He's just not having a start that everyone expects.
Getting caught, just simply put. Timing-wise, he's just trying to make a route happen. He's just getting flat out caught by Vegas and their patience. But like you mentioned, the back scrap time, important here for Optic just to try to get this thing more to manageable terms, and so far, so good. Kenny up top P2. Good look towards Johnny. Doesn't quite see the player crossing below him, but is able to find Geo. No worries. And even though Shotzi started slow, Kenny has been impressive, and that continues to be the case until he meets Nero at range.
Yeah, it's still a 50-point game, so if you are Optic Texas, let's try to keep this P5 a little bit staggered. But with all the kills not going in their favor, and they do not have the spawns over towards next, so Vegas Legion can continuously run up that scoreboard. None of the kills are just going in their favor, man. Every single gun by Vegas Legion are clutching on up.
Might be one of those things that the recent MCW buffs really help out this Vegas team, especially picking up Johnny, who has been a strong flex player through his time in Challengers. Now you've got the support of both Nero, Geo, and Attach all working. It's a team wipe that comes through. Vegas currently find themselves on a huge team streak, and with it, the lead grows back to about 100 points.
And now they're already winning a rotation over towards next. They know exactly where all of Optic Texas are trying to execute their play from. Nero from up top, drops down low, finds that kill onto Kenny. And now Shotzi, he's trying to hit a water up, but everyone is dropping around him. Vegas Legion, enough from us. Let's go to a listen. I'm curious to see how the hell they are sounding.
I'm getting away from the top. Anyone tunnel?
Okay.
Alright.
I'll look tunnel. I have tunnel.
Yeah, but you're tunnel. Yo, left.
You're long. Let's get shit.
I'm on the open.
I think you're long.
Yo,
I hear long. I hear long. What do I have all tunnel? I have all tunnel.
I
don't have your long. Yo, DK, you want up the streak? You want up the streak?
Yo, P5, get out weak. Shot in front already.
I'm weak. I'm pushed up right, guys. I'm pushed up right. One shot, even long. It's Kenny. I've already.
He's on time.
I'm clear on server.
Two on time, I think.
Top server, Shotzi.
Top. All right, yo, one's on time, one's green.
Top server.
One's he's on the green door.
Oh, top server. Top server. Stay alive, P2, whoever that is. One shot, top server. 20, mind you. Stay alive, DK. Yeah. Good 15. Good 15. Good 15.
Bottom on me, Shotzi.
I'm pushing closet.
You have to jump to me. There's two. Press on time. You're good. Just make sure we have the spawn.
Left hand time. We're looking for one. We're looking for Kenny.
I'm still missing there. He's
playing
back server, guys.
In the back, Shotzi. Nice, Kenny. There's 2 more back there.
I'm one top.
I'm wrapping the right. Take your time. I'm wrapping P1. Give me a sec.
I'll get time. Good shit. I'm coming.
I pushed too long.
I'm getting inside.
Almost low.
Get time. Get time.
I'll get time a second. Three. Nice, good shit. Get secret if you need to. I have There's 3 there.
I'm getting inside.
I have Take him up you.
I'm one shot.
They like going top 3. I go on. I have all top 3. Hop. He's very weak.
Just focus.
Bring your time. Yeah, we flip. That's good. I got a couple
minutes. Get that whole time. I'm going to take your time.
Got me, DK. What's front of me?
Yeah, hold on. Give me a second. I'm giving you a second.
Alright, what's front hop?
All right, go. Tiger weak, actually. Top of that. Tiger weak. And there's 2 ult.
Yeah,
there's 2 ult.
On new weak. We're good.
What is he new?
He was back new, alright?
Okay, he saw me go left.
Alright, I'm going right.
Sure.
Alright, take your time. I'm gonna...
One ult, Brad.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Literally 1 bullet ult. Brad.
Can't
get him on top.
Yeah, he probably did. I'm gonna chomp.
Brad,
Top. Stash you weak. Got him. That's 2.
Alright, let's work
P5.
I can shrink this too.
You can be top.
I'm shaking.
Still spawning back there.
Back right there, Fred.
I'm team back right.
All time. One's going in lockers and 2 backs at a time.
Yo, I'm gonna pinch this. I'm gonna try and spawn him out right here.
I killed you. Two lockers.
I'm behind him. Give me a sec.
I got one shot locker. One spawn out. Back in 2. One locker spawn out. One's front. Front up. Kenny and Dashi lockers.
I'm playing deep.
Shotzi's in tunnel.
One's underneath me.
Shotzi tunnel. One's lockers.
Fred, nothing left me. I got one shot.
What's open?
Shit, I have left.
That's that tunnel dead.
Let's go.
We're missing one.
I'm gonna push tunnel right here. We're looking for one. Hold that.
Yeah.
Someone hold on.
I mean, it sounds like they're vibing. They're putting all the right calls together. That P4, or pretty 3 rather, a little unfortunate off the cruise missile for Vegas. Allows Optic a window to get back in, but still the lead, the cushion, good. And now the rotation as well, Jay, looking solid for Vegas.
Yeah, I'm loving the way that they're sounding, man. Keep in mind that this roster's only been together for 3 matches before this one on their hands. So you have to work on that chemistry aspect, but everybody was calming. The cutoff kills are being watched. Everything is just sinking right now for Vegas as Gio finds himself on 3 in a row. Single-handedly shuts down that early break there from Optic Texas, but it's still a 60-point game.
Fred down low, able to find a beat down, but Nero up top. Oh, 5 in a row with the prediction on the second. And all of a sudden, Vegas will get past the 200-point mark. And Nero can just stay here, play cutoff, see if he can earn himself a cruise missile. Hasn't been able to track it down yet, but does find it versus Kenny. It's another 3-for-1 kill feed. Vegas looking good for the scrap, unless Shotzi can find a way to pop up the ladder, find a couple, break the scrap. It feels like a necessity. He'll only get 1, though, and now Vegas a chance to win the game.
Yeah, Vegas in a perfect opportunity. They have the spawns off the rotation towards P5. They just do not have that set up currently. No cruise missiles are going to be easily led to this early break for them, so you have to get this done with the gunny. Attach already sitting through top comms. He finds that initial kill. Here comes Nero with that cruise missile. It's about that time for Vegas Legion to try to take map 1.
This time it will land. Shotzi the one to drop. Pred staying alive up top at Warehouse, though. A critical position for Optic, but Johnny guns him out of the window. Oh boy, trophy system gets placed. Dashed in a little bit of trouble, but does not get stunned. Maybe a chance for him to weasel his way in, find a couple of kills, pistols out, but the supply of help from Attach, so darn good. Vegas are gonna clean the floor, and wow. Talk about an opening. One more chance for Optic to break. Shotzi would have to do it on a 14-31 map. Vegas shut him down and steal away a bread and butter pick for Optic Texas.
That is unbelievable, Alan. That is unbelievable. Everybody in the world had this one checked off. Optic Texas sitting at 11-0. No way in hell that they're going to lose a sub base to a roster that's only been together basically like 3 weeks. But somehow, some way, Vegas Legion just came out of the gate swinging. They dominated the P1. They chained it over to the P2. Even with Optic Texas finding a couple kills, they just couldn't work that objective. You allow Vegas Legion to instantly work their way back in, still a lot of that time away from you, but they were just always ahead of the game. Obviously, Shotzi didn't have a great performance, but neither did Dashi. On a map like Subbase, where those ARs need to be felt, neither player from Optic Texas was in a position to find a couple kills in a row to try to stop the bleeding, because Vegas Legion were just covering so much ground, everyone going positive. Johnny had his moments. Nero dropped 2 cruise missiles at different points in the game, but Gio, he was the shining light from start to finish of that match. Every time Vegas Legion needed something to happen, it was him either clutching up in a double, finding a triple, easily leading to the break. And if you're Vegas Legion, this is your opportunity now, because you're only sitting at 110 points so far. You need to try to get this win, especially at this moment, because with Optic Texas, when you're playing against some of the top 4 teams in this stage, they're all about testing their map pool. And the only thing that's going to scare me now is that this was Optic's map. The next 2, which is 6-star, Search and Destroy, they have yet to play at least a lot. They only have 2 reps on it, and the high-rise control has been their bread and butter band all season long. They are trying to now add that, so this is the opportunity where Vegas Legion can try to make up some points.
I mean, that stat right there is the most incredible thing. I mean, it has been a flawless map that has been a regular occurring map for Optic. On average, they're beating teams by 70 points on this map. So for the fact that Vegas are looking at this matchup, like you mentioned, they need the points. Maybe there's an opportunity to steal away a map or 2, but you're not thinking you're going to steal away the series. But to sit there and say, we're going to let Optic pick Subbase, and then come out and win it with a roster that has played this map now 3 total times, that is 34 counts of criminal, no matter which way you put it. Unbelievable start for Vegas, and like you said, the next 2 maps start to really build their favor.
Yeah, so now if you are the Texas backs against the wall, it seems like they just got caught slipping right off the rip. Like, Shotzzy didn't get a kill until he was about 0-10. Dashy was sitting at almost triple negative. The guns weren't just warmed up for Optic. Obviously, if you're that Major 3 champion, you walked away yesterday versus Miami, you're thinking, oh, it's going to be all clean and dandy throughout this stage. We're the best team in the game. But when you get caught slipping like this, now you are forced to sit up in your chair, probably turn your monitor on a little bit because you got to lock in for this game too.
Big time. Well, the good news here, I think, at least for the side of Optic fans, is that 6-star Search and Destroy may not necessarily be your go-to, but on the other side, Vegas have been miserable at Search and Destroy. They have only won a single map, and it was a 6-4 versus Boston. A couple of round 10 losses here and there, but again, since this team has reformed, they have had to refigure out what they want to do in Search and Destroy, and that's been the biggest question mark about how quickly that could come with Vegas still in the hunt for playoffs.
And that's the biggest thing, is that when you're a team that just makes a roster change, you only played 3 matches together, S&D is going to have some kinks to it. You have to work out a bunch of these situational plays, and it's nothing better than playing against a team who's also working on things on a map like 6-star. So if you are Vegas Legion, one thing that you definitely need to fix on is your plant scenario. You're the best team at getting the bomb down on 6-star. But for some reason, you're one of the worst teams in post-plant scenarios. So setup's got to be a lot better. Hopefully with the chemistry and the practice that's going in throughout the last couple of weeks after Major 3, they should be a little bit better.
Been a while since we've seen Optic on this map, but I think a lot of that was simply off the fact that they were trying to really enforce what they were doing on High Rise and Invasion. That started to kind of look really solid for them and definitely assisted on their pathway through their run at Toronto. But now a new map gets added, and you already kind of mentioned this, you know, for our top 4 teams that are out there, you're going to see a lot more of this. It's like, especially in modes like Search and Destroy and Control, throw in your off map, see if you can find a way to get some extra reps on it, where that leaves the door open for these teams that need points to possibly pull off what we're calling upsets here.
And when you take a look at the numbers in this S&D attacking side, obviously the Death touched on it, Vegas Legion, they are literally the worst in every single category. 33% on their attack win side, 12th overall on their attacking side, which is not good. Opening dual win percentage, not the greatest. And then post-plant scenario, we touched on it a little bit. You got to make sure that those post-plant setups are going to be a lot better, because Optic Texas, one thing that they can always rely on is those retake situations, especially on the defensive side.
And the other part about this too, you know, not to keep going back and forth, but you know, the Vegas statistics are going to feel a lot worse than maybe they are since this roster has been put together. And I think in particular, even though they're just 1-1 on 6-star with Johnny, it's around 10 win versus Boston and around 10 loss versus Miami. And not the greatest strength in terms of who you've played, but again, they're getting reps in competitive form on these maps that we're going to see, especially in these first 3. So definitely one of those things that for Vegas fans, strong as you may be out there will-wise, you find yourself kind of looking at this map too as a very possible place to go up 2-0, which I don't think anyone would have predicted based on the 2 teams on paper playing up against each other. But the map series set, plus of course the 1-0 win on sub base, allows a chance for Vegas to do the unthinkable here. So a lot to call on for Optic to play a map they have not played a lot of, and try to figure out if they can add this into the arsenal in terms of map picks and their bans as we move through the rest of this year.
Yeah, you got to try to expand your map pool, especially when you get towards the later half of the year. So if you are Optic Texas, this is going to be good practice going up against this Vegas Legion squad. It always goes down to the wire on a little bit of 6-star S&D. As them on the attacking side, going to show a lot of presence over towards B. Not able to spot anyone on that side of the map, but Gio's just waiting, just trying to give some information to his teammates that this is where the play's coming in.
Yeah, and the deep player into Johnny is going to have to make a decision here playing over towards the aquarium. Does he want to play around the back? And ooh, maybe now he does, because Kenny dropping on the island gives maybe an off chance for Johnny to step in. And yeah, he's able to take down Dashy off screen. So now it's just the 2 players for Optic on the point. Shotzzy feels like he has to make a move with his teammate and Pred getting hit by the damage of the Dade, but still the kill comes through. A chance to hold this post plant now from the back. And this is a really powerful position for Pred to hold.
Man, this is a good opportunity still for Optic Texas to try to clutch up at the 4v2. You have Shotzzy going on a route. Pred also wins his 1-on-1, but now Pred left in the 1v2 with only 14 seconds left. The stun is going to connect. He's able to find that kill onto Attach, but just more bodies in the right positionings for Vegas Legion. Attach starts it off by finding that 1-on-1 gunfight versus Kenny. If you're Kenny, you probably want to wait for that bomb plant to go down, potentially catch him off that rotation. Once that first blood goes down, then Johnny through that side of the AC alley finds that second kill. I don't know how the hell he found it, but Vegas Legion secured the first.
Yeah, because it looked like he was late to the gunfight.
Yeah.
I don't know. Hard to say, but yeah, that route opens up and Johnny makes good use of it. Pred gives himself a hell of a chance, though, tell me that much. I mean, for a 2v4, that's about as good of a situation as you can find yourself if you're for Optic, but not to be. So 3 in the round for Pred ends up amounting to nothing, as Gio and Johnny are looking to see if maybe they've scouted out something here to see if Optic will try to get aggressive here in Aquarium.
In Optic, they tend to struggle in first bloods on the defensive side, 9th overall at 37%. But when they find it, it's 100% conversion rate. So Vegas Legion have gotten a read. They don't want to give up that early first kill. Want to see if you can catch Optic Texas being a little bit aggressive up through the middle of the map, but it's already been 30 seconds wiped off the game clock. Here comes the play over towards A, and Shotzi, he finds that first blood.
And Attaches in trouble. Pred is on the hunt, sees the door pop, no worries there. Johnny keeping a lifeline available, though, through U-Haul. Just like that, we've had 2 different 4v2s turn into 2v2s. This one a little bit more hard-pressed, though, for Vegas with no bomb in hand. Shotzi watching one side, Pred the other. And this would have to be some great bait and switching from Vegas if they were to try to find a way to get a kill and recover this bomb.
Now you can see both players are trying to split up now. At least cast the timing on what Optic Texas are trying to do on their defensive setup, but that time is starting to get away from you. Only 20 seconds left. The bomb is going to be down over towards A. Finally, you're going to put in position to at least get the info onto Pred, but this play is going to fall into the hands of Gio.
And he just doesn't have an angle on it, so Johnny has to try to step up once again. Tags are in. Gio finds the first. Shotzi has to commit to this gunfight. Finds the first one, no problem. Gio commits for getting the bomb. Does he get down to find the kill? And oh my goodness! At the very last second, Shotzi forced to play his ground, nearly works it back. Gio thinks about planting the bomb, but then commits for the gunfight and wins it with fractions of a second left.
Yeah, that's the only play Gio had right there, because when Shotzi gets that kill onto Johnny, you know there's only 5 seconds left. Don't even know if he had enough opportunity to even work that objective, but he had to play for the gunfight. Thankfully, Shotzi did not run all the way across the map through that underground alley. He stays ready for that fight, but Gio comes out on top with that MCW. That buff has done wonders to this young man so far. Vegas Legion 2-0.
Oh my goodness. Something in the air you start to feel after a round like that, but opening nades from Pred, good. The trophy also keeps this Optic hit safe at A. And Attach just has to sit here and hope his teammates can get some sort of an opening on the flank. But you can already see Optic is set up with a post-plant 4v3 with everything being watched.
Yeah, this is going to be tough because Vegas Legion on this map do not have a lot of success on the retake scenarios, and they also give up the most bomb plants. So Optic Texas with that first blood put themselves in a heavy advantage, as now there's only 30 seconds left. Just waiting for Nero. Getting any info on this defense. He's at least able to find 1 kill. Not ready for the jumper from Shotzi. Still man advantage for Optic.
Yeah, focus towards the trophy system. Attach able to find 1, but unfortunately for Gio, cannot win his 1v1 over towards that sky bridge. So Optic, well formed on their post-plant setup, deal with every threat almost instantaneously, and even down 0-1 and the map count 0-2, Keddy still got smiles and laughs, so 5's still high.
Yeah, it starts off with that early nade. Once you eliminate that player over towards the A side, you instantly work that objective. You have all your bases covered, and you trade effectively around that statue. So able to put 1 on the board is Optic Texas, but now back on the defensive side, where they found that initial first blood last go around.
Yeah.
I don't know if they gained the info that the bomb was down. That was the only thing.
Oh, trophy system out here for Vegas, trying to play this over aggressively in through U-Haul, and oh goodness, the trophy system at 8 changes, paying a bit of a difference maker already, as Vegas just absolutely throw the kitchen sink at Optic at mid. They come away with 2 kills, now a 4v2 post-plant. Pred, though, timing-wise, if he checks top nest, they would get a look at Gio, but now Attach could just play his life a little while longer. Shotzi forced to have to win out a 1v4, and he will meet his maker at the hands of Johnny, who's still having himself a good series.
And that's where it comes down to that new update with those trophies, man. You get one of your trophy players to be aggressive up through the map, but there's just way too many tags to block everything with that one trophy system. So 2 nades initially started off for Vegas Legion with that first blood, and then they instantly go over towards B. They know that Shotzi and Pred love to play around that statue side at A. We eliminate both the AR players. That B side is going to be wide open, and they take full advantage of that moment to give themselves a nice little bit of a lead, up 3-1.
Clean stuff. I mean, comparing to what we saw from Vegas in their first couple of instances with this roster, teamwork is definitely right there where you want it to be. Good ideas, good executions to this point. This time, we're going to try to see what the A retake looks like as Optic is going to walk their way over and see absolutely no one's home here today. It just comes down to will they use this as confidence to plant immediately, and based on Shotzzy, try to step a little bit further forward. It looks like they are looking for a first blood.
It's going to be tough, though, because Vegas Legion, they already got a lot of the map going in their favor. They cleared out B Street, realizing no players from Optic Texas are trying to go on that side of the map, and then you take mid away from them. So now you have them basically trapped over towards this A site. Johnny ends up finding that first blood, and now Optic Texas in the man disadvantage have to try to work that objective.
Yeah, just looked like Optic thought that there was going to be a contest of the bomb itself. Kenny, decent damage into one, finds the kill onto Johnny. Backs off, 3v3. And Nero is going to say, I'm out of here. I know Kenny's going to be watching for this flank the whole way, so let me see if I can help my teammates out through the middle of the map. But as soon as Nero is seen, Kenny will be able to come back forward and help. Shotzzy on the corner, good for the first. Shots to Geo, not enough to find the kill. 1v1 towards Dashy. Oh, and he's finessed the bomb so well. Not technically a 1v2, but give him credit for it. Dashy finds the last two, no worries.
Yeah, you can always rely on that guy to shoot straight with that MCW. Finds that initial kill onto Nero, and then the shots onto Geo. He simply stood no chance in that gunfight. I know he got a little bit of assistance, but Dashy does not miss, especially on those kind of angles. But Optic Texas again finds success on their attacking side. Kenny this time around, though, he gets the play done because the fact that he's able to turn around, cast the timing on two players trying to go for that pinch, and at least walk away with one, it slows down Nero working his way around behind enemy lines. And by the time he gets back to his teammates, a couple players fall, just not enough time to work with.
A little bit more of a patient approach here for Vegas. 2-2 split, two players focused over towards Aquarium. Once again, it's the same that we saw in that high-low setup from before. But this time, Optic, they've got a player deep in the form of Pred over towards that backside palm tree at P2. Nades start to change the focus, though, for Optic. Not seeing anything towards B and hearing a lot of noise at A. There will be a stack here at U-Haul.
Yeah, this is the same exact setup they had on the last attacking round. Just double stack from Geo and Johnny through the mid side. Nero and Attach trying to work this objective, but this time Nero is going to fall to the hands of Kenny. First blood in favor of Optic Texas. They have full bomb site control, and if Shotzzy could just turn to the right, make sure that that bomb is down, everyone should relocate to this side of the map, but Shotzzy gets it done by himself.
Yeah, you can even see that Vegas were so worried about Shotzzy playing over towards the Skybridge. They costed a stun to try to make sure that that was clear, and Shotzzy makes use of a different angle. Nade in towards Kitchen. Goes a little bit too far off the bounce. But Geo with 23 seconds and Dashy looking at him through statue. Feels like a pretty impossible 1v3. He's also got the pressure on from Pred from behind. Regen starts to come through. Geo gets the first, but again, time being the biggest issue here. Kenny's going to try to search him out just a touch, but Dashy be the one who finds the final kill, and Optic find their way into a couple of rounds in a row.
That's another first blood, this time out of Kenny again. If you're Vegas Legion, I would like to see a little bit different look on the attacking rounds, because that's now 2 times where they played the same exact setup. They try to at least spread the map, slow down the game on their attacking side, so you can force Optic Texas to change their defensive look. But every time they find that first blood over towards statue, that has been the bomb carrier, and that basically calls the round there. So Vegas Legion, all tied up at 3-3, all tied up in first bloods as well. But Optic Texas starting to get activated.
Yeah. And after a couple of wide open A sites, Optic gonna try to see maybe if they get a read here. It's the same setup that Vegas is, right? This little high-low SMG setup, and outside of a team kill, largely forced off the damage from Nero. It will be a 2-for-1 exchange. All good news for Optic. The bomb, once again, clear to plant if it wants to at A, but Kenny takes an extra step, finds Attach through mid, and now they can rewrap this thing back to B, forcing Geo to have to go all the way across the map for this 1v3.
Yeah, this is going to be tough. This is going to be tough because Geo, he's going to think, all right, the play definitely is going to go over towards A. No way in hell they're going to hit that rotation over towards B. But now he gains all that info, and this round becomes a lot more difficult now with 45 seconds.
I was going to have a chance to make contact here with Shotzzy if he checks his corners fully, and he unfortunately will not. So, no go at that one. And now, all of a sudden, Optic starting to find their mojo on the map. And the reads, I think, just generally as far as what Vegas have wanted to do, you already mentioned it, over towards that statue bomb site. On the offensive side, they've gotten really good reads of how they want to deal with that defensively. And now, all of a sudden, they've gotten a read as firm of Vegas trying to play aggressive on the defense as well.
Yeah, when they try to turn that corner, they literally set up for that gunfight onto shots. So you're not playing Pred in that close corner. But if you do that setup, you best believe some other teams know exactly what that's going to feel like. As Optic are able to tie the game up, at least in the first place. They're up 4-3. Back on the defensive side they go, and Vegas Legion trying to go back to that earlier attack where they found success would be pressure.
Yeah, well, the stuns that do land on top of Vegas, Pred thinks he maybe has an opportunity to take use of it, but gets shut down mostly off of the overwhelming force that Vegas had on their breakoff. And now patience for the Legion, just wanting to make sure that no one's doing anything dramatic through the A site. They're double enforcing this flank hold before they make likely a commitment over towards B.
Yeah, Kenny's just trying to play the timing though, to potentially spot a couple players crossing through water, but Vegas Legion have not bit yet. Now they are slowly working their way up through water side. Kenny's not going to get any indication that they're on that side of the map with that nade connecting onto anyone. So that objective is going to get planted, but look at the positioning of Dashi.
He's got to make a play here. Johnny in the corner, not going to be seen, but Attach will take care of the trade. And now it's just the split hit for the side of Optic. Individual players on both sides. Kenny shut down on one side, just up to Shotzi. Better bounce back here in map number 2 compared to what he was able to do in the first, but this is a difficult 1v3. Finesses the movement around the water side bar, but he's got Geo on an absolute crazy heady. No chance whatsoever. We're tied at 4.
Yeah, it's good plays right there from Vegas Legion. That's 2 successful bomb plants over towards B, none over towards A side. So they find that initial first blood, and then they are just waiting to see if Optic Texas is going to try to make up for that kill. But once they realized no one was going on a pinch, no one has been map controlled, no one's still showing presence over towards B, we will work that objective, get the bomb down, and then trade effectively. Able to tie the game up at 4.
Trends and patterns, though, still continue to shift over the last handful of rounds towards Optic, especially what they've done on offense. Does Vegas supply the right response? Patience over towards B and mid. Trying to get Johnny a little bit closer towards A. He's got an SMG this round, so he's going to be largely playing this cut at the Sky Bridge. Nero over the middle of the map. Also tossing a couple of nades in Texas, but Texas are properly set up for it. Johnny, though, off the flank, does create a bit of chaos here for Optic. They did make a decision, and Shotzi throws a smoke and hits the back of Dashi, but does not help them at all. Johnny finds the kill down low. Now the bomb is down to this 2v2.
Still a lot of time to work with. Don't know if Johnny's going to get the info. That is going to be the bomb carrier, but Geo does fall through the middle of the map. So now the young man and Johnny trying to clutch up in the 1v2. Buddy system on the opposite side for Optic Texas, just going together to every situation as they recover that bomb site. Now it's time to work that objective.
Johnny coming back to the fight.
Oh, the timing.
Still has the rival 9. Finds the first, but it's not a clean gunfight. Optic come away with one after, again, I think the chaos that was created by Vegas was strong, but the problem was the defenders from the front side of the site fell too quickly that Johnny just kind of gets isolated and left alone over towards Skybridge.
That's exactly what it is, because once you find that Johnny's in that positioning, he was able to turn it into a 3v3, and then everyone at that point from Vegas Legion were trying to assist him, not leave him out to dry by himself. So they try to apply that pressure through mid connector, and Optic Texas made them pay for it. But Johnny almost secures that round there for Vegas Legion. Now backs against the wall into this round number 10. Optic at game point. A whole lot of aggression through the middle of the map.
Yeah, we're going to get ourselves a bloodbath here, although no one from Optic is watching the U-Haul. I mean, everyone's so focused on seeing if there was going to be a cut over towards the site that no one looked on the other side of U-Haul, maybe thinking that their defensive nades were going to hold it back. That's not the case. Kenny trying to get the one off the exit, does take down Nero, but nothing further, and we got around 11 all of a sudden.
That's just a complete blind counter right there, Alan. We're talking about, all right, we're going right up the middle. Also, we were ready for the push to come in towards A, but Vegas Legion, they went right up the middle and went through mid connector, and with those stuns connecting the way that they did, those are just a bunch of easy kills that they found right off the rip of that round. Hit that rotation over towards B, get it down. 1v3, you just gotta make sure Kenny doesn't make a miracle happen, but here we go, round 11. All tied up at first blood as well, 5-5.
Yep. And for the most part, both teams have converted nicely on their first blood, save just the 2 individual rounds for one for either team. But Optic on the offense. Got to go back to what seems to be their tried and true. Hits over towards A. This time, no defenders on site for Vegas. They've tried this a couple times before. Johnny's been smoked on this angle once, but he does have a little bit of help from Nero, and this time it's just all about read the information and see if we can contest this site from afar.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing, is that no one showing presence over towards that A site. You were banking on those tacks to play a big part in this round. but nothing is at least able to connect. And Kenny, unfortunately, might have just got some bad COD timing, or it could work out in his favor.
Yeah, it's really which side does the wind blow here, because he's going to find himself behind Nero. Quick trade, not fully there. Kenny gets an extra lease on life, at least for a little while. He also can transmit that there are at least 2 Vegas Legion members playing on the flank. So Dashy, alarm bells start to ring, and Dashy gets himself another double. Just down to Johnny for a 1v3. Fred, topside bar, seen for free. The biggest issue here is how do you deal with Dashy, who's going to be playing this, you would think, largely from security side. Here's the reload and the re-attack. Dashy steps up, finds the kill, and it's 3 in the round for Dashy. Credit to Kenny for at least the intel assist. And Optic, a deep sigh of relief from Pred. Sneak out a round 11 winner.
Yeah, it's not as easy as you would want it to be. But that's one hell of a practice map right there for Optic Texas to walk away with a clutch in the round 11. Just like Kenny every single time. He was always in one of those situations being that island player where he was stuck between a rock and a hard place. There's players from Vegas Legion all around him, but he was just able to slip behind enemy lines every single time that he needed to. He finds that initial kill, gives the information to Dashy that there's also 2 or more players coming on that flank. And then that allows Dashy to just activate takeover. He's the most clutch player that we have throughout the league whenever it's him by himself. But when he's getting those comms from his teammates, he's able to close out that game with 3 in that final round. Optic Texas tied the series up at 1. Not as clean as you wanted to, but you got the job done.
Yeah, on a map that they haven't played a bunch, I think there are definitely moments that you can look at for both teams and kind of walk away pretty okay with. Obviously for Vegas, it's going to feel like a missed opportunity to take Optic to 11 and not find a way to win, especially considering how that last round unfolded. But we got a high-rise control, and then Vegas have their hardpoint selection of the Vista hardpoint still yet to come. So opportunities for Legion to keep this thing going, but for Optic, trying to look for a little bit of a bounce back from map number 1. We'll see how things unfold on high-rise when we come back right after this.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Scuff Gaming is doing an ultimate giveaway where you and a friend can win a chance to go to COD Champs this year. The giveaway includes 2 VIP tickets, travel expenses, and more. To enter, scan the QR code on the page or go to scuff.co/CDL and enter your email. Terms and conditions apply. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Welcome back to our last matchup of the weekend. Optic taking on Vegas, and a 1-1 map count where Vegas fans are thrilled to have snapped the big winning streak that Optic put together on Subbase of all things, but going to be a bit of a miss not having the round 11 on the 6-star search go their way. But now everything starts to go over. That caption too much. Towards this control, we talk a lot about the life manipulation, but flat out, Optic have been great at finding objective success on control.
Oh yeah, Dashy and Kenny sitting at number 1 and number 2. Those guys are soaking up. Hill time, doesn't matter what it is. Tick time is because the SMGs are always being the aggressors, always trying to be pushed out. At least you got some players that are always thinking about that objective in Dashy and Kenny. But now going into a high-rise control, this is where Optic Texas want to try to expand their map pool in this control game mode. They love themselves some invasion, they love themselves some Karachi, but they don't play really a lot of Karachi because a lot of teams do not want to square up with them on that map. So you're just going to try to add high-rise to the pool where they are great on both sides. The biggest thing that Vegas have to focus on here is keeping up with the slaying, because Optic Texas, they outslay on the defensive side, but on the attacking side, they only get outslayed by 0.3 kills. That's half of a kill. So you have to make sure the guns are firing the same way they were in map 1 if you're Vegas.
Well, opening nades will land. Shotzi the first one to fall. And for Optic, you kind of saw the stat there on the macro side for the team. They have not won a round 5 on this map. That results in actually 3 different map losses since stage 3 has started for them on this map. So trying to come up icy in round 5 has been one of the reasons why this map has not been necessarily a full-on go-to. But hey, already a great start to this opening defense considering the early action from Vegas. No ticks to speak of yet for the Legion.
Yeah, Vegas Legion are just now working out of their spawn because Optic Texas are able to reinforce when they need to. But attach finding a double now allows his teammates another opportunity to work their way out of spawn. Fred now with the timing to potentially find a kill onto Geo. He's able to find it, but now you allow Vegas Legion to take B street control, slowly work up that progression at B.
Yeah, the thing is, this route from Pred could cut off a lot of these offensive reinforcements, and so far it has. Oh, just needed one more shot, but his teammates will get the trade, no worries. 1 tick of progress has been earned, but nothing more at the moment. Vegas will walk their way out of spawn, having found the trade onto Kenny, but still a lot of work to be done here for the Legion to try to stop this clock and get some more progress done.
Yeah, and they only have 30 seconds to do so. Shachi's just trying to at least spot a couple players, make sure no one slips on by. And now it's time to hit that go button. Gonna put himself behind enemy lines, gonna catch Johnny off guard, attach right off the spawn, knows that Shotzi is gonna be prepared for that gunfight. But the repositioning just way too much. He's just hoping that his teammates outside of the map can try to pause that game clock.
And so far, everything looking good for Optic. This is what you don't want to see if you're a Vegas fan. This is what they often will do, and Shotzi just maybe a bullet away from finding kill number 5, but just 1 tick of progress locked. Optic will be very happy about how that opening defense went.
Yeah, that's perfect. You only allow 1 segment to get away from you. Now you can make that up with these on your attacking rounds because they are 3rd overall on this map at average ticks on the attacking side. A lot of that is going to be due to Dashy and Kenny, but these guys are just laughing. They're having a good time, even though the series is tied at 1.
Convincing start. And hey, the vibes stay high, it feels like all the time, especially coming off of a major championship in the form of which you were able to win that grand finals. And we kind of talk about this, not to just throw it out there lightly. I mean, for Optic, these are extra reps. You know, I don't think any of the top, especially 3 teams, are really giving a darn hoot about who finishes 5th through 8. This is all about making sure that you're staying polished and you're staying clean, and so far so good. This opening offense also good looks over towards B. Geo seen at immense range, but Shotzi does get taken down. Johnny almost able to turn that into a double, but Optic still stay healthy on the zone with Dashy involved.
Yeah, they're already on this B point. They already have a lot of B street control, and they already completed that first segment at B. So you tied it up in that column, but they are slowly working up that progression on the 2nd tick now. Couple kills going in favor of Vegas Legion, though. Now Dashy's the soul man here on the point. He is going to fall, and this is the opportunity where Vegas Legion can right the wrongs off of the previous round.
Clean stuff. They deplete almost the entire 2nd tick of progress. Trophy systems are also down to keep this defensive line forward. Johnny watching the big cross, able to see Pred through the fences, but cannot finish the kill. Optic struggle, but they get themselves out of spawn, and then that elimination onto Johnny may open the floodgates to get back over towards B again. Nero is so deep and far away from this hit that it really has to come down to Geo to hold this, and that won't work out. So now you got 1 member on Make it a second with one more joining, and that's going to be not just the second tick of progress, that's likely the entire B zone unless some of these nades land.
And that's what makes Optic Texas different than any other team on this attacking side. It's that it only takes them one opportunity when they go forward there to get out of their spawn, and they take full advantage of it. They're able to extend the time, get the final 2 seconds to close out that B point. And now you put yourself in a heavy advantage on this map with a couple kills already going in their favor. Kenny and Dashy combined for 2. Now Shotzi, your opportunity for some spawn kills.
Here we go again. Shotzi trying to get the read on where these spawners are coming. Attach will find it before any damage can be dealt. 16 plays 14. Life advantage to Vegas. Optic trying to find some control over towards Blue. Dashy desperately trying to hold on to his life in the previously captured B zone. The Vegas are just kind of more focused on what's coming from the front at the moment. They have actually a little bit lost track of where all Optic are. That's going to be essentially a full team wipe. Gio's so far out of the picture, he really has to wait for help. And oh, Shotzi nearly takes him out. And I believe the trophy system deleting a nade expires the propane tank, and that results in a double. And Vegas now 12-8 in lives with full control of the map.
Yeah, the propane is always going to play a part. Even if the update comes in and they say high-rise propanes are not going to play that big of a situation through these rounds, somehow, some way, it's able to find a double. All of Optic Texas now coming off the respawn. You give up full map control to Vegas Legion. 12-7 in lives remaining, and you can already see Gio working behind enemy lines.
And he will find Shotzi up top, who was going to be the observer over the top of that A zone, pending Optic could get there in the first place. Pred and Dashing are the last ones left. A couple of decent kills keep maybe one last dire hope alive for Optic. Nero, the cutoff man, not going to find the kill. Johnny waiting for his time, and he reads it pretty darn perfectly. 8 plays 2. Shotzi seen over towards top B propane. And the question mark will be, where is Pred? And there he is. Not much of a chance for him to get back over towards the zone, but a little bit more damage towards lives, I guess. And of course, the 2-tick progression advantage that Optic were able to earn.
Yeah, thankfully, Vegas Legion played a 5v4 in that round because the propane had a clutch double to allow them to walk away with this defensive win. Because now they have 2 segments to make up for, but here goes the replay on this trophy. Propane. Yep, the trophy system definitely does stop it because a couple attacks get thrown off the respawns, and you just don't expect that if you are Optic. The fact that Pred stays alive in that scenario as well, right next to the propane, is mind-boggling.
I just can't believe that. It didn't look like it was smoking or anything. It just, the trophy system did that much damage, I guess.
Yeah.
Leave your opinions in the YouTube chat. First blood good for Johnny. Nero eyes towards A here, and he does find Kenny. So the clock will stall. Focus onto A for Vegas. A little bounce behind for Gio. Does he get a read onto Dashy? Sure does with that elimination. With Dashy, a little turn and burn drop shot reduces the play to Vegas to really only be Nero, who's gotten towards A windows.
Yeah, Nero's the only guy out. But unfortunately, he's now going to fall. So all of Vegas Legion now stuck back in their spawn again. Got to check every corner on your way on out. And it's just not going to be easy because Optic have all the crossfires set up. And Johnny finding that double. Nero right off the respawn, at least able to 5-1. Vegas Legion, another opportunity already working out of their base.
Kenny trying to get the low ground. Will come behind this play over towards bottom blue. Split focus for Vegas, by the way. Attach was looking over towards B. And so now all of a sudden, just as quickly as Vegas were able to turn things in their favor, Optic win every single individual gunfight, and they're back to within the spawn windows of Vegas. Decent kills. I mean, game of tug of war here. 6 of one, half a dozen of another. You find success, we find success. Back and forth we go, but the time is becoming an issue here for Vegas' offense.
Yeah, especially because they're applying a lot of pressure over towards that A Street side. It's not going to be easy because you know the attacks right off the respawn are going to be chucked over towards this propane area. You slowly have to work your way over towards B. You just don't have any B Street control. Finally, Johnny and Attach do combine for 2, but Pred and Kenny, they combine for 2 of their own to maintain the map control here for Optic Texas. You have Johnny, who's so far pushed out, but that objective is not getting done, and that's going to lead to 1 segment again for Vegas Legion. Optic Texas in the full advantage again.
Yeah, without question. I mean, they don't have to do anything in this next offense if they didn't want to and still find themselves on the round 5 defense here. So really clean here from Optic. But maybe the only lingering stat against them at the moment is that fact that they are 0-5 in round 5s. 3 of those have been recent as of the Major 3 qualifiers. So for Optic, see if you can get the job done here, I'd say.
Yeah, that requires them to lose a defensive side where they've only given up 2 segments. I think they're feeling good even if it gets to round number 5. But obviously you don't want to get there. You want to try to avoid that. You don't have any segments to play for. You're just going to try to get the win here. They show all out aggression. Over through bottom blue. Trophy systems are down. None of the attacks are going to hit for Vegas Legion. So that first segment already in.
Yeah, and Gio is just hopping, seeing how many members are actually here. Is this a little bit of a fake? Not quite. And nice little movement from Attach. Finds himself too. Clears off the pressure on A, but the first tick of progress has already been completed. Help from Nero over the middle of the map. Downtime bottom blue. That will work out. And Vegas defensively start to make their move forward. Pred will see one on the cross, waiting for his prime opportunity to try to come behind this play. Johnny, though, similar drop shot that we saw from Dashy, but there is at least a trade from Shotzi, and Optic can still work their way out of spawn, at least until Nero scales forward, finds himself 2, and now Vegas are right at your spawn windows again.
Oh yeah, and if you are Vegas Legion, you have to try to combine a couple of kills together. You can earn that cruise missile going forward. So that can play a big part on your next attacking round. Just don't give Optic any breathing room, and that's exactly what Gio is doing. Nero finds one on the Dashi. That's another 3 dead. Gio's just been holding down top heli the whole time. Fortunately, he is going to fall, but Nero now finds himself on 5 in a row.
He needs to get out and just find one more elimination. That is the only game plan at the moment for Vegas. Nero holds onto the corner. Shotzi seen, dealt with, and there's the extra cruise missile. 21 and 14, by the way, for Nero. Don't mean to make that sound so casual. He has been frying this map. And with the cruise missile now earned, Vegas, after a dominating defense to this point, I'm sure are feeling pretty decent about their opportunity to possibly get their offense going a little bit more. But this round not done yet. You got Fred on the zone. Nero from behind will get to kill number 7. And you'll also stop the second tick of progress from coming through. 20 plays 9. Optic trying to stay alive on the B zone, but will be bounced off. And it'll only be a matter of time here before we get to round 5 with the cruise missile for Vegas.
Yep, that's the biggest thing now. That Vegas Legion have a cruiser missile to work with on their attacking side. So good job from them to not allow any segments, as those don't even matter anymore. You have to figure out how you're going to get these objectives done, and I think if you are a Vegas Legion, it has to be all-out pressure over towards B Street. They love right off the respawn, showing presence at bottom blue, trying to push out towards A to be a nuisance. But every single time Optic Texas find a couple kills over towards B Street, they turn their focus over towards blue, and then a 4 dead happens. You cannot afford that to be here for Vegas Legion. You have to find success early on at that B Street.
Need something somewhere. And I think you're absolutely right when it comes down to, let's concentrate our efforts on one zone, and maybe not even just one zone, just one area. Get some level of control before we even hit onto these zones, and there will be full focus over towards this B zone. Nero gonna hop right on into the mix. Gio able to find the first onto Shotzi. Did they expect Dashy around the back though? They sure don't. First kill good for Dashy. Kenny from the front, good for another. Nero still keeping the streak alive, and the help from Vegas is decent. Can they stay on the zone? Well, that's the question. And Dashy continues just to do it all himself until Gio comes off spawn. And now you can reinforce the trophies. And Nero can keep on freaking frying. 25 and 14. Here comes the help onto the B zone.
That's Nero playing the hero right now for Vegas Legion. First segment already going to be done. But he's not in an opportunity to call in that cruiser, so he's more focused on keeping the guns hot. Unfortunately, the beat down, the hip fire, nothing was going to connect onto Pred. You definitely want that one back, but they are working a progression on both points. Second segment about to be complete at B, and the first one at A.
Uh-oh, here we go. Third tick of progress. Looking good on the B zone. The stack is in. They're going to get this quickly. You still have the cruise missile here. You still have Johnny on A. Here comes the cruise missile down. Optic will not be allowed to come contest this immediately. They're still going to try to commit to it, though. Gunfights start to go the way of Vegas. They know where Dashy is. Johnny pushes out for the kill. There's going to be a stack here for Vegas. Second tick of progress is in. All 4 members are on. Can anyone from Optic get here in time? No, they cannot. And the round 5 curse for Optic on high rise continues, and Vegas steal away a map right under the nose of Optic.
Yeah, everything I said in that previous round about it not happening in Optic Texas. You're in the most ideal situation. You are on defense on high rise. You did everything on your defensive side, even on your attacking side, gaining the segments to put yourself on the defense in the round number 5. But Vegas Legion changed up the play call in that final round. Everyone's showing presence over towards B Street. Nero was the only guy through top mid, and he was able to slip behind. to put himself right through the middle of the map at that B point, continue that streak at 10 before he did get shut down. But that was just way too much pressure, way too much aggression for Vegas Legion to start it off, and Optic Texas just couldn't get a read on it. They could not stand their ground on their setup. And Vegas Legion get it done. Like, that one's got to come back to bite you. Optic Texas, all right. That's not what you wanted. You wanted to walk away with this W to find yourself up 2-1. But now Vegas Legion, who are fighting for everything, map count, points in the CDL to try to make it a chance. They are up 2-1 in this series versus our Major 3 champions.
Unreal stuff. Nero gets 29, and if I did the math right quickly, between the offensive and defensive kills, I'm pretty sure Gio had 27. And of course, Johnny, I think, is the one left alive on A by himself. While the cruise missile's getting called and the 3-stack happens over towards B, he also comes away with, I think, 3 or 4 in a row. It's just when you need him the most, Vegas continue to turn up. What a display, though, from Nero. After a very miserable search and destroy, he says, brothers, I got you. The cruise missile gets earned. He goes on double-digit streaks. You thought for a second maybe it wasn't going to end until the beatdown just a little bit too wide. But it's just simply put, this play with the stack immediately followed up with the kills from Johnny lead to a 4-man stack. GG go next. Holy smokes.
And that is the first time I think I've ever seen Optic Texas be negative on a defensive side and in control in general. Because one thing that they're always great at is finding their kills. But based off of what we saw in map number 1, it's the same thing here in map number 3. The only player positive is Dashy at 19 and 18. But that's not going to cut it, man. You need your ARs. You need everyone to be firing on all cylinders. And unfortunately now they find themselves down 2-1 in this series, going into a Vista HP where this is Vegas Legion's pick. This is going to be tough.
Yeah. I mean, in the history for Vista, it's not necessarily been kind towards Optic, at least just generally speaking. Again, the amount of play times is relatively low. Can't look at it with too much concern, I would say. But, I mean, it's just the simple fact of what the recency looks like for this Vegas squad. They have looked undeniably better. Johnny has been fitting the mold exactly the way that they were looking at for Purge initially, a seam second. Johnny's fit that slot, it looks like seamlessly, and now we're starting to see the full potential of this Vegas team come to life. Regardless of, you know, I think there's gonna be a lot of people out there like Optic trying things, and sure, there is a level of that, but you can't take away with how good Vegas have looked at this point.
Not at all, because they only played 3 matches together with this team. So obviously the first one they bounced together versus Boston. You fall short versus Miami at the Major to get eliminated from that tournament. You come back home, you go up against a top 3 squad in Toronto, who are a top 3 squad for a reason. So Vegas Legion still had to work on their practice, try to iron out everything that was costing them in certain situations. And right now in this series versus Optic Texas, even though they're still smiling, that's not, you want to be smiling in this situation. Vegas Legion, they're coming to play. You got to be ready for this map number 4.
Absolutely. I mean, this has been one hell of a series to this point. For all, I think, the right reasons if you're just a general enjoyer and enthusiast of Call of Duty. But, I mean, the drama that starts to kick up, we talked about this, at least you and I, when we were sitting in the green room. Every match is going to feel like a must-win for these teams that are on the bubble. And to be able to take 10 points at the hands of playing up against a top 4 team feels like you stole one away from the rest of the league. So here's our look at Vista. Talking about, again, this Optic team, not a ton of play time on it, but the times that they have blown out a couple of teams. I think the one that stands out in everyone's mind is that 250 to 86 on the Thieves, but the recency of them playing against Atlanta has a loss, but still, they play the map well. Vegas, this is their first try of it with this roster, though.
Yeah, this was going to be fun, man, because we saw it in map number 1. What they were ahead of is being ahead of those rotations every single time. So at least they're still strong in that category. But you have to find success also in breaks. Sitting at 12th overall is not going to cut it. But at least you spawn on the preferred side going into this P1. Just got to make these gunfights go in your favor. And Nero not slowing down, finds a double, and already into the HP is Vegas.
And there's a lot of, I think, anticipation and potential excitement behind what Johnny and Nero can do as a sub-duo.
Oh, yeah.
It just frees up Attach and Geo to be like, all right, boys, you want to go hit this? Sure, we'll watch everything else. And the opener here for Vegas, pretty darn good. Couple of decent trades for Optic. They've mitigated some of the early time, but this second set of gunfights has been good. And now it's just down to, do they get the read onto Dashy? Geo for 3 in a row sure does. And Vegas will be good for the time, largely through P1. And look at the mini-map. Nero's already at rotation.
Yeah, they already win the rotation, but Optic Texas, they're rotating on the complete opposite side of the map, trying to overextend their way up through P3 side. Dashy and Shotzi combined for 2. Still trying to keep it stagnant through this mid P1, but now you're forced to break in towards Vegas Legion setup here at this P2 HP. You have Optic Texas not having the prepared spawns, but you do have Kenny trying to set up a route.
Yeah, this is individual plays right now. Nero just hoping he can get himself a 1-for-1, and he does better than that. Finds the kill, steps away, and allows the rest of Vegas to find a full team wipe. Trophy Systems now reinforcing the defense of this hill, and Attach looking to stop maybe early rotators. Almost catches one, not quite to beat. Optic looking to follow up and hit this on both sides, but honestly speaking, this is coming up completely empty, and Vegas are gonna find free scrap time, and they will control rotation to P3.
Yeah, I think Optic Texas is just playing a lot of individual COD right now. We're not simply outclassing you. That's another 4 dead. That's been 3 4 deads at one hill. You can just tell Optic Texas are not in sync right now, and Vegas Legion are taking full advantage of it.
A moment of reprieve here for Optic, making some success happen on the catwalk side. Pred's going to take the route down low, met by Nero, but not enough to find the kill. So Gio has to try to keep his life a little while longer. Vegas split spawns, but kills coming through individually across the map. It's Attach who's able to find a couple, keep himself alive, and maybe have hopes to block spawns, but Kenny gets the trade off screen. Gio will fall inside the hard point, and Optic will get nearly a full flip.
Yeah, that's a big break right there coming from Optic. Cannot allow this score to get away from you the way that map number 1 did, but the Vegas Legion, you already cut your losses. 2 players off the rotation in towards Graffiti are going to have their hands full because Optic Texas are surrounding them. Kenny and Shotzi take down both of those players, so they have an opportunity now to chain that P2 to P4 and potentially take the lead.
Semtex will land from Johnny's hands onto Shotzi, but he'll stay alive. Hit through the old time on the way for Vegas. Dashy, the last one standing. Kenny at range, trying to pick up his cross as best as humanly possible. Pistol off for Dashy. Lots of connections, but not a full kill. Pred stepping back in, makes good on the damage dealt by Dashy. Plus the follow-up from Shotzi. Here we go. Optic looking a lot cleaner here on this left side minimap hold, and they're finding every single kill. Shotzi, Pred putting it all together.
And they know that the close ones are going to be in because Dashy, he was blocking that front side spawn for P4. So they got Arena where the pressure from Vegas Legion was going to be approached on. But now with Optic still in control of the spawns, at least the hill for now, Vegas Legion, they bombard their way all through that P3 hill, able to flip the spawns right on back, and this is still a good 25 seconds they can try to fight for.
Yeah, for the moment, Vegas is trying to keep the hardpoint neutral. Shotzi jumping on in, Kenny watching from overhead, and now jumps in his own right. Turns, finds the kill onto Attach, and that will confirm the scrap time, and with that being largely held all the way through, if it is, it'll be a lead swap as well. Optic really starting to turn up here in these last 2 hills.
Exactly what they needed to do to get themselves back into this game. Now Vegas Legion again off the rotation are fully going to be set up. You have everyone watching a proper angle, but Attach falling in his position now gives an opportunity for Kenny to potentially set up that pinch. He allows Preds to find that kill, and now all of Vegas Legion are not on the preferred side, but they are still holding on to the hill.
Yeah, just Ashy has to play his life as much as he possibly can. Follow up good from Nero, takes care of him quickly. Not going to be able to turn that into a double. Gio just getting bombarded by stuns and nades. Johnny also feeling the effect of a lot of that incoming utility, and that will be largely a full clear here from Texas. Just have to deal with Gio. A much better series from him to this point, but this is going to be just too much for him to deal with. An Optic will secure a break. Still 23 seconds to fight for.
And now if you're Vegas Legion, you have to try to cut your losses because you know how impactful that P5 to P1 chain can be. So a route early on trying to be hit by Attach, but he gets killed by the player and Kenny coming off of the respawn. So all your bases again covered for Optic Texas. Still a 20-point difference in this map number 4. But if you are Vegas Legion, you can't attach from the bridge side. Someone has to try to flip. You have to try to hit a route.
Good damage from Attach, though. Just pelting the members of Optic inside of P1. Long route from Johnny, as you called. Gio waiting for the timing to hit from the front, and here comes the flood. Nero able to find one from the mid-map, and now everyone can just dive on into the hard point. That is just such a freaking good setup, and the timing is perfect. This Vegas team looks brand spanking new.
Unfortunately, the spawns do not flip, so Optic Texas still giving themselves another opportunity to break their way in towards B1. You have top mid control, you just got to get past Gio. Dashy there for the effective trade. And now it's Nero again, trying to get it done. Unfortunate team kill onto Johnny with that trophy system, but he's still not going to slow down, even finds it with the Renetti before dropping.
Now Shotzi holds his life. Vegas still in the hard point for this time being. Optic working on it, though, and Shotzi, his patience will pan out. Johnny looking for something through the catwalk side. Gets stunned off the jump, though, so now he's going to just default to playing for the long wrap. Kind of giving whatever he possibly can. considering the circumstances. But Optic will have a lot of freedom and a huge buffer around this P2 hard point.
And they're going to have an opportunity now to finally get a lead change. As Optic Texas is now in full control of this P2. Vegas Legion, your turn again. Someone to try to make an opening happen. Geo through the middle of the map, unfortunately does get cut down. Shotzzy watching the flank, takes down Attach. Dashy from the front end takes down Narrow, and that's a clean 3 dead. Final player is Johnny. He falls, and Optic Texas hold on to the first push.
Yeah, Vegas getting staggered a bit. Optic starting to put it together as we jump over to an Optic Texas. Listen in.
Look, you guys want me to watch out pillars and watch out their middle as well. One time. Get a picture spot.
Flash this side, dead.
Cat, Johnny, now weak. Watch out. Nice. Geo, last guy. Nice. Good shit, bro. What you gonna do, Brandon? We're coming right. Look at me. I'm gonna hit lower. We're playing through right, bro. Cut behind us. That's big.
Hey, you right.
Kill lower to me. No. There's spike spawn on these kills. Kill lower to me.
Cutting blinds.
One shot back right. Attach. He's lower. One shot. Attach. He's in the back. They're not even on top.
Go in there. He went to pillars.
One guy's back steps.
He's back behind the wall. Don't try me behind the wall, bro.
I hear you.
Nade him. He's naded. One shot.
I'm waiting for him.
He's in that.
Steps.
Absolute on time, Jeff.
One's late, bro. Near on the back.
Absolute G on time.
Live. There you go. One shot to pinch left, bro. Lucky. They got mid or not?
He's at the steps.
He's only mid. Johnny weak. Counter Johnny. Nice hit. Johnny
behind the bar right now.
Last two down.
I'm standing with time.
They're gonna flip pillars. They're gonna flip the fuck out of pillars.
I can play flip here.
Alright, that's fine.
I'm playing low up.
Pillars on a nade. I'm rolling. You ready?
Low. Back steps.
I have back right. Most pillars though. Pillars.
I'm sliding up pillars.
You should be sliding out.
This guy low's not counter, bro.
You went back six steps.
Hey, one's two in the back of me, bro.
Back.
One's back right.
One's behind. You can pitch our fire.
Have a low.
One got pitch rails. In
the back, bro. Going low. Alright, Nero.
I'm in.
Nice. Nero's back right, Nero. They're still spawning there. Listen, they're all spawning there still. Oh, they're spawning. They might spawn out. I'm in tower. I'm front tower stairs. Give me a second.
Nothing back secret. I'm with you. Let's try this out.
What's back right time,
Back time. In front of me.
You can repiece the back.
One shot you.
Pillars.
Nice, they're back. And on top.
Absolute attack.
Nice, nice job. They're in front of you. Bot top.
I'm gonna get tower.
I can push. I'm down, Johnny. One shot down. Absolute down.
Gio.
Or Johnny. He's one shot. Absolute front down.
Make it a play. One minute, okay?
I'm down. They're down.
I'm doing it, bro. We're good. 1 minute.
Last guy. Last guy near.
He was mid. He's house steps, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, he could have pitched in.
You went pitch.
That's him. He's really good. He's hitting it. Pillars.
Pillars?
I'm holding top pillars.
Yeah, you can definitely tell the awareness for Optic on this push through 3 into 4 has been solid, and Pred hitting these small little routes, going completely unguarded. Vegas have been having a hard time tracking him down, looking for kill number 6 for the Cruise shut down. A lifeline for Vegas, but it's going to feel desperate.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough situation now because now you're going into this P5. You're currently down by 50. You have to make this hold count, and for a lot of time as well. And they're putting themselves in a really good setup so far. You have all the P1 control. You add the overextension as well. So that's 3 dead. Make it all 4. Optic Tex, that first push gets shut down, and Vegas Legion continue to run up that score.
Shotzzy trying to run into the hard point, though. Catches one, gets out of there. Geo with the trade, but here come the rest of Optic. Need help from Attach from up high. Pred down low, trying to work the hard point. Does well. But Vegas have numbers to try to work their way back in. Again, just trying to utilize this top catwalk as best as possible, but every second is becoming a dangerous one for Vegas. Pred dealt with Dashy, the last one left alive, but he's far out. Geo gets the damage done, and Dashy just has to hit the deck, and that'll be extra time for Vegas to get over 200 points.
Now, if you are Optic Texas, you got to give up this time. You got to make sure no one from Vegas Legion is going to be able to slip behind enemy lines and potentially flip these spawns out. Oh. That's exactly what Johnny is trying to do, but Dashy with the beams, all headshots. Guy basically is using a sniper with that MCW after that buff. But Optic Texas, they are into this P1. Only 15 seconds until they force game 5.
Bruce goes Goliath mode. Still not done. Dashy on 6 in a row. How has he been able to finesse this? Looking for kill number 7. Stun him, nade him, do whatever you want. He's still alive. Trophy system back in, but Vegas, they get the wipe. Just Kenny left to do. Oh! Too much. A little extra as well. As Dashy and Kenny go crazy in the last couple of moments to get Optic to a 5th map.
That's unbelievable plays right there out of Optic. Obviously, you don't want these hard points to be as close as they are, but Vegas Legion, they are fighting all the way to the very end. At least Optic Texas, they could rely on that P3 to P4 chain, because that's exactly what kept them in this game. First rotation, that's how they got back into it. Second rotation, that's how they grew themselves such a great lead, to where they can keep P5 a little bit scrappy. But when you need someone to call a game, you ask Dashy, who he simply does not miss bullets. He's happy as hell that MCW buff came in. But then the closing moments, that was Kenny's opportunity to find 3. Close out this map number 4 and now go to a game 5 in Karachi Search and Destroy. Well, I know Optic Texas, they're feeling themselves because Karachi has always been a great search and destroy for them, but they haven't played it in quite some time. And then the opposite side for Vegas Legion, they have yet to spawn on Karachi Search and Destroy with this squad. So game 5 should be really fun.
Should be a really good one. I don't know if we're going to get the last 20 seconds or so of what just happened on that Vista hardpoint, but I mean, that is immaculate from Dashy. The 2 gunfights he takes over the top of P5 at range, at low HP, turns that into rotation win into P1, and then pistol control at the desk. That's next level gameplay. And of course, Ketty with the exclamation point to finish. But still, the fact of the matter is, we have to go 5. I mean, not a lot of people had this one out there. And a Karachi Search, you already started to talk about. This is a, interesting map to say the least when it comes down to it for both these 2 teams.
Yeah, this one's going to be fun, man. I can't wait to get into Karachi Search and Destroy because it's going to be all about the playmakers. Shotzi v Johnny, who's going to be more aggressive up to the map. Can't wait for that game 5 to be in our hands.
It's going to be a good one. Optic have not played it in a while. Last time they did, it was a loss to Toronto. Yep. So they've got some work to be done. Again, testing the Search and Destroy map pool just a touch. Will that give Vegas a chance to steal away 10 points, it's going to feel like, from the rest of the teams on the bubble? We'll find out with Karachi waiting for us in map 5 on the backside of the break.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Champs Tracer pack is available now. The bundle includes the Reaper Operator skin, Ripper Weapon Blueprint, Death Stare Weapon Blueprint, Cuts Deep Charm, 2 calling cards, 2 emblems, and 2 weapon stickers. Use these items in both Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 and Call of Duty Warzone. Available in store now using Call of Duty points.
Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League pack. Grab yourself the CDL Operator, Weapon Blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
Welcome back to Optic versus Vegas. Certified banger. No one had that on their schedule, I don't think. But here is the final moment where Dashy, I don't know how he gets the kills that he does from that position. And then off the regen, how about a couple more? Reads the shadow for the pistol. Off the reload, he's good for another trade. And then, of course, Kenny puts it away here, Jay.
Yeah, Kenny puts it away, but Dashy is the enforcer. The fact that he's able to walk in with the MCW, find a couple kills, not even need to invest that cruiser missile because you know the game was very down to the wire. He's always going to get it done with the gunny. And then you allow your second AR player in Kenny to call game with the final 3. But that all falls into the hands of Dashy. If Dashy falls without finding at least one, well, he found one of those kills. If he doesn't find the second onto Geo, then it's the numbers advantage in favor of Vegas. They're going to win the rotation over towards P1. Gets a lot more scary. But the fact that this young man shoots the way that he does, he bails Optic out of certain scenarios, and that was one right there on full display. But this series is yet to be over. Into the game 5 we go, where said it before the break, Vegas Legion have yet to play this with this roster, and Optic Techs, they haven't played this map in a really long time.
It's just wild to think that Dashy went from being framed up in the last, well, say the first 3 months of this game as the Hill Kitten to the King of Clutch. He's been unbelievable for this Optic squad. Ooh, late nade just kind of trickles over towards Tire's side. That does tag up onto Kenny, but Shotzi still gets the top third and finds first blood onto Johnny.
Yeah, it's a big kill onto Johnny. He was trying to make an individual play. Take a page out of Shotzi's book to get behind enemy lines in the first 15 seconds, but first blood in favor of Optic. Kenny finds a second Geo there for the trade, but numbers advantage now allows you to work this objective.
Should be good for a plant. Nero looking to make a play, gets the smoke out, tries to cut through, does not find the kill. Oh, and the bomb gets planted, and more importantly, another kill's been tallied behind this. Heck of a try from Nero, but yeah, after the first blood, Optic just do not give away the high ground whatsoever.
And I love how they didn't show presence through the middle of the map as well. They waited out the nades over towards that coop side, even though Kenny did catch one to the chin. You're just thinking right there, if you're Vegas, no presence through mid, the nades are not connecting over towards B, so they have to potentially be going over towards red. But Shotzi finds that timing onto Johnny for the first blood. Kenny immediately finds that second kill, and then they just keep the numbers in their favor. Once Nero invests that smoke grenade and then doesn't find that kill, yeah, that's what hell looks like.
Yeah, absolutely. 4-man break off here. Everyone in lockstep for Vegas, making their play over towards Market side. Lots of nades cinematically shown over the top of the B side, but Fred still gets up the ladder and gets the top third. Unreal stuff, and that's an unreal statistic.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's been a year and change. Fred, good information, but can't make use of it for a first blood, but Shotzi deep into your spawn will convert for another first blood.
And now all of Vegas Legion are tracked. You can't try to work back through your spawn. At least you find that kill onto Shotzi, but Dashy and Kenny were at least in a position to watch over his teammates off this rotation. As now they have the numbers advantage. Dashy in that position 2 top red. Should be able to get a little bit of info that this is where the play's coming in.
Well, this is interesting. Nero, the bomb carrier. Oh my God. What? I mean, Attach has him dead to rights. First 3 shots are in and Dashy just blows him out of the water. So now it's all down to Nero once again. First one clean, second one tallied. Can he step away enough from Dashy? Again, the king of clutch. Top of our clutch leaderboards for 1v1s and 1v2s. And that smoke doesn't fully encompass Nero, but he'll be safe enough to plant.
Yeah, the bomb's gonna go down and Dashy is at least gonna be able to spot him off of the exit. So now how does he decide to play this? Nero could not have gone that far away from this site, but the repositioning might be too strong.
Nero, Spidey sense tingling. Yeah, reads it onto Dashy. And a 1 versus 3 for Nero. I mean, it looked like Dashy should have been dead to rights in much more anticlimactic fashion. Absolutely smokes Attached, but Nero responds maybe more so. And what a round for Nero.
Yeah, the fact that he's able to find that first kill was easy, but the second kill right here onto Pred. Don't know if he has a rival 9 or an MCW in hand, but Nero, you can always rely on him to be ready for those gunfights. Clutches up in the 1v3. He said, Dashy, you're the king of clutch. No, I'm going to strip that away from you here as they tie the game about 1.
We asked the question, this you and I kind of in between each other, how creative was Vegas going to be able to get on a map like Karachi with a new roster, having not played it yet before? And we were wondering, would it be Nero or would it be Johnny that tries to get aggressive? And so far, on a couple of defenses, it's been Johnny. He will find first blood, but does get traded back and forth. We go. Early exchanges give us to an early 2v2.
Yeah, but look at the space that Gio was able to take. He's already working himself behind that top 3-story positioning. And not a single player from Optic Texas are going to be aware of this. So this should be a free kill for Gio. Should be able to put his team in a numbers advantage in the 2v1. And at the same time, that bomb is going down. You know exactly where that next guy is.
Yeah, Gio not even bothering, though, playing for the high ground. He just wants to join his teammate in Nero. And they're going to try to work this a little bit more together. Trying to isolate the high ground, it looks like, first, which is where Kenny is positioned at the moment. But smoke will come out. Kenny will keep his focus over towards this barrel cross. Has not seen Nero yet. Drops off the high ground, and Nero gets the read. I don't know if Gio saw him on the hop or not, but another snap comes through, and Nero has been Mr. Game 5 for Vegas.
He's just taking over when his team needs him to the most. He is finding his opportunity to answer the call, as that now puts him on 5 in a row. Big next round coming in for Nero. If he could potentially earn himself that cruise missile. But it was Johnny who starts up with that first blood. You keep it real crazy over towards that B site. And then you allow the rest of Vegas, who were on a 2-2 split on a defensive setup, to reposition their way up to the map to keep the numbers in their favor. And the fact that G was able to slip behind enemy lines in that one play, that's what needed to get done for Vegas Legion to now be up 2-1. They're going to lead the objective in the spawn. They're more focused on, can we get Nero this kill?
Yeah, this is all about getting Nero number 6. He sees Shotzi over towards red. No hit markers. Nade not cooked either, so Shotzi should be able to back away from this, no problem. Johnny, though, gets extra forward over towards the apartments. And now all of a sudden, Vegas have some deep mid-map control. And even though you don't get the cruise, hey, you got Johnny in a pivotal spot, and you can use him as a pivot point.
And this is what we talked about before this map started. The playmakers on the side of Vegas Legion, both being the SMG guys, would love to play this Karachi S&D the same exact way. They've been trading effectively in that first blood column. But Johnny now puts his team in the man advantage. Shotzi trying to at least gain the info, but he's going to back down to try to play his life. And he's also able to take down Nero. Big kill.
Yeah, smoke just to keep himself alive a little while longer. Kenny, big 1v1 versus Johnny over towards front shot chops. Gio up top, only good for one. Pred right there to at least confirm the trade. Shotzi, top high ground, attach in trouble, trying to sneak away. Also gets the read over towards Pred. He knows that his lease on life is coming to an end. And, well, rent is collected by Optic. They find the kill, and they counter back. Another 3v4. They've been really solid at least trying to work this in odd man number situations.
Yeah, and that's one of those rounds right there for Vegas Legion. You want that one back. You found that
100%.
first blood. You already put yourself in a position through Fountain. All we have to do is work that objective. But they were just taking too long, and that was due to the fact that Shotzi was jumping up the ladder, showing presence at AC, was a little bit presence towards top Fountain as well. He was just all over the map, not allowing that objective to get planted. Unfortunately, Vegas Legion do not earn a cruise missile. They do not find success in that round. So now back to the reset, all tied up at 2.
Johnny's still looking to stay aggressive, though. We'll get over towards the concrete barriers underneath the scaffoldings that be. Gio up top. Oh, and he's going to get played out. Yeah, Shotzi, as soon as he gets that information, no worries on that challenge. Now this is a little bit more of a dicey one, as Attach will make sure he can confirm the kill before the smoke gets placed. And Kenny also gets the read onto Johnny, who thought about it, but then thought the better of it. Meanwhile, though, again, I mean, this is just LV looking like they're getting a little bit too loosey. Lots of individual pushes coming through, and oh, well, for a time, putting together the individual gunfight wins until Johnny has something to say about it.
Okay, they had Johnny isolated over towards this bridge side, but no one could effectively trade him. So now Pred, who was the island player that started off, unfortunately is left by himself. And Vegas Legion stands strong on the defensive side on the back of Johnny, whose positioning was gained early on when Kenny throws that shoulder. They knew that he had to play over towards that bridge side. They just didn't go for the 2-on-1 chow. They went for both individual gunfights, and Johnny just makes him pay for it. Great shots with that rival on for the first. Hits the reload, catches the timing, knowing that the trade has to be there for Optic Texas to stand a chance. And that young man is making plays happen right there for Vegas Legion to take the advantage back to them.
3-2 tally. Vegas, the bomb now out of spawn, maybe for the first time, looking to not get super aggressive anywhere. Although I say that, and Johnny has already made his way up towards top red by the single window room. Optic close by, timing here, good for Johnny. Now on 3 in a row, first blood once again, but Optic are not moving their defense over. They still have Pred nearby, so they're saying we can still keep 2 members towards B.
Yeah, you got to still show presence at that B point, but Johnny single-handedly is now going to force a potential rotation to come in for Optic, but they've already gotten to read it. This is where the play is going to come in. You find that kill on to Nero, but now it's Dashy left in the 1v3. Bomb is going to be down at that B site, but this is not going to be easy.
He's been seen and also tagged. Stun will come through, and Vegas will not bother with the chase. They'll just play off the objective and force a clock to be an enemy here for Dashy in this 1v3. Hatch sees him topside red. Johnny catches him with a pistol out. No worries there, and my goodness, Johnny, Nero, both. It starts off with all Nero. Lately, it's been all Johnny. And Vegas find themselves a bit of a cushion now all of a sudden, map 5.
Yeah, that's all an individual play on the hands of Johnny. The fact that he was the island player slowly working his way over towards red side, catches that timing onto Shotzi for that initial kill. But then the snap onto Pred put his team in the heavy advantage in the 4v2. Just makes those plays happen. Now I'm pretty sure he finds himself on 5 in a row. Again in the search and destroy. We're all tied up in that first blood column. But another opportunity where Vegas Legion can try to earn a cruise missile. This time you got to make it count.
Yeah, opening nades for the defense of Vegas, all over towards market. Optic throwing some of their own. No one gonna get extra forward here, but Johnny on 5 is just gonna wait for Geo to give him a little bit of information and then try to pop up and find kill number 6. But Attach will find first blood. That's actually onto Kenny deep over towards top mid window. Johnny sees another opponent, but can't make much use of it, so he'll stay down and still covered. We have a 4v3.
And that objective is still yet to get planted for Optic because they know that they do not have the numbers advantage. When I have everyone with their guns up. In this situation, there's now 45 seconds left. You don't have an opportunity to hit that rotation, but they isolate Johnny. Another cruise missile not going to be earned on the side of Vegas Legion. Now that objective has to start getting down.
Oh, but Geo gunning. Shotzi may have been seen over the top of the bomb site. Yeah, Attach gives that information. A couple of tags are in, but not going to work out. Dashy, oh, good prediction onto Geo. Makes this more manageable, but Dashy's being hunted, and he knows it. Dashy, oh my goodness, he gets himself a second. His job's done, and then Shotzi from halfway across the map barely misses a rival 9 shot to put the round out of reach. It's off the simple fact that he even gives the notion that Johnny's hiding in that off angle in the first place, and then these shots to Nero to finish off the round. Unbelievable bookends to round number 8.
Yeah, that's a great kill to start it off from Shotzi, but that's better comms coming in from Dashy because he gets it done in the communication. He also gets it done with the Renetti and the MCW. Somehow, some way, the King of Clutch is still giving his team opportunities to clutch up on these rounds. Sets up Shotzi to shut down Johnny off earning that cruise, finds a double through the middle of the map, then once it turns into a one-on-one, Shotzi with great shots out of that rival 9. Able to secure the 3v4 clutch for Optic Texas. Back to the defensive side they go, and finally Vegas Legion a little bit different on their attacking side. Yeah. A whole lot of aggression over towards A. That bomb is already going to get planted, but no, that stun is going to connect from Kenny, and unfortunately he's going to drop.
Yeah, I was about to say, these late nades from Vegas through mid have kept this defense for Optic not on the rotation, but Dashy's still alive. That might be enough. Bomb planted, 2v4. Shotzi and Dashy off the regen, working this together from the top side at red. Unsure if there's a lurker still involved. Have to worry about where Attach is at. That's the one that usually likes to stay a little bit more on the rogue side. Smoke down for Nero. Shotzi trying to clear backside office. Slides through, barely makes a footstep. Oh my, Shotzi good inside bottom red. But with Dashy falling, this becomes a bit more unmanageable, and he's just going to try to hop it. Geo, do you get here in time to check? Sure does. And Vegas will find themselves on series point.
And I thought Optic Texas, they were ready for that push because that bomb was instantly getting planted for Vegas Legion, but a stun is able to connect over the top to slow down that progression. But then Kenny just stuck in that positioning, does get picked off, and then you're forcing all the players who love to play defense over at that B site to hit that rotation. But that bomb already gets down for Vegas. They keep themselves in the number advantage. They do not allow Dashy to make a great play off that repinch at red. And now they found themselves at game point.
Oh my goodness. I don't think anyone would have expected this.
Hell no.
Went to 5. Johnny tagged with the trophy system largely mitigates some of the damage, and he's going to have now an AR posted up on the bridge staircase looking for players top third. Sees Shotzi, decent damage, but Shotzi keeps his life, smokes himself out, but more information gathered as a couple of fadeaway shots happen from Optic, trying to find the kill into Johnny.
They're trying to find the kill on a Johnny, but Shotzi does get picked off. He was popping smokes at his feet, just trying to play his life to the best that he can, but now Optic Texas forced a clutch with another 3v4 scenario. You have Penn, who was the initial island player, over towards red. He gets taken off, and now it's Kenny and Dashty to try to clutch up.
Nero off the cheeky off angle, playing topside bus station. Gets a read that there is a crossover towards the A site. Keeps his life. Help from Geo down low. Optic looking for a plant. That might be their lifeline here. Nades being tossed over towards the A zone. Not a lot of them hitting, but a full surround here. I mean, Optic are fish in a barrel. Dashy, last one left. Optic will drop. Vegas do what seemed to be the impossible. Take down Optic. They take advantage of 2 search and destroy maps that Optic have not played a lot as of lately. And the new guy in Johnny has given rejuvenation to the Vegas Legion, and now they find themselves in a 3-way tie at 120 points with Minnesota and Carolina.
That is unbelievable work right there out of Vegas. They knew that their Major IV qualifying matches is not going to be easy. You got to play 3 out of the 4 top teams to start this one off. You fell short versus Toronto. But versus Optic Texas, you come out initially to start the series and basically punch them right in the face. We're talking about a sub-base HP where Optic Texas is sitting at 11-0. They got blown out in that map number 1. And then, obviously, if you're Vegas Legion, you would have wished you would have got that game 2, the 6-5 to go in your favor, because you would have walked away with a clean 3-0. But the respawns, they came to play all day long. The insane clutch on that high rise on the attacking side was unbelievable. But when you get to this game 5, we had the conversation before even loading into it that there were a lot of playmakers on the side of Vegas Legion, especially with SMGs in their hand. Johnny loves to be aggressive. Nero loves to be aggressive. And when those guys had those moments early on in the game, that was a difference maker, because the only playmaker on the opposite side is Shotzi. When you shut down Shotzi, you're going to stand a pretty good chance at closing out the search and destroy. Vegas Legion were sitting at 110 points before this one, now put themselves at 120 with a big W underneath their belt.
And that's a huge confidence booster, but more importantly, you look back at the VOD and you've got great film there in terms of the small little mistakes that may have been made. Vegas get through one of their hardest opponents on their schedule on their pursuit towards champs, while Optic, trying to improve across their search and destroy map pool, find themselves just a little bit short as we head back to the desk to finish off the day.
Thank you so much, Shift and Study, and congratulations to Vegas Legion. You are still in the hunt for champs. A much unexpected win. We all picked Optic, the fans included, but Nero and crew refused to give up.
This might be one of the craziest upsets outside of LAG beating Atlanta FaZe during that last stage, because nobody could have seen this coming. And if they did, you might need to do my lottery ticket.
We just got word from the producer, officially in our Call of Duty pick'ems, 99% of the community selected Optic to win. 1% of you out there got it right, and I have a feeling you might be related to the members on this Legion squad.
Yeah, I mean, I could see why the community picked Optic to win. They've been looking absolutely incredible. And then the map set comes out, and you feel even more confident in Optic Texas. But then we get to that sub base, and what's happening in that first rotation is Optic Texas, who are 11-0 on that map, are held to 60 points on the entire first rotation. Beautiful plays on the side of Vegas Legion. I'm going to give a massive shout out to Geo. I think he started 7-1, and he was a big reason why. From the front of P2, they just allowed Texas no time, even though Texas had spawns. They continuously run it up going into that next P3, and from then on, they just have a lead that they can cling on to throughout it. And you could tell winning that sub base and taking Optic on their best map by over 100 points, that was the confidence they needed to start firing in them respawns.
My biggest question right now is kind of like, was this Optic Texas kind of just having a bad day, or Vegas Legion maybe finally hitting a stride that we've been sort of waiting for? Because they did all the hard work in the beginning with the first iteration of this roster to put themselves to even be able to contend for champs at the end of the year. And now, with the strength of schedule in front of them, having to play a team like Optic Texas to get this win, this is an unexpected one, right? So the percentages for them to make champs now have skyrocketed.
I'm going to say that this was the Legion playing incredible.
Yes.
Because we talked to Kenny so many times, and he's like, I'm not letting us get complacent.
Yeah.
I've won back-to-back events. I know what it takes. We just talked to him yesterday, and Optic just doesn't give off those vibes that they're giving.
Hercules!
Legion looks unbelievable.
You guys missed Johnny. He was flexing. I caught it, though, Johnny. Don't you worry. Your buddy got our scuff play of the game with a 2.0 KD. Geo, the pickup, continues to impress. Let's take a look at the best play from this matchup. Name was, you called him. Gio was going to drop the numbers. He did throughout the series.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the 2 respawns that they won, he had almost 5K damage in each of them. It was him and Nero pretty much taking over there. And then in the search and destroys, it was Johnny. So you really got a full team effort across the board. But, you know, even in their losses, when they hit that slump, Gio consistently has been the guy that has impressed me. I loved his game since day one. He brings so much to this roster.
And off of that, like the fact that they were able, Optic Texas was 11-0 on this map, and it was just a Geo masterclass from start to finish. You usually talk about Pred holding the MCW and getting all the kills. Well, Geo looked like Pred on the map from yesterday. 10-2 to start it off, and what's so funny is the rookies this year have just been insane.
That was the biggest play of the game. So they get a majority of time on P1. Then we head over to P2. Optic has spawns. Geo stays front window, finds a bunch of kills, so they can't get any time. And then Vegas have spawns for next hill. What does Geo do? Stays up top, Snow, and he's so annoying. The spot that Pred always goes on his streaks, Geo said, no, not today, son. I've been watching y'all do this 11 times.
Coach Theory's been hitting the gym, and it looks like it's been paying off for the entire Legion squad. A much stronger team today than what we saw get 3-0'd by Toronto.
Yeah.
But they did show us potential in that hardpoint, and that makes me think, if you've played 2 of our top 3 teams that close in hardpoint and beaten them on a few, this is a team that is definitely a threat to making it into our top 8.
Well, you know, when we talked about it like earlier in the day, Vegas's hardpoint has been okay, right? They've been working on their maps. They're 5-7 coming into the series. It has been their search and destroy. They were 2-10 last 60 days. Well, Johnny today said, we're going to play my style of S&D, and it worked out so well. The kid found 6 first bloods across 2 games. Exactly what you need from him to make it easier.
We now welcome to the show in our Monster Winner Spotlight, the one and only Nero. The Ohioan pops off again. You went crazy on high rise, and then the 1v3 really set the tone in that game 5. Talk to me about this matchup after losing to Toronto 0-3. How did you guys bounce back?
We bounced back. We watched the match back, and honestly, we could have won all 3 maps. We just choked all of our situationals, and that's just what happened with Toronto. So we were like, we just need to clean up. We need to play like slower. We actually need to get influential kills, and it worked today.
Nero, I have to seriously praise you guys on this win because, again, this is the major winners coming off of this. Who's the only team that's really been able to put them to the test is Atlanta FaZe, and you now coming off of an 0-3 have beat them. The slang has always been there for Vegas Legion. You're all incredibly talented when it comes to game mechanics, but the fundamentals feels like it hasn't been there for Vegas Legion. What extra steps are you guys taking in practice to try and make up for that during this stage?
We're watching different teams of like hills and how they break and how they take routes. That's basically, if you gotta learn from the best, and that's what they do. So we were just trying to put that into our game and practice, and it showed today.
Nero, I would say today in Search and Destroy, you played a little bit more reserved than I usually see you play, and you guys let the chains off Johnny and kind of let him go. What was the discussion around that for you guys?
Well, we picked up Johnny because of his S&D, and he has a lot of like go-to strats of like him trying to do something and like making reckless plays. Yeah. And it's been working out, so we just been letting him do whatever he wants, and we just follow him.
So a little chaos in there. I like it.
A little bit of chaos playing around it. And then when you need to get down and dirty, you can. I want to ask you about your 1v3. Did you just have a beat on it? Did you know he would try to push you for the kill?
No, my teammates heard that he went into the green. I didn't even see him. I had no idea, so I just pre-aimed it and hoped that he jabbed me, and he did.
I'm sure that got you fired up. Congrats, man.
It did. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Nero, everyone kind of wrote you guys off. You struggled at Major 3. You got beat by Toronto. You were in 11th seed with 10 points behind the Carolinas, who's at 9, and 20 points behind Minnesota. But now after this win, that 10 points puts you right back in the running. Do you guys think you can make the run? And if so, who are you expecting to take down in your remaining matches?
Absolutely, we can make the run. I mean, we just beat the reigning champs. If that doesn't show we can't make a run, then I don't know what to tell you. But we just plan to beat everybody. Hopefully.
Great answer,
my guy. As many points as possible.
We got to wrap the longest weekend of qualifiers in history. You completed the 7th Game 5 out of our 11 matches. Congratulations on the W.
That's insane. Thank you. I appreciate it.
What a day, what a weekend here at the CDL. We are in the final qualifier leading up to Major 4. And, well, the Legion, they're causing chaos. Look at this statistic. They pull off the W for the first time in over 450 days. The last win against Optic came January 28, 2023.
I just got PTSD looking at this map set. I was like, what are we looking at? Hydro. I never want to see that map again.
Hey, man, that's wild. That's absolutely insane. The Vegas Legion organization, they were struggling for a while, made a tough roster change, but hey, maybe they're turning it around.
There's some life. Carolina, look out. Vegas nipping at your heels. In Minnesota, you aren't safe either. Let's take a look at why. Because at the start of the day, Minnesota had to play against the Surge. You had the 8th seed in Minnesota going up against the 5 seed in Surge. But the Surge looking on another level. There was never a spot in this series where I thought Minnesota is going to take it.
Yeah, the respawns were just not close at all. I mean, you're talking about a 6-star that was up until the second set of rotations. It was a second P4, and then it was just Seattle chaining hill after hill after hill, and then the invasion, just absolutely perfection control from them. And that's what Seattle needed. Their strongest game mode has been that control, and the fact that they're looking so solid across all 3 maps spells, once again, they're looking to be kind of that gatekeeper to the top 4.
Nah, they look strong, man. They're not playing down to their competition whatsoever. The subs are having performance. We saw that map 1, Hukin 04 going bonkers. Abuza has remained so consistent, and Brezi's just a solid player, man. Solid as they come, picking up kills you need him to. And then when we go to listen-ins with these guys, just calm and poised. Like, there's no shadow of a doubt they're gonna win.
If the season ends tomorrow, who gets your Rookie of the Year, Nameless?
Ooh, man, that's a tough one.
I might have to go with Abuza.
Keep thinking about it. We got a lot of other rookies to talk through as we take a look here at the second match of the day. Boston, 9 different players in their starting lineup, still just 5 wins as they fall again in another Game 3. It's LA that gets it done with a 3-0. Back-to-back to start the day. It's pretty swift.
I mean, I feel like that's the only 3-0 I remember from LA Thieves all year long. They finally are able to get it done, win themselves a control, and it had to be against Boston. First team in the league. And, you know, I feel bad saying it, but they showed us more chokes today.
I love that. Damn, Daniel. 1.6 in hardpoint, a 1.8 in search, a 1.3 in control. His slaying game was back today.
I feel like we kind of need to talk about it. Dan is disgusting at this game. Like, he has been so consistent for this LA Thieves team. He is easily one of the better ARs right now in the league.
Yeah, it's top 10 AR, for sure.
We do have great news, though. If you're a Boston fan, your team may not be playing at Champs, but you can check them out on the Alpha, apparently, for Black Ops 6.
Did Slasher hack the account?
I love
it. Yo, let me try out.
Social media managers going rogue. We love to support it here at the CDL desk. Taking a look at the best match of the day. It was Atlanta versus New York. 2 of our top 4 seeds in New York. Allie's prediction was looking so strong, but Atlanta FaZe proving once again, they're one of the most clutch teams in the industry. One of the most clutch teams definitely this year as well.
Yeah, unfortunately, New York Subliners gave Atlanta an inch, and when you do that, they will always take a mile. I already pointed out there was 2 moments in this series, and New York Subliners will certainly be going back to and looking over in that VOD and the fact in the search and destroy, and in that final Game 4 where they could have won this in 3 and they could have won it in 4. But that Game 5, just very well played by Atlanta FaZe. Very good mid-round adjustments. Their search and destroy since the major has been struggling. So the fact they were able to clutch up in a Game 5 spells good for the Red fans.
Chrysler.
He's every freaking where, Chrysler.
Yeah, I mean, he just made incredible plays. I mean, you talk about, like, impossible win in hardpoint. Like, the guy just goes nuts, wins a massive kill in rotation to sort of spearhead them into the hill, and then you get into that Game 5 search and destroy, you're down and out. New York is maneuvering, man. Great strategies. Sip gets behind, finds 2 to even it out at 4-4, and then the next round makes a massive play to First Blood Kismet. Kid's unbelievable. He had a streak, didn't even have to use it.
Want to give a shout out to everyone in the chat, especially Robbie L, who will never stop loving his Optic team, even if they lose online tonight. Taking a look at our standings after week 1, we got Seattle Surge and LA Thieves on top of the board. 2-0, baby, for our number 5 and number 6 teams. We got our big 4, and the real question is, who is going to stay in the fight? The Gorillas, an unexpected victory. We also saw one coming out from Vegas to close out the weekend, Allie. Who's your favorite to move on into our top 8?
I mean, this is kind of unreal. My favorite to move on in the top 8 is certainly just going to probably land on the Seattle Surge. Carolina, maybe, but they're sitting at 0-2, and it's only the first week of qualifiers.
Break it down for us, Nameless.
Yeah, I mean, look at Atlanta FaZe just staying strong on the top. top, extending their lead on Optic Texas, who fall to Vegas. And when you talk about the team sort of in the middle or on that bubble, Seattle Surge and Thieves got some separation. And then Miami Heretics, they are playing with Purge for now, but I expect them to turn it around once Vic will return.
Those are our current standings, but we still have 3 more weeks of qualifiers, and we are coming at you with 10 more matches next week. It all begins at 2:45 Eastern. We got the Subliners versus Surge at 3 p.m. on Friday, and great games Saturday and Sunday. On behalf of everyone behind the scenes, thank you for tuning in to a grueling yet awesome weekend of the CDL. We can't wait for week 2.
Yeah. We out of here, you can feel it right. Light it up till it's feeling bright. On the move like we feel it groove. Out of sight like we got a mic. Busting in like we feel it fight. Get the pennant right, I'ma pin it right. Kind of run on the winning type. Heat it up like some minute rice. Bet I beat you to the finish line. Cause we out to get it feeling fine. Keep it up or we'll be creeping up. One another minus on the clutch. I'ma get up in your face, whoa. Steady keeping up the pace, whoa. Get the feet that you can taste, whoa. Squeezing by your like some pace, whoa. Feel your confidence embrace, whoa. This is the beginning, ain't no way to spin it. Headed for the finish. I'ma get up in the wheel, about to win it. Are you ready for the show? Now we caught up in the flow. We gon' give a little roll. Ready, set, go. Are you ready for the show? Now we caught up in the flow. We gon' give a little more. Ready, set, go. Yeah, it's a race. Stay in your place, I pick up the pace. You give me some space, we do it so smooth you cannot relate. Cooking it great, give you a plate. Don't step in the ring and get up your weight. Just shut up and wait. Give me your date, tie up your laces, ain't no debate. I challenge your weight. It's about to be a rap, over in the snap, never coming back. Yeah, I done doubled you in laps, way across the map, trying to fill the gap. Yeah, keeping fire on the track, sticking like a tag, good like a snack. Yeah, I ain't falling for the trap, never for the cap, ain't no running back. Yeah, I'ma get up in your face. Whoa, steady keeping up the pace. Whoa, get the feet that you can taste. Whoa, squeezing by your like some pace. Whoa, feel your confidence embrace. Whoa, this is the beginning, ain't no way to spin it. Headed for the finish. I'ma get up in the wheel, about to win it. Are you ready for the show? Now we caught up in the flow. We gon' give a little roll. Ready, set, go. Are you ready for the show? Now we caught up in the flow. We gon' give a little more. Ready, set, go. Ready, set, go. Ready, set, go. Ready, set, go.
Good night.
Goodness me. Are you ready for the show? Now we caught up in the flow. We gon' give a little more. Ready, set, go. Yeah, it's a race. Stay in your place. I pick up the laces, ain't no debate. I challenge your weight. It's about to be a rap, over in the snap, never coming back. Yeah, I done doubled you in laps, way across the map, trying to fill the gap. Yeah, keeping fire on the track, sticking like a tag, good like a snack. Yeah, I ain't falling for the trap, never for the cap, ain't no running back. Yeah, I'ma get up in your face. Whoa, steady keeping up the pace. Whoa, get the beat that you can taste.
Down low, able to find a beat down, but hero up top. 5 in a row.
This is the beginning, ain't no way to spin it. Headed for the finish. I'ma get up in the wheel, about to win it. Are you ready for the show? Now we caught up in the flow. We gon' give a little roll. Ready, set, go. Are you ready for the show? Now we caught up in the flow.
I'm freaking frying.
Ready, set, go. Ready, set, go.
Dashy with the pace. Hold on, Dashy on 6 in a row. But Vegas, they get the white. Just Kenny left the door.
He's here. He's there. He's every freaking where. Chris Lair. Chris Lair.
It's unbelievable.